It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to NACE Star League Conference Championships. What? I know, it's already the Conference Championships, and we are super excited to bring you all this Rocket League action here on a Saturday, nonetheless. I am Septilence, joined by Powder. And Powder, how you feeling, man? How excited are you to get into today?
I am feeling fantastic. I cannot wait to get into this. Like you said, conference championships, the 1 seeds against mostly the 2 seeds, but I think we have some 3 seeds sprinkled in the mix. Those 1 seeds coming in with the bye week, but those 2 and 3, they had to fight because we got through those 8 weeks of the regular season. And now we've made it on down to the conference play-ins, which we saw on Monday, those 2 and 3 seeds. The winner of those facing the 1 seeds today in the conference championships. Then one last opportunity in the last chance qualifier to get into that 16-team playoff, where it all goes down to the in-person grand final event for all games. These teams one step closer, but they got to make it through tonight because we are into single elimination territory.
And single elimination is so scary. That's when the stakes are truly on the table. You have fought tooth and nail. Some teams going as far as a Game 7 victory to make it to today, to make it to this Saturday. Will this be their time to shine and continue moving forward, or will their wings unfortunately be clipped for the remainder of the season? We're going to have to wait and see, folks. We have an action-packed schedule for you here today. Powder and I covering the first 3 games. We've got another duo covering 4 and 5. But there are 5 series here today. We've got NEU versus JMU. That's 1 versus 2, I believe. BPC versus WVU. BPC we actually have not seen yet, so that's very exciting. RU versus ODU. SSU versus King. And NU versus MOSU. Very, very exciting. A lot of schools we have seen, some sprinkled in that we haven't. And Powder, like you said, we're getting to the point where this is the best of the best. This is 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, but this is the highest caliber of players we have to offer here at NACE Star League.
It is, and all these players competing for that scholarship pricing as well. $1,500 to first place, second, $750 over on to second, $375 to third place. So all of these teams, they're fighting down tooth and nail towards the end. They still got to make it one step further because we are only into the conference championships now. And remember that Extra Life is our partner tonight. Change Kids Health to change the future. Be sure to join their super team page today. We could not do it without them here.
Absolutely. We appreciate everything Extra Life does, and we also very much appreciate Duncan. NACE Star League runs on Duncan, so a big shout out to them as well for making everything we've got going on here possible, because this Saturday is what has all been building up to. It has been 8 weeks of trials, tribulations, efforts, victories, and failures, but now we are down to 2 teams. They've got to go head-to-head, and somebody has to walk away that leader. Somebody has to walk away that winner.
Certainly, and become a leader for life today. Our Army ROTC, another one of our sponsors here tonight. So another example of the leadership that we need to see today at the conference championships. Like we said, single elimination. There is no room for error, and be sure to join the giveaway as well. You can find it on the NACE Star League Twitter, Army ROTC doing that here. So be sure to check that out to win that free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. That's a good looking backpack, I'd want to get in on that action if I could.
I could not agree more. I mean, it is a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. There's a Pro at the end of that, and I actually have a backpack that looks similar to this. Mine's not camo, it's black, but I really do like it. I really like the style and kind of the sleekness of the bag. If we were allowed to enter, I probably would, because that looks like a really nice book bag. But to go into today and what we've got coming at you guys, if you're not familiar with the NACE Star League format by now, 5-minute games with unlimited overtime. Best of 7. We've made it this far into the season. It's best of 7s now, not best of 5s. All the traditional default settings, and the home team will always play on the blue side, so no major changes here.
No, nothing major different today, but those best of sevens, those are the interesting thing. Now we got a long format ahead with those best of sevens. More opportunity for those lower teams to try to win, but at the same time favoring the better team. So it's going to make it interesting because tonight we have Northeastern University against James Madison University. Shot guy Yellow and Fraser, they're on the left, Scale, Ability, and Gad. We just saw them go to a Game 7 against Texas A&M International University on Monday to make it here. Had to avoid the reverse sweep. It was super close down to the end, but that Game 7, they finally woke back up and dominated. Now it's going to be interesting to see if they can get revenge again against Northeastern tonight.
Absolutely. It was painfully close for JMU. They were on the edge of their seat. It was a win or go home with nothing kind of situation. They won 3 in a row. They lost 3 in a row, and then they win out Game 7 in a very, very dominant fashion. It was a long series. It was a close series, and now hopefully this one is a little bit faster if JMU wants to walk away. But, you know, looking at statistics, if you guys don't know now, I am very much a man of the numbers, and Northeastern, they have shown us that they control the numbers through and through. They are a dominant team with only 1 loss on the board this season.
And that's the interesting thing is that Northeastern, they are the number 1 seed, but they do have a loss, which is something that we aren't really seeing here at the top or these number 1 seeds. Northeastern University actually did drop to Ole Miss Red late in the season. A very interesting loss. I even checked it was their normal starting roster. So something that is definitely interesting and something they need to watch out for, because other than that loss, JMU is the only team who took a game off of Northeastern the rest of the season. All 3 O's besides the loss in the JMU match. Something to watch out for, but still, I gotta take Northeastern University. Too much momentum, finishing number 1. Already taken down JMU once, and I believe they can do it again.
Without a doubt, JMU, they showed us back on Monday that they could win the sprint, they could win the best of 5, but when it came to the best of 7, they had to put their 150% in it to clutch out a Game 7 victory. Northeastern is not going to give them an opportunity like that again. If a sweep is coming in favor of Northeastern, JMU is going to find themselves in a really tough situation to try and turn it around. Getting ready to jump into game number 1 here, and like we said, you know, this could be 4 games, this could be 7 games, but it all depends on the performance JMU can bring to the table here on this Saturday.
And I think if they play with the same kind of guts they did in the first 3 games against Texas A&M International, I do like their chances, although I still don't think that they'll be able to take it. I think with the best of 7, this really favors Northeastern, as we saw JMU struggle a little bit with the best of 7. We even talked about on Monday, in theory, they won the best of 5 in a sweep, but when they had to stretch it out past that 3rd game, it started to look a lot more sketchy. And sure, they turned things around in Game 7 and won pretty convincingly, but Games 4, 5, and 6 were a little bit suspect for them. So in this, I still favor Northeastern University, although I think JMU, they're going to make it close. I don't expect this to be a clean 4-0 for Northeastern, but I do expect them to have control for the majority of the series.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because when you look at JMU, I very well realistically could see a 4-0 against them. But it depends on which JMU we're going to see. Are we going to see games 1, 2, and 3? Or are we going to see games 4, 5, and 6? You know, those felt like 2 very different teams to me. If you folks were not here last Monday, I mean, you really did miss out because it was one heck of a series. It was our final series of the night, and it went all the way to game number 7. JMU showed us the good, the bad, and the ugly, and they scraped out a victory from the jaws of defeat there in a reverse sweep fashion. But like I mentioned a moment ago, if they find themselves on the edge of a sweep or the edge of a reverse sweep, Northeastern is not the type of team to pull their punches. They're not the type of team to slow down. If they're going to sweep you, they are going to sweep you.
And that's what they did for the majority of the season, other than their loss against Ole Miss, and the match against JMU. All sweeps. So this is a team who has that capability, at least in a best of 5. Sure, when you stretch it out to 7, it becomes a lot harder to sweep. I still think it's a possibility, especially if we get games 4, 5, and 6 at James Madison University. Still, though, I do give Northeastern that edge, though I expect James Madison to kind of keep it close and maybe not give us that 4-0, though it is that still a possibility.
For sure. And folks, I know we're trying to get this figured out and, you know, make sure all the players are in the lobby right now. We obviously can't start the game without it. I know you're sitting here thinking like, oh my goodness, why are these guys still talking? Well, we got to wait for the players to get in lobby, get everything figured out. We will jump in as soon as we are able to do so. But, I mean, this is just the game number 1 of series number 5 of the day. It's 5 best of 7s in a row. So if you really like Rocket League, Today's a good day for you. I mean, you find yourselves in a very comfortable position. This could be the opportunity to watch a lot, to learn a lot, about these teams because they're fighting for that spot at those in-person grand finals, right, Powder? And this is whoever wins today, I believe, secures a spot there, right?
They secure that spot in the playoffs at least. We go from the 16 teams down to the final 2 in the in-person grand finals. So this is your shot to get into playoffs. You get one step closer to the in-person grand finals. Not there quite yet. But still, when with single elimination and your only opportunity after this is the last chance qualifier, which I believe is a tournament to try to get into it. So it's not even like it's just a single match. You still have to fight your way through. You do not want to drop this. You want to get into the playoffs right now, right here. You don't want to have to worry about the last chance qualifier. Just get it done today.
Get it done today is going to be on the minds of every single player of every single team that we see today. Jumping in to map number 1, DFH Stadium. JMU versus Northeastern. JMU, for the first time in a long time, being the David in a story of Goliaths, and this may be the opportunity for them to prove that they can win whether they are the underdog or the overdog. But the proof has to be in the pudding here. They've got to put Northeastern down early in game number 1.
As we get ready to hop into game number 1 here, I'm interested to see how this starts off, because if James Madison comes out again with the same games 1, 2, and 3 we saw in their previous match, I think this is going to be a very interesting match. However, if they start to slip up a little bit, or even just come out kind of normal, or their normal play style like we saw earlier in the season, I think this might be a little more favorable for Northeastern. It is early Northeastern offense, so they haven't put any shots onto the board just yet. Frazier trying to dish it around, but this defense from James Madison doing a good job of snuffing out any opportunity, and they break out early.
And I do want to talk about as well, JMU did not have Gad last week, or earlier this week on Monday. They had a substitute in, so they're back to their full throttle roster. They're bringing all 3 players to the table. Can Gad be that missing link that they needed? It looks like we're going to get a pretty sloppy back and forth here. It's only been 45 seconds off the clock, but the opportunity to strike has shown itself and disappeared for both teams. We're still rocking at that goose egg, and as the pressure continues to collapse onto Northeastern, that is a great bump from JMU to keep the ball out of goal and not put them in a very favorable position to possibly score on their own. Ability takes it up into center field. Frazier has to catch it now, and they're able to do so. The disruption from Gad keeps us at that 0-0, a minute off the clock, and nobody on the board.
I don't want to just say it's nerves, but the play early is best described as awkward, not gonna lie. The players,
I don't disagree at all.
It feels like everything is just slightly sloppy, some slight mistakes coming out, a good stop there from ability. And, honestly, it could be nerves. You get this deep into the next season, you know you are getting closer and closer, and you almost make a mistake like an own goal. You can tell that these players, those early Game 1 nerves are showing. Over 90 seconds in, they've got to get warmed up here because Northeastern University barely scraped away without giving up a goal.
Yeah, 2 minutes off the clock. We're getting danger close to being done with game number 1. Nobody's found purchase yet. We talked about JMU having to come out quick, not letting NEU walk all over them. And so far, Northeastern not only hasn't walked on JMU, they've barely taken a step. They have struggled to find even a moments of momentum in their favor. 2.5 minutes going to be on the clock. 3 minutes on the clock now. And this could be Northeastern's time to strike, but instead it's stolen away by Skell, knocked right back by Shot Guy. Someone has to do something, Powder. It's so simple, but it's so unbelievably true. Somebody has to be that pace setter.
They certainly do, and we're just not seeing it quite yet. Maybe a shot to the top right corner will finally slot through, but no, not yet. We keep going further. Northeastern University, they're broken out the other way. Ability, trying to follow up his shot. Can't get it done. Gad on the follow-up will dump it down deep once more. Cannot find the demolition. Instead, allows Northeastern University to go the other way, but a couple misses send it to back to midfield. Shot on an open net, and Shot Guy opens up the scoring.
Shot Guy, I mean, what a perfect name to have when you're the shot guy to open up the game, to put the first shot on the board. Northeastern, they find goal number 1 as we just enter the second half. We are 10 seconds into the second half of the game, and it looks like Northeastern has finally started the kick back to life. Is it early enough? Is it too late? Can JMU capitalize with a momentum's notice of their own? Or can Northeastern walk away with a 1-goal lead? Right now, Skell trying to find that equalizer. Yellow takes it in off the center field into a bit of a no-man's land. Ability knocks it high. Here comes a rush down from Northeastern. Is that in? No! It is off the sidebar, and that is going to keep us at that 1-0 score line. JMU, they just cannot find it. Even with a little bit of luck on their side, they still cannot put a goal down yet.
JMU, they got a little bit lucky there. They had a player in the opposing team's net trying to recover, and Gad was just stuck on the back wall. A shot lower would have put it through, but it doesn't matter because Shot Guy back again. His second goal of the game puts him up 2-0 now, as time's starting to really tick down now, 1:49 left.
1:49 on the clock. 109 seconds left for James Madison to find 2 goals of their own, and that's just to equalize, let alone take the lead and walk away with a victory. The pressure is definitely on here, Powder. You do not want to lose game number 1 after fighting so unbelievably hard just to make it this far. This team wants to establish that dominance we saw on Monday. They want to carry it forward. They want to put another game win on the board, but Northeastern, like I said earlier, not just going to let that happen. Shot Guy in particular seems to want to crush the dreams of JMU. That is a hat trick on the board in game number 1.
And the immediate recognition from him, this touch from Skell up on the back wall, Shot Guy does not hesitate, goes up for it, knows he has an easy read, knocks it home. 3-0 lead for Northeastern University. 1:35 remaining. They continue to build that lead, and James Madison continues their struggles on the offensive end, not finding anything. It's Northeastern back one more time, shot cut off by Gad, but they got to get back quickly, and it is not happening. The inability to break out is really starting to starve James Madison.
It wholeheartedly is, Powder. I think you're completely correct on that observation. They're starting to get starved out in the sense of they find ball control. It's immediately stolen away by Northeastern, most of the time straight out of the air. I've seen that kind of happen multiple times already where James Madison takes it up and then Northeastern is there to catch it out, steal that momentum back, and often Shot Guy scores off the back of that. So maybe JMU needs to give us a more low and slow play style. There's some risk to that reward, but it could work out very well for your team, all things considered. You keep the action packed, you keep your team in a dominant position on the ground, go for more demolitions, go for more physicality. That could go a really, really long way for this team.
Good challenge there from ability to keep it in. However, nobody following it up. Now finally Gad comes in, but much too late. Frazier, instead just gaining control, takes it out, and a double commit from James Madison might have just snuffed it out. Good turn on ability though, trying to slot it through. No one home, and he actually knocks it in. 28 seconds left, so still some time, but needs to happen quickly. There is not a lot of time left on that clock.
Yeah, it's possible, but improbable. I think JMU, they've put a point on the board that's going to be great going into game number 2. They've got the lion's share of the momentum on their side, and the opportunity to strike may present itself a little earlier in the second game. Can they find that 1 goal earlier, put Northeastern on the losing back foot? That could be JMU's time to shine, but with only 20 seconds left to score 2 more times, I'm not going to call it a miracle, but I'm going to call it a statistical improbability. It's going to be very hard.
And especially when they double commit like that, it really did cost them. I think that's going to be it as Frazier dumps it in one more time. So good job on James Madison to finally get a goal late. However, it doesn't matter. Their offensive woes just a little bit too much here in game 1. Northeastern with a pretty comfortable win there. Let's see if they can continue that on into game 2.
Yeah, a late win there, perhaps too little, too late, Powder. That is kind of the circumstance I think we saw. They got that moment's notice of momentum, they got to strike, and then they were like, oh shucks, there's 28 seconds left on the clock. What do we do? A bit of a panic play comes through, and unfortunately, they can't clutch it out, but that is game number 1 of a 7-game series, possibly, and if anybody who's ever watched this has heard me cast before, you know how unimportant I really think game number 1 is in terms of winning or losing. I think you can win it or lose it and still dominate a best-of-7 series. The important thing about a game number 1 is what did your team learn in that first game about your opponents? Do they like to play high? Do they like to play low? You know, fast or slow? And then you have to take that knowledge and implement it into the second game and try to capitalize on the knowledge you've gained. So now the ball's still in JMU's court. They've learned a lot in game number 1. They just have to implement it in game number 2.
And there was a lot to learn, to be honest. James Madison, there wasn't anything necessarily they were doing wrong. They were just being suffocated by Northeastern on their own defensive half. If they can find ways to break through that and break out better, find passes to one another for those clears, they might fare well, they might fare better on the offensive side. However, if Northeastern continues to suffocate them, continues to have that third man rotating in to keep the offensive on, I think the woes are going to continue. So it's really how James Madison responds and how they find a way to continue their own offensive push as to whether or not they're going to be able to take this game.
As we jump into game number 2, we have to answer that age-old question. Can they win this second game? Can they take it to a 1-1 series? Looks like things starting very strong for JMU, unfortunately falling a little bit off to the left. Shot Guy finds themselves in a great position to steal momentum away, but JMU with a play right out of NEU's book. They catch the ball in the midair, they try to goal immediately after it, and just cannot find that shot yet. The demolition follow through, but you do not catch the right. A player ability takes it out high. Shot Guy catches it, keeping it in the back third of James Madison, but it's not going to go into goal, at least not yet.
Good stop by James Madison. The rotation in from ability after the demolition to shut it down. However, they're not out of it quite yet. Shot guy going for his fourth and gets it through. He's got all the scoring for Northeastern today. He has been leading his team and leads them 33 seconds into a goal.
Yeah, shot guy going for gold on that one. A much faster goal than we found back in game number 1. That's going to be a massive dominance in terms of momentum shift for Northeastern. 33 seconds off the clock, like you mentioned. They found the first goal, I think about 40 seconds earlier than back in that other game. And no! Oh my goodness, some luck on the side of James Madison. On the side of Northeastern. James Madison almost ties things up, but falls a little too short. Close, simply not going to cut it. They're going to need to find that on goal to make those points count.
A little bit too panicky from Northeastern initially to try to break out. However, they do make it work. Frazier has open space in front of him. Shot is wide, and shot guy maybe shutting down an opportunity there. Into the corner. Dumped in from Skell, I believe, as now it's to the other side. Gad up to keep it in. Can do so, but he can only actually keep it away to Frazier. Ability wanting to get that offense back going for James Madison. It's been a lot better. Skell needs to get there first, but Frazier reading the passing lane, cutting it off. Now he'll break out, go back the other way as Northeastern. They're doing a better job because James Madison is finding the offense, but they are still snuffing out the opportunities and getting back onto offense themselves.
Yeah, and kind of looking at this as an outside observer, I think one of the best plays for James Madison would possibly be to go for that kind of slower defensive play style where they look for an opportunity to strike. Equalizing a 1-0 game should not be that hard at this caliber of play. You just need to find your opening. You just need to find your window, just like that. Gad puts it down, a bit of an open goal. Let's take another look at this. Abilities stolen away. Frazier in off the corner. All three players from Northeastern go for a commit, a little over aggressive. And James Madison, they capitalize on that open goal. That's a 1-1 scoreline.
Yellow is the one to challenge on the ball, and he does get a touch, but it's not enough. He needs to sit back post, and he's easily cleaning that up. The shot wasn't hard or anything, and honestly, it wasn't even well placed, but James Madison gets it to work and almost works in a 50 for another goal. So a bit of an awkward defensive play there from Northeastern. Still, though, tied up. 3 minutes left in this game number 2. Push backwards, another opportunity for James Madison. Chip over one. Frazier back the other way. Will not follow it up. Now he'll try to, rolling straight down. 2 go for Northeastern. Opportunity to be found for James Madison. 1-on-1 with nothing in the tank. It's back towards yellow. More offense for Northeastern.
Gad trying to be that star-studded hero player, trying to be the one to action-pack the momentum, but unfortunately falls a little short with no boost in the tank. What a lineup from Shot Guy up and over the defender. Oh my goodness, what a clean play. Arguably the cleanest goal we've seen so far. I mean, it looks effortless.
Oh, and another shot in. Wow, what a play from Frazier there. Almost got the stop there from James Madison, and at halftime, Northeastern back in that lead where they've been so comfortable. Now breaking back out again. Yellow, a flick up over one. Can he get the bump? Not in time, though. Frazier for another challenge there. Can't get it done. Back the other way for James Madison. Ability. He's been the leader for James Madison. We saw him kind of take over in the match and the play-in to get themselves here. Needs to take over even more, though. Down by 1 again. Frazier up over 1. Can he get the hook around? Can't do it. Shot guy too close, but Yellow cleans it up. Knocks it home. Back to a 3-1 lead for Northeastern.
Yellow making JMU see red right now. I mean, it is just that dominance from Northeastern that we expected. Frazier into yellow. Such a clean goal to possibly seal the deal here in game number 2. It's a 3-1 scoreline. 2 minutes. I mean, we're only barely into the second half, but Northeastern, when they took a 2-point lead earlier, we didn't even see JMU come close to reestablishing a tie-up.
No, not at all. It did get down to, or get up to that 3-1, I should say, but James Madison weren't able to break further than that. Now back in from Frazier. It's a bit high. Yellow on the quick follow-up. Wow. Just too speedy for James Madison. The lead building even more than it was previously. James Madison, they're in for it if they do not find a way to clean things up.
In for it indeed here, Powder. I mean, this is a very difficult situation for James Madison to be in. They win in a Game 7. I'm going to keep talking about it because I think they're the only team here today to do that, to get here, to win in that Game 7 fashion. It was very difficult. They had to fight, put everything on the table, and walk away the victors. But Northeastern, like I mentioned way back at the start of the broadcast, they're not even going to let you get to Game 7. They're going to try to shut you out in a 4-0 fashion with 95 seconds left on the clock. They're looking pretty likely to find at least game number 2.
Certainly looking like it to this point. It's Gad now into the corner, trying to get this one out, trying to get any sort of offense going for James Madison. Powerful shot, right side will find its way through. Good job from Skell to finally break the short scoring drought they've seen since the beginning of this game. Bring them a little bit closer to try to make that comeback.
1 goal per 40 seconds here, and that is on the nose. That is on the exact dot. You need 1 goal per 40 seconds for this team to tie things up. They then have to win in a golden goal overtime, which is, let's be honest, a lot to ask from anybody, let alone a team who is possibly staring a 2-0 loss in the face. Here comes a great goal from Yellow, but the defense from JMU comes to life in a pretty pivotal moment. 68 seconds left on the clock, and the pressure definitely closing in on James Madison. Every second they lose with a 2-point differential is another second that might guarantee them this second game loss.
Losing control, though, is Northeastern. An opportunity for Skell. Flick over one. It will be wide. The third man not in to keep it going. Now he will be, though, in its ability into the corner with plenty of boost. He's looking to drop this down just a bit high, but the man, or the second man, I should say, just too late. Allows Northeastern getting a fake there and a push across the field to break out another time. Time is running out for James Madison, or else they will go down 2-0 in this series. More offense to be found for Northeastern. Things are not looking good in the final 30 seconds.
Not looking good at all here, Powder. 25 seconds left on the clock. 1 goal per 12.5 seconds from JMU, and that's just to keep things tied. Unfortunately, it's looking like JMU cannot find out what to JM do in this scenario against Northeastern. Game number 2 is going to be a loss, and it's a little more important than losing game number 1, like I mentioned earlier, but you're not out yet. And that is the most important part, I think, is down but not out. And that's the mentality this team needs to continue to carry forward into game number 3. They can at least find a game. They can at least force a game number 5, but they have to change something, Powder, because right now, games 1 and 2 very much not in favor of JMU.
But they're like you said, they're certainly not out of it. Even just look to their match against TAMU the other day. They went up 3-0 on match point and nearly got reverse swept. TAMU couldn't get it done, but maybe James Madison can get that done. And they're not even to a 3-0 deficit at this point. There is still plenty of time for them to turn things around. They just need to find a way to stop the Northeastern offense and clean up their own offensive losses as well. Too many double commits, but when Northeastern is making mistakes themselves, they are taking advantage. They can find more of those to take advantage of and force them to make mistakes to find those goals. Otherwise, if things keep up, I can see Northeastern walking away with 2 more wins and a series sweep.
Yellow in particular, I think, really came to life back in game number 2. Game number 1 was shot guy all day long. Even the first goal of this game was shot guy once again, I believe, but then Yellow came through, found a couple goals of their own, and really began to carry Northeastern to an advantageous position. 2 games on the board. You are halfway done with what needs to be done here today. If you can find just 2 more, you can seal the deal, you can win the series, and you can move on to that spot in playoffs. James Madison, they've got to change something. I still want to see that slower pace of play. I feel like they're kind of, like I said, that smoke and mirrors belief that you're only going to win this game if you're the faster team, when in reality, a strong defense can be crucial to a team's success. I think JMU slows it down a little bit. They focus on the defense, and then they go for goals when it's an opportunistic moment. They don't overextend. They don't full send. They go for it when they know they're going to find goal.
Heading into game 3, it's all up to James Madison. If they go down 3-0, I don't know if they're going to be able to reverse sweep, but maybe they won't have to. Ability on the solo play off the kickoff gets them an early lead.
An early lead indeed. That is 6 seconds off the clock. Ability off the kickoff is a crucial moment that this team needs to thrive. 1 point on the board. Northeastern for the first time in a points disadvantage. Are they going to let it get to them, or are they just going to answer back quickly?
And off the kickoff, it is back towards Northeastern. Frazier going up for a follow. Looks to push it down into the midfield. Frazier can't get another challenge there. Shot guy, great turn though. Keeps the pressure on. Skell, not a lot of boost. Has to try to 50 this, and he does so successfully. However, it is still in their defensive half. Yeah, though, now breaking out. Yellow, trying to keep it back in. Can he beat out the last man? He can. Racing back his ability, gets pushed by him. Yellow can't turn and make the play, and instead, it's back into James Madison's possession. They're looking for more offense.
Looking for more offense on the clock, and are they going to be able to find the success they need in a moment like this, Powder? 45 seconds, JMU still in the lead off the back of that 6-second goal. A huge one. If they can keep the game a low-scoring affair, they may be able to run away with just that 1-point win. We saw them do it 3 of the 4 times back on Monday. It's the pattern they love to bring to the table. And as a minute is ticked off the clock, they're still in the lead, just looking to play that hard defense. 1 more point on the board, though. They could maybe feel just a little bit more comfortable.
And they're looking like they're close to getting it. A close stop there from Shot Guy. Breaks it out to midfield, pop across. Yellow trying to catch up to it. Pass off the back wall. No one there.
Wow.
Can't catch up. He had the read off the back wall, but he couldn't knock it. And instead, now we're tied up 1-1.
Tied up 1-1. That is going to be a tough scenario to find yourselves in. A minute 17, 77 seconds off the clock. And James Madison, they had a lead. They lose the lead, but it's only a tie. Can they reclaim that dominance over Northeastern? Can they put Game 3 in their own pocket? Or will they possibly be staring a 4-0 loss in the face? The next 3.5 minutes are going to decide their fate here.
Skell just with no boost, at least to midfield. Frazier catching up past one. Yellow on the follow underneath the other. Gad trying to recover, puts it out towards the side. Ability can only kill it. Yellow gets beaten out, but Shot Guy there to follow. Yellow, plenty of boost to the midfield, a bit dangerous, but Frazier catching up to it. And James Madison, it feels like throughout this series, has built up the offense more and more.
Yeah.
However, they just aren't really walking away with the goals. 3 goals in 2 games. Or now a 4th here in Game 3, but still just not a lot despite all the pressure that they're putting on.
Right, and Powder, it's funny, we talked about this way back at the start of the broadcast, back at the beginning of game number 1. JMU, they're very much a momentum-based team. Whether they do it on purpose or not, it seems to be when they're in the driver's seat, they can show a level of dominance we don't normally see, but when they fall into the loser circle, when they fall into a situation in which they aren't making the shots, the team definitely starts to struggle a bit, and I think that's what we've been seeing for a majority of this series. They had a lead, unfortunately, it kind of gets squandered out here. We're back into a draw, and as we enter the second half of game number 3, JMU is constantly living just 1 goal away from being able to put a win in their column.
Close call there again. Good shot, but a better stop made from James Madison. Time continues to run down. No one finding the back of the net yet. Just trading these punches for shots on either end. Nothing too dangerous yet besides the goals we see there up on the scoreboard. Gad down across the field. It's Frazier playing it back. This is dangerous. Shot Guy put in a very uncomfortable position. Does make the stop. Puts it back towards Frazier. Pinch into the midfield. Yellow's there first. Good offensive setup. The field quickly shut down and back towards the net. Shot Guy for the stop. James Madison again doing a great job of continuing this offense. However, they need to find more shots as right now it's just not enough to finally punch through.
Not enough to punch through quite yet. 100 seconds left. Somebody needs 1 more point on the board to establish the dominance and the victory they want, just like that. JMU Skell puts the 2nd point on the board. 95 seconds remain. Can Northeastern answer back in a moment that is crucial to their success in this series, or will JMU begin to find their footing just in time as this series continues on?
And it wasn't even a bad rotation back from Yellow. He was doing wide, went to back post. However, the shot just too perfectly placed from Skell. They gain the lead right back. 90 seconds left as now Northeastern playing down once more. Pass in the midfield for Shot Guy. Can he get through? And the last man taken off the field. Frazier playing it to the side to keep the offense on. And not quite do it. Back in again now. Frazier landing. Not the greatest of placements now as Yellow will be able to turn on it. Give it out into the midfield to Frazier. Broken out by Gad. Shot Guy to the other side of the field, and we're starting to see Northeastern really struggle to find these shots as well. It was James Madison early on in the series, but maybe they'll find a double tap down. Now open net for Frazier. He will slot it through and get it tied up.
Frazier with the right place, perfect timing. Yellow has a great double tap attempt. It gets interrupted by ability. And Frazier is just pixel perfect, exactly where Northeastern needs them to be to find that level of success. And now that they have less than a minute on the clock, we're still tied up 2-2. Can that established dominance come out from anybody, or are we going to that golden goal in overtime?
James Madison really threw it away there with the double commit. Had one man gone for it and the other stayed in net. Frazier has not a lot of space to work with that tight of an angle, but unfortunately the mistake comes out and the lead is given up because of it. They do have an opportunity to gain it back. It's an open net ability. He can't catch up to it. The pass too far out and a 2-on-1 down the field. Quick challenge. Smart play from Skell. Ability on the read. It's a fake in the midfield. Who's there first? It's Frazier. He has one in front. Can he beat him out? He can with 0 boost. The shot is high. The follow-up not there. Down to 20 seconds, and the play has suddenly picked up a lot.
The play has picked up immensely here, Powder, because everybody knows they are 1 goal. They are 10 seconds away from being able to put a win in their column. For Northeastern, that could spell a 4-0 victory to walk away victorious, but it could put JMU on the board. A huge close attempt toward goal, but that is wide open. It's still going to be whiffed. Ability just barely able to kiss it into that goal. 1 second, literally a buzzer beater goal for JMU to walk away with game number 3.
Northeastern sent everything for that goal, and it may have just cost them dearly. Of course, they will still have the series lead, but they wanted to get that 3-0. They got to keep this up off the kickoff. It's straight to the ground, and James Madison gets one back, and will send us to at least a game 5.
At least a game 5 indeed, and that's out of 7. Perhaps we go all the way to game number 7, as James Madison has shown us they absolutely love to do. I think we're going to be throwing it to a super short break just for a moment. The players need to either recalibrate or maybe just use the restroom and get some water or something. I recommend you do all the same. So we're going to throw it to... Oh, just kidding. False alarm. No break. We're actually not going anywhere. Nobody leave. Don't get up. If you got up, sit down. There's no break. Anyway, jumping into game number 4 here. I think that was a really pivotal moment, Powder, because we talked about the potential of a reverse sweep. And I kept saying, I said it like a dozen times, if Northeastern is going to 4-0, they're gonna 4-0, but if that crack appears, if JMU can put 1 on the board, that brings possibility of this team's success back to life.
It does. James Madison has been looking better and better throughout the series, building up rather than in the previous series. We saw them start to slow as the series went on. Northeastern, I wouldn't say that they're slowing down. I would say that James Madison is just more able to match their play style now. It was rough going at first, but now James Madison looking a lot better, able to get the shots in when necessary. But what a turnaround from them, and especially this was just tough for James Madison. They double commit for it. The lead is given up, but they turn right back around. They get the goal in with a second remaining, taking advantage of yet another Northeastern mistake. And if they can keep this up, this series could turn a lot different.
At a moment's notice, this entire series could be flipped onto its head, and I think James Madison, they're going to be kind of the authors of their own story, the authors of their own tale here as we go into game number 4. They win this one. They look great. They look awesome. They're going to be able to find some great success. They lose this one, and I might have to write off that game victory as a fluke. They need to continue that ability to capitalize on open goals that we saw back in game number 3. Here in game number 4, if they tie up the series, I could see myself, maybe not dedicating to the flip yet, but seeing the cards on the table at the very least.
Shot guy, early shot here. It's placed wide though. Gad, can he beat out 1? No, we cannot. Yellow will stay on the wall. Will attempt to challenge, knock it down. Shot guy caught too far upfield. This might just give possession away to James Madison. That's something they've done well, but now an opportunity to be found from Yellow. Shot cut off, back the other way. Open space for ability, and it's a 1-0 lead for James Madison.
Ability choosing now to show up in the series, and I can't say I blame him. I mean, just a phenomenal performance so far. Finds the game-winning goal in game number 3, finds the opening goal in game number 4, and with only 34 seconds off the clock, it's not going to establish a full victory, but it definitely makes your team feel a heck of a lot more comfortable.
It certainly does, and offense right off the kickoff as well. Skell with control, looking to place it wide. His teammate went. Ability didn't bite on the fake from Northeastern, and now it's back into their hands as Yellow looks for a high placement for a pass, cut off by Skell. The reads from James Madison a lot better. They're starting to find the passing lanes that Northeastern have continuously gone for. It's something that Northeastern needs to shake up because it's clear that James Madison has figured out how they're going to play, how they're going to go up on offense, but still they find a way. The challenge from Yellow just too powerful. We're back to a 1-1 scoreline.
Back to that 1-1 scoreline indeed. Powder, we're in that moment where Northeastern, they not only need to shake it up, they need to shake it off. They lost game number 3. They found that opportunity to lose. Now they need to put their own opportunity back on the table to win this out. They tie things up with only 1 minute and 6 seconds off the clock. So there's more than enough time, years in the world of Rocket League, available for this team to succeed. And I think it's in the hands of Northeastern to lose this. They had such a strong dominance in games number 1 and 2. They cannot let JMU get into their heads.
Shot guy. Can he get the reset? He can. Pushes it further.
Wow.
He barely catches up to get the flip reset. Makes it work. What a leader he's been on the offensive side. Gets him into the lead.
Gets them into the lead in a pivotal game here. This could be the opportunity for Northeastern to take it, but as we talk about, every week, a 1-game lead is a falsehood in the world of Rocket League. You can feel a little bit comfortable, but you can never let your guard down, especially with only a 1-point lead and 3.5 minutes on the clock to cancel you out. So Northeastern, if they could find 2, maybe 3 more, if they can make this a 5-1, then you can start feeling a little bit comfortable. But until then, you've got to play full throttle.
Northeastern is certainly playing full throttle right now. The aggressive challenges from them have caught James Madison off guard. And in game 1, we saw a lot of speedy play from Northeastern. It's interesting to see that they did slow things down in games 2 and 3. But here in game 4, they're right back to it, and James Madison just cannot catch up to it. It resulted in 2 goals with only 2 minutes having gone by now. Could be a third if they can beat him out. They cannot. More offense for James Madison. But still, they need to find a way to slow down Northeastern because they're starting to be caught slow. And maybe a shot here from Skell. He will knock it through. Get the game tied right back up.
Game tied up, 2:49. We are still in the first half of the game, and I think this is currently setting itself up to be one of our highest scoring games of the series so far. Yellow so close on the defensive block, but unfortunately, close only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither of those involved in a game like Rocket League. This is a pivotal moment once again. James Madison has ball control, takes it in off the right side towards center field. If ability can get over one defender, that could have been in goal, but the short hop there from Frazier puts ball control back in favor of Northeastern. A bit of a sloppy pass into Northeastern's back third, and it's going to be bounced straight back toward possibly the open goal of JMU, but no, there it is. In the center field, caught out. Ability takes it high in, off the corner. It is bounced right back out. The secondary attempt will find purchase, and JMU takes the lead once again.
I just want to see how Northeastern gets caught off guard here. Shot guy, it's a great shot, and look at that. Both players, Frazier and Yellow, commit upfield for it. One needs to stay in net, and you know, it's even still going to be a very tough shot to stop with how well placed it is. But you just can't send both players up like that. It's a free goal to James Madison, and they are back in the lead a little bit past halftime. Northeastern, the struggle starting to be more and more apparent. Shot guy banging this one down. Gad, not a lot of boost. Can't catch up. We are tied back up once again.
What a coast-to-coast goal there from Gad. I mean, look at that. So far away, passes it up, shot guy, right place, right time. I talked about it way back in game number 1, how every time the ball goes into the air, Northeastern just steals momentum, just takes the wind out of JMU's sails, and a phenomenal goal from shot guy there, a coast-to-coast to tie things up. We are in the second half now, 2:12 on the clock, and I think with that 6th point on the board, this is at least tied for our highest scoring game of the series so far. Let's see who's able to put one more down. Oh, and Yellow does it. That felt free.
Just not a lot of defense showing up for James Madison right now. Ability on the turn, and look at that, gets caught moving up front post. He sees it and tries to turn back. Yellow sees it a little bit quicker, uses the crossbar to knock it in, and a 4-3 lead in favor of Northeastern. The goals just piling up now, but not in James Madison's favor anymore. That's a couple in a row for Northeastern. Still time to turn it around, though, make it an even higher scoring affair, but they got to get it done because Northeastern's starting to build it up.
Northeastern starting to build it up indeed. Can the action continue to move in their favor? 106 seconds remaining on the clock for JMU to score just one time, just to equalize. And as the equalizer is almost obliterated, James Madison is going to be able to block that out and keep themselves within a 1-point turnaround. A Hail Mary shot down center field. Yellow goes up, bounces it into a no man's land off to the right side. A great pass into Frazier, but he loses the momentum off the ceiling. It's a little bit sloppy, but it looks like NEU still has that ball control. In off the corner, Yellow with a phenomenal lineup, but ability is there to catch it out. 80 seconds left.
Oof. Tough miss there from Shot Guy. Didn't have a lot of boost, but his teammate able to take care of it for him. Forward into the hands of Skell. Yellow on the fake, still allows Skell to catch up and take a challenge. Yellow, not a lot of boost on the back wall, bangs it out, cannot follow. Instead it's Frazier down for the back wall. Skell right back the other way, Yellow to cut it off. Less than 60 seconds now, and James Madison looking for that 4th goal to tie it up. Yellow for the double, leaving it behind. There'll be ability there first. Maybe some offense to be found for James Madison late as they try to tie.
Looking for a tie is kind of a crucial thing here, and Gad finds it. I cannot wait to get a re-look at that as we were in a bit of an odd angle. Gad brings it up, and I mean, it just goes right underneath two. Overshot guy right in front of Yellow. Holy cow. Threading the needle back to back to tie things up. 4-4-44 on the clock.
James Madison continues to bring, well, both teams continue to bring it back. They've each had their share of the lead. Neither able to hold it yet. Shot guy off the ceiling, gets a fake down for Yellow. Chips it to the back wall. Oh, and a miss there. Shot guy, he's not able to get to it. We'll see if either team has some more miracles in store in regulation. We saw James Madison take it with a second left in Game 3 to get it to this point. Couple misses from James Madison, allowing Northeastern to keep the offense going. Shot guy, able to get the challenge. Down in front for Yellow. It's a fake down for Frazier, takes the challenge. And now Yellow on a quick turn can only take a challenge into the corner. We'll see what happens in the last 10 seconds. Not a lot going on now. Oh, and a miss from Shot guy. And pinched it forward. But still, it's James Madison offense late. Frazier taking over, banging it. Oh, a Gad on the miss, but it's down too low when we see our first overtime of the day.
First overtime of the day. It was inevitable, but I gotta be honest, did not expect it to happen as early as series number 1. 5 seconds on the clock. For those who are unfamiliar with Rocket League overtime, that timer will continue to count up until somebody scores. There's no longer a draw. It's one of my favorite things about Rocket League is you do not get to draw. Somebody has to win, and that's exactly what we're gonna find out right here, right now. Can NEU put themselves on series point, or can James Madison tie things up 2-2 and live at least 2 more games?
Frazier beats him out. Skell gets challenged out. Yellow has a free net, needs to bang it, but he tries to slot it near side. The defense was not back post, but maybe too hard of a shot to work with. He keeps the offense going. And now another one to the midfield. But Frazier, he was looking for demolitions up front. A miss again. Frazier, though, on the rotation, allows Gad to take over, and James Madison to get some offense.
James Madison has the offense. Yellow takes it high, runs on a boost, drops it low, and actually bounces it off a teammate into a sloppy turnaround. Puts ball control in favor of James Madison, hurtling down toward the goal of Northeastern. Again, they find it in off the corner. Yellow has to be the hero once again, taking it from one coast, possibly all the way to another, but he passes it right down into Gad. Right place, right time, 1:08 up on the clock, and it will continue to count until somebody finds that hero goal.
Slight double commit from Northeastern, but they make it work. Frazier top shelf knocks it home, and they are on match point.
Match point has finally entered the board here, Powder. Way closer than Northeastern ever wanted it to be, but close in this sense is going to matter because they sneak it away. 1 point advantage and a 1 point victory. Northeastern putting game number 3 on the board in series number 1. Very, very close and very, very entertaining.
Yeah, our highest scoring game in a long time. It's got to be multiple series before we've seen one that high scoring. The offenses are looking great, but you can't really say the same for the defense. Nothing that's too wrong. I think the offense is just a lot stronger than the defense right now, but it's something that James Madison especially needs to find a way to shut down. When you score 4 but give up 5 and lose, that's a tough pill to swallow in a loss. They need to find a way to slow down the Northeastern offense, because if they can keep their own offense up, again, they have a shot. They need to win 3 in a row to win this series, but they are still well within it. They played well here. They've been building up throughout the series, but now it comes down to this. They got to get it done or else they are going home.
That is the unfortunate thing about this, Powder. They've got to get it done or else they are going home. And I feel like I'm going to say this for the 3rd game in a row here. You just need to play a little more focus on the defense. Of course, that's so much easier said than done, but like you said, JMU, they're putting down an insane amount of points and then losing because they had 1 more put down against them. I think just an increase on the defense, keeping somebody in the back third, maybe even just the back half, playing a dedicated goalie position could go a really, really long way, because there were at least 2 goals in that last game that they got because it was an open goal. They were able to capitalize on a very sneaky moment. If you keep somebody in that back third, there won't be those moments. So maybe I just want to see JMU shake it up a little bit.
Certainly do, and if you're going to shake things up, you got to do it now. Game 5, down 3-1 in the series. You need 3 in a row. Will be tough, but it is certainly doable with the way that they've been playing the past few games. Frazier too high ability, barely getting the stop. Shot guy upfield now, but it's Frazier who gets there first, looking for a follow. Has Yellow behind him with a full tank of boost. It's Shot guy on the rotation to keep the offense going. Quickly back the other way, but Yellow on a good turn to keep it going. And James Madison struggling to break out. A chip shot for a pass across the field. Shot guy up for Frazier, beaten out by Skell. Maybe James Madison will see the light of day on offense. They can't. Frazier dropping out from the back wall. Pass down, can't slot it through. Shot guy on the turn is beaten out by Skell. It might be free reign for him if he can just get around on it. A tough play down for a teammate, taking over, but Frazier for the stop. The Northeastern walks away clean.
Northeastern walks away clean in a notably closer moment than I think any of us anticipated, but walking away clean is the important part after all. A minute off the clock, very reminiscent of game number 1, where we go a full minute without anybody able to find a score. We've seen all ends of the spectrum. Almost 2 minutes. We saw a 6-second goal earlier, so these teams incredibly back and forth with their performances so far. As this first minute is completely down and out, Skell kind of has an opportunity. Not really a clean one, but the idea was there, and unfortunately loses ball control. Gad takes it up, going to pass it right down into Shot guy. Sloppy pass into center field, and Yellow coming in off the corner. Might be able to find some momentum of his own ability. A phenomenal bump. Steals momentum from NEU and actually puts them in a great position to score. A demolition comes through, but it knocks ball's control out into nobody. A coast-to-coast shot, possibly an open goal, but no, it's way too far off to the right. The follow-through from Yellow just can't find its purchase.
James Madison playing a little bit more aggressive and is opening up space. However, given right back to them, going for the same play again. This time, it's too powerful of a pass for Yellow. He beats out 1. Frazier on the follow. It's an open net. No one home. It's a freebie for Frazier, and Northeastern up early.
A freebie for Frazier is not what James Madison wants to have there. Powder, I feel like I'm starting to talk to a brick wall a little bit. I mean, so many goals we've seen is because nobody from James Madison wants to be the defense. Everybody's going for the hero plays. Nobody wants to play it patient and just block the goal to make sure their team can win. And unfortunately, if it keeps up, it's going to cost them this series. These 3 minutes, maybe their last 3 minutes to try and stay alive. They've got to turn something around. And right now, I haven't seen them change much of anything.
No, nothing really has changed at all. Unfortunately, they do seem to be, like you said, they're going for that hero play, which can work, and it can build momentum if it does work. But unfortunately, it is not up to this point. Now, an awkward play defensively for Northeastern results in James Madison offense, but not for long. Again, shot guy couldn't find the hook shot, instead placed just a bit high now. Shot guy will drop it down again, just no boost to follow, put to the side. James Madison needs to break out the other way and find some offense. They can't get it done though, and another double commit. Both of these teams have done this multiple times, but unfortunately it's costing James Madison a little bit more as it just refuses the ability to get back on offense. And again, we just see this Northeastern pressure as they continue to hold it in, not necessarily going for shots, just sort of wasting time and making them uncomfortable with their presence.
Uncomfortable with the presence, maybe a trick after all to try and win out this series. But with 2 minutes left, Northeastern may very likely win this by a single point. We need a change from James Madison. Gadd going to be able to catch it in the center field, but was it enough? Ability goes high, not there in time. The double tap does not come through, and that's kind of a huge moment against Northeastern. That should have been a free one. Luckily enough, Yellow is there to clean it up. Says Yellow and goodbye as he puts that second point on the board against JMU.
This all starts because shot guy falls off the ceiling and essentially just forces the last man in net into a rule one, just bumping him out of the way. And the one who races in just can't catch up. 1:50 on the clock for James Madison. They need to get a kickoff goal, but it's placed wide again. They've had multiple opportunities off the kickoff, but haven't been able to find other than maybe one. And as time, again, continuing to tick away, the opportunities less and less. Got to take advantage of this one. Double commit again. Ability takes it off of his head. The shot is not found. Now less than 90 seconds left. Still struggling to find that first goal.
90 seconds left on the clock, and unless James Madison can give us a miracle here, we're looking at 1 per 40 seconds, give or take. We would need them just to tie things up, to stabilize, to win a game 2. Then they'd have to win 2 more back-to-back without dropping a single series down the line. And Powder, as much as we'd love to see it, statistics are saying that is not very likely here today. 68 seconds remain on the clock. Here comes a possible goal, but it's going to fall way off to the left. Instead, it was actually towards the goal of James Madison. They put things in a great shot. Shot guy not able to find the lineup, clears it down into center field. The pass from Yellow, I think right now for Northeastern, it's just about stalling. Even if James Madison scores once, they have to score one more time just to tie. Up and over Gadd, too far off to the right side, and that will not be a goal. Not yet for Northeastern to put number 3 on the board, but with the way the cookie's starting to crumble, I don't think they're even going to need number 3.
No, it doesn't look like it. James Madison cannot get anything going on the offensive half. Ability with just a slow shot down in front. Frazier easily stopping it. Get on a turn, will beat out one, but with 30 seconds left, you need to find one in as early as possible. You don't want to force yourself into needing a kickoff goal. This might be the third. Yellow placing it wide, and again, just wasting time. They know they may have this one in the bag. No reason to go for something too aggressive. And James Madison, the desperation is evident. Played across from the field from Yellow, and that will about do things here as Northeastern, they lose one in the middle, but they stave off the remainder of the series, and they will advance on into the playoffs. James Madison had a fantastic run. You know, we got to see them multiple times this season, but it does end today. A 4-1 loss now to Northeastern.
A 4-1 loss to Northeastern. And Powder, I'll just say it one more time. Unfortunately, did not see the changes I wanted to see in terms of James Madison's defense. I think it was really just kind of a crack in the armor that slowly grew into a gap, into a canyon, and then it just never really got to be able to be full sealed. James Madison's defense couldn't answer to the aggression that Northeastern was bringing to the table. Unfortunately, that will cost them today. A valiant effort, but just cannot clutch it out in time. However, Northeastern living up to that expectation, doing exactly what we expected them to do. Okay, not exactly. I did think it was going to be a 4-0. It's a 4-1, but a win is a win regardless. And I think their offense, arguably one of the fastest-paced offenses we've seen.
It was. James Madison could not catch up any chance they could. And early on, it was a lot faster from Northeastern. I mentioned in the middle of the series how it seemed like they slowed things down, and that could have been the reason for the loss in the middle of the series. But once they picked it back up after the loss, it was pretty much over for James Madison. We had the high scoring affair where it was back and forth, but James Madison's inability to shut down Northeastern on the defensive end just resulted in not a blowout, but a very controlled win for Northeastern.
Absolutely. Not a blowout, but a very, very controlled win indeed. And the pressure was definitely building against James Madison. Unfortunately, Northeastern, a very strong team. The team statistically expected to win, so it was kind of a tough scenario to find yourselves tough scenario to find yourselves in to begin with. That's what I was trying to say. A lot of words there in a very confusing order. But I know we are trying to get an interview with somebody from Northeastern. Hopefully we're able to pull that out. That'd be very exciting to hear from them, as they are technically our first team to qualify for playoffs.
As far as I know, I haven't seen the scores update just yet. I know teams are playing all day today. We'll have to update you guys as we go along here. As far as I know, nothing is finished up just yet, but again, we'll check in. So as far as we know, Northeastern, that first team to make it into the playoffs. Remember, 16 teams will qualify. Not all of them will come from conference championships. Of course, a few will come from last chance qualifiers, but a lot will be decided today.
Absolutely. I'm eager. I'm excited because, like you said, it's going to be... I don't think there's a literal wild card slot, but I feel like the last chance qualifier creates a wild card slot in the sense of like a team we may be writing off, the James Madisons of this circumstance. We might see them again because the last chance qualifier is still just around the corner, and it could very well be a team's last chance to shine. Who knows? Honestly, either way, James Madison does not make the cut, but Northeastern is technically, and we're putting a big technically on this because somebody else may have already qualified, but we know they are at least one of the first teams to qualify for playoffs, which is a very, very exciting feat. I'm just going to ask production, are we getting an interview ready? All right, sick. The interview is coming because I was going to throw it to a break if we weren't, but it's always good to get that clarification and that confirmation that an interview is on its way. And, I think that means that they're here. So hopefully our interviewee is with us. Maybe. Maybe not. Oh, wait, here we go. Is this it? There we go.
Hello.
All right. Hey, Fraser, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
We're doing all right, thanks. Maybe not as good as you after winning a 4-1 victory in a playoff spot. That's a pretty big deal. So I do want to ask, you were a team statistically expected to win this. That was just kind of how the cookie crumbled. Games 1 and 2, you guys come out exactly as we expected. Game 3, a little bit of a spiral, a little bit of a surprise. You kind of lose out there. So do you think something specific happened in game number 3 that gave you the loss, or do you think you were just starting to get a little bit complacent with your victories?
Maybe a bit complacent. Honestly, none of us are on our normal setups, so I feel like we were a bit rusty going in. So we just kept the comms up, and it seemed to work out in the end.
And coming into tonight, we saw near the end of the regular season, you guys did drop a match to Ole Miss, and you had dropped a game to James Madison, the only losses you had coming in. How were you guys trying to prepare for this coming in, knowing that you had just lost a match and had already dropped a game to James Madison earlier in the season?
We knew we could bounce back. I think that when we lose, we don't think it's down to miscommunication or anything. It's we always try to execute on our game plan, and sometimes we're just not as good maybe mechanically on the day, but we just kind of stick to the game plan and it all works out.
And of course, you guys just qualified for playoffs. How are you feeling going into playoffs now? You're one of the first teams to qualify. I think we did see a few others have been updated, but how are you guys feeling now going into that 16-team playoff?
Pretty good. I mean, I feel like we've been improving a lot as of late, been playing a lot, so I feel like we're all pretty on it now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys are definitely looking, like you said, I think I can agree. Watching it, there was a little bit of rust in game 1, but not enough to make you any less impressive than you normally are. So a very dominant performance. But Fraser, just one more question for you before we let you go. Is there anybody you would like to give a thank you or a shout out to while you're here with us?
Yeah, of course. So my teammates, of course, behind me, our coach and call, Nick, Felicity, GG. Yeah. Mike too. We have our sub sitting here too. He's not in the shot, but he's ready in case.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, and a huge congrats, and we'll see you again in playoffs.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, folks, you should know the drill by now. We're going to get ready, I believe, to go ahead and throw it to a break. We're going to go ahead and do that now. But before that, we got to talk about our player. No, we're not in playoffs yet. But we got to talk about the giveaway. Either way, I'm very excited to talk about this collegiate camo giveaway coming at you from ROTC.
Yeah, fantastic one there. Of course, you got to check out the Naystar League Twitter to get an opportunity to get this Herschel backpack. And we talked about this at the beginning of the day. This is a nice backpack with something you would see the ROTC have. So be sure to check out the Naystar League Twitter to enter that giveaway and try to get to your shot at winning that backpack.
And now we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We have 2 more best of 7 series coming at you from Powder and I. And then after that, there's 2 more, but with just 2 other casters. A whole lot of Rocket League left for you here today. We'll see you right back here in A-Star League in just a couple of minutes. What is going on, everybody, and welcome back to NACE Star League Conference Championship. Still Septilance and Powder here on the desk, but we've got two different teams for you because Series 1 came to a close. This one, Bruton Parker College, I believe the only team we're seeing today that we haven't seen yet, versus West Virginia University. But Powder, you talked about this earlier. These teams do have a little bit of history already.
They do. This is a match that I want to be extremely close, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be. Bruton Parker has West Virginia's number all season long, both in NACE and CRL. West Virginia has not won a match just yet. And Bruton Parker are going to bring out Antic, Soul, and Melodic. West Virginia, Angel, Rots, and Falls. We've gotten to see this roster twice already, including in the play-ins, where they had a pretty dominating victory against Kennesaw State University. Unfortunately, though, like we said, Bruton Parker, just too much for West Virginia to handle up to this point.
Absolutely. Bruton Parker has been a dominant force, like you said, in and outside of NACE Star League. So West Virginia, they're kind of the underdog of the story, and let's be honest, that's why I'm predicting them to be the winners. I have such a flair for the dramatic, I literally can't help myself. But I would love to see the underdog story, and you kind of look at this from the double-edged sword in the sense of, okay, we've lost to this school, what, 2-3 times? But at the same time, it's like, okay, we've lost to the same school 2 or 3 times. So what is it that is putting us in that losing position? What's that one little thing that they continuously do a little bit better than us that we can shake up bringing into this series and try to win it out?
And for West Virginia as well, with a longer series, it might do them more favors. Both series they've lost were 5-game series. They didn't go into Game 5. One was a sweep, that was a NACE, and a 3-1 over in CRL. So it's getting a bit closer, and with this best of 7, maybe more opportunity for them to make the comeback and win. However, of course, my prediction was still Bruton Parker. I just think that history, there's a reason the history is the way it is, and I still got Bruton Parker making it on into playoffs today.
Let's see which one of these teams wants to get into those playoffs just a little bit more. Starting right here, right now, there's the kickoff. It's a bit of a sloppy one toward the goal of BPC, but instead, a confusing knock off the ceiling sets West Virginia up for a possible goal. Falls has to chase it high, cannot make it Falls fast enough, and that is unfortunately not going to work out well or for free for West Virginia University.
Still holding the offense, though, and it's Rots further. Soul is able to knock it back now. Placement towards the midfield from Melodic. Placed into the corner from West Virginia as they look to break out the other way. It was a good start from them on offense, and I liked the aggression with an early demo, too. Didn't lead to a goal, but it's something that they can continue to return to maybe find some more offense. Melodic down in the midfield. Soul knows that that one's not happening. Allows West Virginia to break out, and continually we go back and forth.
Gonna have that back and forth, almost a minute off the clock already, and nobody has established themselves as the, so to say, dominant victor, at least not yet. Nobody's put a point on the board. There hasn't been that level of aggression we saw back in Series number 1. Instead, this has been a bit of a slow burn. This feels very much like a Game 1. Somebody finds a goal a little bit, you know, looking more for the opportunity than going for the pot shot, and finding it. Antics puts BPC in the lead by 1 early on.
West Virginia needing to find the control there, and instead, into the hands of Bruton Parker, and an early goal from them gives them more of an advantage than they probably already had coming in with that momentum. Of course, undefeated in NACE, taking down West Virginia late in the season in a pretty crushing 3-0 victory. Bruton Parker still has not dropped a game in NACE yet. It could be today, of course, with a best of 7, just way more opportunity for a loss to happen. Nothing that's really going to affect the mental too much, you got to think, especially for a team like Bruton Parker. It is something to watch out for West Virginia, though. Undefeated up to this point for Bruton Parker, something you want to take out early if you can.
Somebody you want to take down quickly, and if you take down Bruton Parker, let's be honest, you're doing everybody else a favor, because this team's 7-0, undefeated. You get them out the door, puts everybody a little bit more at ease. But right now, Bruton Parker, they are not going to go down without a fight. I mean, they haven't gone down to anybody yet with or without a fight. They have been dominant, completely undefeated here in NACE Star League, and they are looking to keep that pattern running, Powder, as we move into the second half of game number 1. 3:10 still on the clock, so the second half not with us yet, but almost a tied-up scoreline, unfortunately. Angel misses that double tap.
That was one West Virginia needed. It wasn't exactly free, but it was something that you're going to see Angel hit most of the time. Unfortunately, not that time, though. Rots back across the field towards a teammate. Solo there to cut it off. He plays it into the corner, into open space as well. Pinches on. Triple commit from West Virginia. Soul can't keep it going. Maybe Antics can. He can, and it's towards the net and in. Perfectly calculated 50 gives Bruton Parker a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of West Virginia, you know, you're probably sounding a little bit like everybody's favorite cartoon dog, Rutrow. This is starting to look a little bit rough. A 2-0 lead going into the second half of the game. A little bit shaky, a little bit scary, but on the bright side, there's that double-edged sword I always talk about. We are just now entering the second half of the game. If they scored twice in a half, why can't you?
West Virginia struggling to break out, though. It's Antics to hold it in longer. Melodic there for the redirect down. Instead, it's a 2-on-1 the other way. Quick aggression from Bruton Parker. Shuts it down quickly. Past midfield. So not a lot of boost. Enough to get the flick and the double down from Melodic. And Bruton Parker running away with game one.
Yeah, and Powder, I hate to say it, but like you said, I think we're starting to get a bit of a runaway train here on game number one. 2:18 still on the clock, so West Virginia, they're down, but they're certainly not out, at least not yet. They can find 3 in 2 minutes. It's been done before. I'm sure it'll be done again, but it's not often done against a team like Bruton Parker. That's where things get just that little bit harder, and that little bit might go a really long way against West Virginia.
Really could. West Virginia needs to find any way to get their own offense going. It has been a struggle. Bruton Parker breaking out again. Push forward from Melodic. He actually whiffs on that one. Soul able to clean it up. Antics keeps it away to keep the offense on. Now down in front for West Virginia. Still a struggle. Not able to find a real possession yet. They're getting clears and they're getting occasional shots, but nothing that can really be considered dangerous. Here's Rotz again, just playing to the corner. Basically gives it into the hands of Bruton Parker. And it's now Melodic out towards the side and out into the middle to get the full clear.
Full clear coming out, 90 seconds left on the clock. We're looking at 1 goal per 30 seconds right now, and that's just for West Virginia to stabilize, to tie things up 3-3. Melodic goes for an opportunity to strike in from that center field, but falls a little bit too short. It's going to be a demolition derby out of the side. West Virginia with the ball control, stolen away by Antics directly on that center field line. It goes high, nobody's there to catch it. West Virginia hurtling down toward the goal of Bruton Parker, but Soul takes it back, goes high, might be able to find a goal, but it is blocked out by West Virginia once again.
Something I'm seeing from Bruton Parker is the first touches from them. It's perfectly placed to, at the very worst, get a challenge against West Virginia to keep control. They're not just giving away the ball. You can see Antics here just dumps it towards the side rather than dumping it forward. It allows the offense to continue. It's something that West Virginia hasn't quite gotten themselves going yet, and now some aggression from Antics bullying the backline defender results in a 4-0 lead now for Bruton Parker.
4-0 lead, 45 seconds. Basically 11 seconds per goal right now for West Virginia to tie things up. That is not the kind of statistic you want to be looking at in game number one. And I talked about this just recently when we were watching James Madison. This is a team that won to get here, right? West Virginia was the team that fought tooth and nail to make it this far. And if they lose game number one, that's really going to hurt the mental and the momentum going into games 2 through 7.
Another stop there, but you're right. It's interesting because it was an easier match against Kennesaw. Of course, we knew that coming in. Flitz was the sub in the regular season the first time they played. That one was a bit tougher, almost getting reverse swept. But in the play-ins, a bit easier with their normal nice roster for Kennesaw. Now it's tough competition. It's a 5-0 lead for Bruton Parker late. This one easily into the hands of Bruton Parker, and West Virginia going to need a lot of cleaning up to do between games 1 and 2.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's pretty impossible to get 1 goal per 3 seconds in a game like Rocket League. So like you said, Bruton Parker, they've got game number one, and I think the most one-sided game we've seen so far. We saw some pretty high-scoring affairs, but none of them going as one-sided as a 5-0 victory. 10 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to say it again here in these remaining 10 seconds. I always say it at the end of game one. In a best of 7, game 1, winning or losing isn't really the important thing. Sure, it's nice to win, but if you can win in a 4-1 fashion after losing the first game, then who cares about that first game to begin with, right? It's about taking what you've learned in game number 1 and executing it down the line, making sure you know how they found those goals. What was their offense like? What was their defense like? Where were the cracks in that armor? Because every team has cracks in that armor. You just have to identify your opponents to possibly win out a game of your own.
I think you're 100% correct. Now, if Bruton Parker does the same thing again in game 2, I think this one might end up in a 4-0 sweep. West Virginia did not look great there. It didn't look like the same West Virginia team we've been seeing. Bruton Parker was picking them apart wherever it was needed. Offense with this reset here. Defense just shutting down the opportunities at the start. West Virginia could not find anything going for them. And if Bruton Parker can continue that domination in game 2, I think the series is going to get out of hand quickly.
Without a doubt, if they come in and they dominate game 2 in another 5-0, 6-0 fashion, then this very likely could be that 4-0 we expected coming into this, right? And I think, unfortunately, for the side of West Virginia, not how you want to go out, but almost, you know, West Virginia may be the James Madison of this scenario. Unfortunately, you're going up against one of the best teams because that's all we've got left. You have to go up against one of the best teams right now. You have to establish that dominance. Everybody wants that spot in the playoffs, and nobody's going to pull any punches today.
No, not at all. Bruton Parker certainly not either. 5 goals in game 1, none for West Virginia. We'll have to see how quickly they can get their own offense going because a lot of their struggles right now are they just don't have any momentum on the offensive side. A lot of that is coming from Bruton Parker's defense, but some of it is just an inability of West Virginia to really set an offense up. We're not seeing a lot of passing plays. We're not seeing anything that results in sustained pressure, and because of it, Bruton Parker just breaks out the other way and piles on the goals.
Piling on the goals is what Bruton Parker wants to do. They want to come in with that hyper-aggressive play style. They want to smother you so quickly that you can't even blink before you're already down and out. They want to put as many points on the board to eliminate your mental, to eliminate your hopes of turning a game around, and that's the exact play style they brought out in game number 1. Will we get that continued dominance as we jump into game number 2? 30 seconds already off the clock. The aggression not quite the same on the side of Bruton Parker. Okay, now, to be fair, it did take them about a minute to score last time, so perhaps we're just getting a repeat of that, but either way, as long as we're at that 0-0, West Virginia has signs of life to be able to take the lead.
Melodic, again, that third man rotation from Bruton Parker to keep the offense on has just been lethal. Excellent demolition from West Virginia, though, shutting down what would have been very likely the first goal of game 2. Now West Virginia quickly onto the offensive side. Can they keep it going? It's a good challenge from Bruton Parker. It falls into the hands of Antics. A flick over one, another aggressor there, looking for the back wall. Soul on the read, into the corner. Falls dropping this one down. Melodic to clean it up. Take it around the corner one more time. Space given in front will at least push it closer to midfield. West Virginia, though, doing a better job than in game 1 of keeping this offense on.
A better job indeed here, Powder. This offense has been a little bit more aggressive. Now, unfortunately, they're not reaping the rewards of a strong offense quite yet because Bruton Parker is answering everything they bring to the table with a strong defense or offense of their own. I don't want to call it a mirror matchup, right? Because these are obviously two different teams, but it feels like, when somebody pulls out the strong offense, we just get the strong defense, and then vice versa as well. Nobody's finding a goal for free here in game number 2, which is a notably different story than we got back in game number 1. Bruton Parker with what was a 5-0 victory, I believe. Not quite as dominant here in game number 2. 2 minutes off the clock and not a single point on the board for anybody.
No, we've seen short spurts of offense for both teams. Nothing too dangerous for either team, and especially for Bruton Parker after what we saw in game 1. Maybe something to be found here. Soul beating out one in a one-on-one against Falls. Falls is the one that wins out into the corner, right into the hands of Antics again, though. A miss from Angel, maybe allowing Bruton Parker the other way, but a great challenge to keep it in. Will now result in short offense for West Virginia, but that time Rots just kind of giving it into the hands of Bruton Parker again. Yep. And a clear out from Falls will do a better job of getting at least a longer clear out and a keep in from Rots. Soul actually own goals that. I believe it was wide, but an awkward play defensively resulted in West Virginia's first goal and first lead.
West Virginia's first goal, first lead off the back of, like you said, Powder, what was unfortunately kind of an own goal. I'm not sure that would have gone in had that collision not happened, but hindsight is 20/20 after all, and West Virginia, as a wise man once said, we absolutely take those. They're not worried about how they got the lead, they're just glad they have it. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it moving forward. Can they win this out by just a single point?
Something that they might have to do if they continue to suffocate Bruton Parker. Double commit from West Virginia. No one from Bruton Parker, though, able to catch up and take advantage. Antics across to the other side, dishes it out to Soul. He's got plenty of boost, but he's beaten out by Angel, who's now into the corner with space. Melodic closing out the gap, able to get the clear out. Soul chasing down Falls, still gets the challenge, but right into Antics again. Falls across the field over towards Angel, and West Virginia's ability to start to build up this offense is looking a lot better. They're shutting down Bruton Parker's chances when they can. And Bruton Parker's first touches aren't looking as good, starting to give away possession more as Angel now down low behind Melodic and in, and it's a 2-0 lead for West Virginia.
Wow. Good morning, West Virginia. My goodness. I mean, the first goal felt, I'll be honest, a little bit lucky. This second one, nothing but calculated. Calm, cool, and collected right over the defender. Take it just low enough, bounce it up and over with 90 seconds left. Bruton Parker, they're down, but they're not out. This is a team that has not lost a single series yet. I highly doubt they're trying to start here today with 90 seconds, 1 goal per 45, just to tie things up. It's in the books. It's on the table, but if West Virginia can keep up this dominance, they might be able to sneak out at least a 1-game win over Bruton Parker.
Certainly looking like it now. A high placement from Melodic. Angel with the read. Great job of being on the back wall to cut that one off, and we're stuck in a Rule 1 on the other side. We'll play a bit of 2v2 for a moment. Soul into the other corner, but he gives it away to Rots. Rots looking for the double, fakes it down. Beaten out now, and the the Rule 1 broken up now, as West Virginia will continue to push on offense. Midfield pass cut off by Soul, and it's Antics looking to go the other way for Bruton Parker.
Not to pull away from the intensity of this game, but Rule 1's the goofiest thing in the whole world, and they make me laugh every time. I love them. I love when the players commit to them. I think it's hysterical, honestly. 45 seconds left on the clock. We're looking at
we're going
possibly
into it
another.
again.
They heard me. They just want to show off at this point. They've got that Rule 1 locked and loaded, and it looks like they're going to try to bring it out once again. So we're down to a 2v2 scenario for the time being, but it looks like it was disrupted as Falls was by themselves in the back line there. There's Soul, who was in that Rule 1, trying to be the hero the team needs. 1 goal per 15 seconds is the opportunity Bruton Parker has to try and win this out, but if West Virginia can stabilize this early, if they can tie the series up 1-1 and force at the very least a Game 5, that is a massive sign of life going into the rest of this.
Oh, and not the touch he wants. Soul barely able to catch up to it, and either way results in the loss from Bruton Parker as offense continues to pile on for West Virginia. An excellent turnaround from them. Honestly, perfect as well. Now shutting out Bruton Parker, unless this one finds its way home, which it won't. We went from a 5-0 Bruton Parker win to a very likely 2-0 West Virginia win. The defense looking a lot better from West Virginia, shutting down Bruton Parker's opportunities and finally able to break through Bruton Parker's own defense and looking a lot better now heading into Game 3.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what we talked about between Games 1 and 2. We said we need a big shakeup, we need a big change-up, we need someone to change something. And it looks like West Virginia heard us. They gave us the change that we wanted to see back in series number 1. They dominate early. They come through super strong, and they win that in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, that is a shutout against Bruton Parker, but it's only game number 2. We have at least 3 more to go. That's assuming somebody wins 3 in a row. With the way game number 2 just went, that honestly feels pretty unlikely. You know, Powder, you said we wanted to see a close series. We weren't sure if we were going to get it. And it looks like we very well may. Maybe the 3rd or 4th time. I don't know how many times they've gone up against each other, but maybe this time, maybe this is the one West Virginia needs to walk away with a win.
It certainly could. That's Bruton Parker's first loss of NACE, so we'll have to see how they respond to that. Like we said, when you get down to this point this late in the season, a loss and your first loss of the season, it's not going to wear on you too much, but it's something we haven't seen Bruton Parker have to play from up to this point, especially not even just a 1-1 tied back up. We're in a best of 5 the rest of the way out. We'll have to see how Bruton Parker responds now. We saw West Virginia respond excellently, and like I said again, perfectly, shutting them out, getting their own goals in to finally find a way through, and now we've got a whole new series ahead of us.
And you know, you've got to wonder, Powder, because I talk about this every time we see a team lose for the first time. Is this going to light a fire underneath them that we have truly never seen before? That is their first loss here in NACE, and I assume they wanted to go lossless, right? They wanted to go as far as they possibly could without losing anything. Now that that has been shaken up, now that that dream has been taken away by West Virginia, are they going to bring out that Game 1 dominance again? Or is West Virginia going to continue to slip into the cracks?
At this point, I'm not sure what's going to happen because Bruton Parker did not look the same in that game, too. They weren't necessarily doing anything wrong. I know I say that a lot, but it really was just a response from West Virginia.
Right.
Now we just need Bruton Parker's response on how to bring this one back and get their own domination like it was in Game 1. Early on, we're going back and forth. Neither team able to really secure anything just yet. However, it's West Virginia now with an opportunity, but quickly shut down by Bruton Parker.
Quickly shut down by Bruton Parker as Bruton Parker wants to put that first point on the board. Right now, we are following the trend of first team to score is the team to win that game. Now, to be fair, both of them were shut out, so that's not exactly a fair statistic, but it's the one we've been handed, and West Virginia goes for a goal of their own in off the right side, but it's going to be shaken up by Bruton Parker. The follow-through just can't find purchase either, and it's cleared out down toward the goal of West Virginia. A great catch by Falls, taking it up high, trying to sneak it into goal. Melodic gets in the way. It looks like we are going to see another attempt. Antics steals it away. Angel smacks it down directly into the hands of Bruton Parker. It's hurtling toward the goal of West Virginia, and it's, oh, the double whip,
good.
But the tertiary plan does come through, and Bruton Parker puts point number 1 on the board.
And I only say good there because this was free from Soul, but he places it wide. Yeah. So if you're Bruton Parker, you would be kicking yourself if you're not able to clean that one up. Good job on Melodic, though, to be that third man, pushing up the aggressive play, because if you miss that one, it's very likely going back the other way into the net. So a good job of him to find the perfect placement, and right back the other way from West Virginia, nearly getting the early goal off the kickoff. Not quite yet. An aggression now from Bruton Parker as they're back the other way for some more offense.
Back the other way for some more offense on the board, and it is not even going to need to last very long there, Powder, as second point already in. We are 84 seconds into the matchup, and Bruton Parker finds themselves up 2-0. Is this just the story of the shutouts? I mean, is it going to be a back-and-forth chaos matchup, or can somebody kind of finally break the curse somewhere down the line?
I mean, we've got plenty of time left in this Game 3. I'd like to think that West Virginia will finally break that shutout streak we have so far. But who knows? Bruton Parker looks like they're starting to wake up a little bit and return to their Game 1 form. We'll have to see how West Virginia responds, though. 2 quick goals in succession for Bruton Parker. And it's Sol now out towards the midfield. Angel up, keeping it close and keeping the control antics. Not the touch he wants, but Rots cannot find the angle, and instead it's pinched out for Bruton Parker.
2 minutes off the clock. Bruton Parker looking for that third point on the board, because that's where they can start to feel a little bit more comfortable. A great setup for a double tap of the defense from West Virginia. Right place, right time, gets in the way. Some great calculation there, hurtling down toward the goal of Bruton Parker. Is anyone going to be there to catch it? Bounces off to the left. That was actually a touch from Bruton Parker that sent it this close to goal. West Virginia just trying to capitalize off that mistake.
Now, unfortunately, not able to, though. Pinched out towards the side, open space for Melodic, steals the boost, gets the pass into the midfield. Second man a little bit too far away. Now he's up and it's Antics, pushing it forward again, looking for Melodic. He plays it high, will play it to himself, looking for Sol in the midfield, too far out though, giving Foles plenty of space, and with plenty of boost in the tank, he can be dangerous. The air dribble cut off by the defender. Angel will keep it going, nothing left in his tank, as Melodic out towards the side, and Bruton Parker looking to get back to offense.
The air dribble stolen away there. I thought it was a shoo-in, but it is going to be a goal knocked away by from West Virginia, excuse me. They're not able to line it up quite like they wanted to. And moving forward into the future here, Powder, this could be that massive opportunity this team needed to succeed. If West Virginia can just put something down. There's 2 minutes left in the clock, 120 seconds. They need 1 goal per 60 just to tie things up. Can they find that opener? Can they find that equalizer? Right now, Bruton Parker just making that so stinking difficult.
They are continuing to hold the offense. Really, they have returned to how they played in Game 1, suffocating out West Virginia, except for a few awkward opportunities, like this one right here, Sol getting there first. And West Virginia, they have these quick looks at the net, but they haven't found it yet. In a game like this, in those quick sets, you need to find a goal in any way that you can. It's clear that Bruton Parker is not going to give you much space, and you take advantage of that right there. Rots off the crossbar, where the shutout streak is broken.
The shutout streak has been broken indeed here, Powder. And I'm going to say, I think that is the first goal we've seen from Rots today. I'm not super confident on that, so let's not dwell on it. But I am confident that West Virginia has broken that shutout curse. They've got 83 seconds to capitalize, tie things up to Bruton Parker, and maybe force our second overtime of the day. I think that's absolutely in the cards. Unbelievably possible if they can play their cards right, if they can get aggressive and continue kind of sneak wins out from underneath the defense of Bruton Parker. Ball control in favor of BPC. They knock it up high. Rods takes it in off the corner, looking for a nasty pinch, but not able to line it up yet. Hurtling toward the goal of Bruton Parker, forcing the offense out from West Virginia. There's the lineup. There's the hit. Falls might have it. Secondary defense from Melodic will be there to shut it down quick. Gonna go up and off the corner once again. West Virginia, they're trying, but Bruton Parker just feels one step ahead.
And that was an awkward defensive stand for Bruton Parker, constantly needing to rotate into the middle to make the stops. They do get it done, but as time starts to tick down, you know that West Virginia offense is going to pick up. Unfortunately, Antics is a bit too speedy, plays it into the midfield, pass to Sol, but cut off by the West Virginia defense again. Now an opportunity, plays it up to Rots, who turns off, allows Angel to keep it going. He plays it across the field. Not a lot left in the tank, can at least pick up a pad. Instead, Melodic back the other way, and Rots able to catch up, but with 20 seconds left, they need to get onto offense. And there's the dump in, now they just need to keep it going.
They've shown up, and now they need to show off. They've put 1 point down on the board. They need to find that secondary point. That little bit is going to go a long way. It's going to force an overtime. It's going to give you another life of breath, but with 6 seconds left, it's a bit of a now or never scenario. There's the clear down toward the goal of Bruton Parker, but a phenomenal bump from Antics has all but sealed the deal. It goes up high. If they can go for the coast-to-coast, it'll be huge, but Sol plays it slow, plays it simple, and plays it perfect to guarantee that second game victory there for Bruton Parker. Now they are 2 games away from being our second team, at least on stream, to qualify for playoffs.
Things looked a lot better for them in Game 3 than it did in Game 2. Now both teams finally able to score in the same game. West Virginia still just not able to find a lot off of Bruton Parker. The first touches from Bruton Parker are still working out perfectly, playing it away from West Virginia, or at the very least, they're getting a successful challenge to break out the other way. West Virginia late was finally able to break through on a quick spurt of offense, but it's something they need to find more consistently, because if this is how Bruton Parker plays for the rest of the series, they're going to need these quick spurts to succeed if they want to walk away with a victory.
And walking away with the victory is the name of the game right now. It's really all you've got on the table. It's a now or never scenario. Now, luckily enough, it's not completely back to the wall. It's not the 11th hour or the swan song to be sung yet. Bruton Parker still has to win 2 more, not just 1. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 7. So West Virginia, they can give up 1 more before their backs are really against the wall, so to speak. But nobody wants to be in that position. Nobody wants to have to reverse sweep to win a series. It needs to be that close quarters. They need to tie things up. They did it once. Let's see what we look like at a 2-2 scoreline and then go from there. But if Bruton Parker wins this one, that's where I'm genuinely going to start to get a little bit scared for our friends over at WVU.
West Virginia, it's all about the response again. They were able to do it in Game 2 off of a 5-0 shutout loss. Now, off of a 1-2 here in Game 3, the series advantage back into the hands of Bruton Parker. Need to see how they can pick it back up on offense and maybe shut down Bruton Parker's offense as well. A quick, I should say an early offensive set from West Virginia hasn't worked out yet, but they are holding it in. Rotz back to the midfield. Soul up early, able to squeeze past one defender or one offensive player. Now it's Antics on the full clear. Not quite yet, actually. It falls across the field to Rotz, taking the hook shot, top right, just a bit wide. And Soul is there to play it into safety. And it's a clear out for Bruton Parker.
Clear out for Bruton Parker. Soul takes it up high. Might be able to sneak in something. There's a double tap opportunity, but can Soul...
Oh,
come on, that's a triple tap! The quadruple tap! Somebody! Oh, no. Goes a little bit too far off to the side, and Bruton Parker just can't line up that free goal. A minute off the clock, but not the end of the world. They're still tied up 0-0. The goal wasn't a make or break, but taking that lead is always comforting.
Certainly would be. They're still looking for it. Melodic down. Instead, it's straight out into the midfield. Antics back wall. Can't follow it up. Can't hunt anybody down either. Melodic caught straight down from the ball. A tough one to read, but he can get it done. Now cleared out from Melodic again. Rotz on the kill to midfield. Falls taken off the field, giving Bruton Parker space, but Antics almost gives it away, and he does. The challenge actually successful for Bruton Parker. And right now, neither team really able to find that secured offense and not able to get anything too dangerous, but now a one-on-one. Antics wins it out. The follow-up is needed, and neither team able to get it. It's still in the hands of West Virginia. Cleared out to midfield and Angel.
Cleared out midfield here. Angel in the midfield trying to find an opportunity to put something on the board for West Virginia. Bruton Parker, they got a little bit sloppy, a little bit nervous. They missed a couple of goals at the beginning. Scoreline still at 0-0, which means West Virginia is constantly 1 goal away from being able to take the lead. And obviously, that's where they want to be. Everybody wants to win this. That's why we're here at the end of the day. So one of these teams can find a victory like this. Rotz takes it up high, spikes it into the ground. 2 minutes off the clock, and Bruton Parker, still looking to reestablish any dominance.
Yeah, neither team really able to find that dominance either. Bruton Parker, it's especially surprising with how they've played the first few games. It wasn't there a lot in game 2, but in games 1 and 3, it was evident by the fact that they were walking away with pretty comfortable victories. But approaching halftime now, nothing really for either side, as West Virginia will hold it in a little bit longer, only giving away to Melodic. One taken off the back line, a play up. Antics on the rotation back, one able to keep it going. Rotz on the miss, allows Soul to get a pass off the back wall. Falls on the rotation, and it's Melodic straight up. Soul back in the mid, faking the first touch, and now he gets it. Plays it behind the defender, and Bruton Parker with first blood in Game 4.
Perhaps late enough. I mean, this is a pretty massive opportunity. This is that time to strike. This is the sneak-in moment. I'm thinking 2:12 on the clock. West Virginia has been kind of a make-or-break team in terms of scoring and then winning, but Bruton Parker, they could sneak out a 1 victory here.
They really could. It's something that obviously we haven't seen up to this point today, and especially not in this series with the shutouts and then the 2-1. At this point in Game 4, though, it might be a possibility with neither team able to find extreme control. And that one was just off a quick counterattack from Bruton Parker. So I'm interested to see in how the rest of this plays out. West Virginia, a slight mistake there will actually allow Bruton Parker some more offense. They'll look to build it up. A fake on one, dishes it around the other. Soul taking everybody off the field as he makes it a 2-0 for Bruton Parker.
A 2-0 for Bruton Parker in their favor in a pretty critical moment. They could win out this game, put themselves on series point like we talked about earlier, and I think we're in that scenario where that's just the name of the game. Let's hit that series point. Let's win that series point. Let's see what we can do with it at the end of the line. Bruton Parker, 100 seconds left on the clock. 1 goal per 50 seconds for West Virginia University, and it's doable, but unfortunately, momentum has been so heavily against them. I just don't know if they're going to get ball control long enough to stabilize a 2-point equalizer.
At this point, I don't expect it to happen either. Bruton Parker, the control building up more and more as this game goes along. And honestly, the series as well. Other than Game 2, they've looked comfortable with the way that they've been playing. West Virginia might have an opportunity here. Drop down again. Melodic barely catching up to it and can only play it into the hands of Angel. Now he'll follow it up and set it into the hands of Soul. This is something that West Virginia has struggled with, is their own first touches. They go into the hands of Bruton Parker, and it goes back onto their defensive half. Something they need to find a way to shut down. This time it almost works out. It's just a desperation save that Bruton Parker gets. Now back on to Bruton Parker's half. They'll look for more offense, but with time now to waste, with only 40 seconds now, and West Virginia needing 2.
Time is of the essence. 1 goal per 20 seconds for West Virginia to tie things up here in Falls. Gets a bit of an open opportunity, clears it down towards their own goal. Not exactly what you want to be seeing. 30 seconds left, 15 per goal. And is that a slow roll in? No, it is just barely going to be knocked out and away. West Virginia may lose this, but they want to lose it as close as possible. A 2-point differential, a little bit better than a 3-point differential after all, and I think that's exactly what they're aiming for in this scenario. 15 seconds remaining. I just don't think West Virginia is going to be able to clutch this one out. Bruton Parker putting themselves on series points, trying to be our second on-stream team to qualify for those playoffs.
Right now, I do think it's going to be Bruton Parker with the way that they're playing. Unless West Virginia
Agreed.
has a lot to answer for in Game 5, I think Bruton Parker is taking this in Game 5. Because West Virginia, just the struggles seem to continue on their offensive half. The first touches go right into Bruton Parker, goes back the other way, and even if it doesn't necessarily end in a goal, I mean, we haven't seen a higher scoring affair in this series since Game 1. It's just resulting in more pressure for Bruton Parker on offense, and it's resulting in nothing on the offensive side for West Virginia.
The pressure is on through and through right now, and somebody's going to need to give us a miracle performance to try and equalize this. The question is, will it be West Virginia? Will it be Bruton Parker? If they give us a repeat of Game 1, like you said, we're over and out. The nail's already in the coffin. But if West Virginia can come back and clutch out another Game 2, if they can make this a 3-2 affair, the cards are there. You know what I mean? Like, they could possibly clutch this back. Unfortunately, Bruton Parker, that game, arguably their cleanest so far. I mean, just a very strong dominance. Not as high scoring, but with West Virginia playing at a higher caliber and Bruton Parker still able to shut them out, that's pretty darn impressive. And you've got to wonder, moving into this next matchup, do we get a repeat? Do we get the salty run back? Or can West Virginia rewrite history right here?
I'm going to predict that Bruton Parker's got it in this next game. If West Virginia can have a response similar to Game 2, obviously they might have the win. You know, they won pretty handily in Game 2. However, I haven't seen that happen again. Bruton Parker has picked the pace back up. They've shut down almost every opportunity that West Virginia has had, and it's just really allowed them to feel comfortable in the way that they're playing, get back to offense, and refuse anything on the side of West Virginia.
Refusal seems to be the name of the game, and West Virginia, they have not been able to figure it out quite yet. Now, don't forget, folks, this game number 5 brought to you by Extra Life. Change kids' health to change the future. Join our Super Team page today. Please go check that out. I genuinely really like Extra Life, so please, if you've got the time, go check out what they do. It is a huge opportunity to help people out that really need the help, so please go check that out. 15 seconds off the clock now. Bruton Parker has a pretty early dominance there. They go for the demolition on the strike, and unfortunately don't find the follow-up they needed. Angel takes the ball high, going for a bit of a coast-to-coast play, sinking something early for West Virginia. Could be pace-setting, could be game-breaking, but unfortunately, it is cleared right back out by Bruton Parker.
Melodic keeping the control, and he finds his way in. What a play from him. He takes this off the wall, already wide, but he uses that first flick, and this is what I'll go back to again. The first touches from Bruton Parker are too much for West Virginia to handle. There was almost no chance that Melodic should have been able to get this one towards the net, but again, the first touch off the flick gets control and changes the direction towards the net, and again, just resulting in more and more pressure on the side of Bruton Parker.
The pressure is on indeed here. Bruton Parker, they put 1 point on the board. They could possibly walk away with a 1-point win to be victorious and be that second team to qualify on stream for playoffs. It would be a pretty crucial moment, one huge for the team as they are currently undefeated. And by golly, I know they'd like to keep it that way, so they don't want to run any risk. They don't want to give us any surprises. They want to play the game they know and love, and right now they're doing a great job at it. A minute off the clock, 1 point on the board. Bruton Parker, 3 minutes and 50 seconds from walking away with a 4-1 victory, our second of the day.
West Virginia needs to turn things around immediately. Double commits on the defensive end aren't going to help things. Look like they still do break out. Angel, though, nothing in the tank. A flick over one on and in. No one there to clean it up. And instead, Angel able to tie the game.
Angel ties things up. 90 seconds, so actually 83 seconds off the clock. And Bruton Parker, they lose that lead. I always talk about the dangers of a 1-point lead, let alone a 2-point lead. You know, you feel safe and secure. All of a sudden, you're tied up. You're staring a loss in the face, and you've got to change your entire strategy. I'm starting to think maybe we're seeing that pattern a little bit from the side of Bruton Parker. They found a 1-point advantage. They felt maybe a little bit comfortable, but you can never feel too comfortable in a game like Rocket League. 90 seconds off the clock. Bruton Parker looking for that opportunity to strike. I'd love to see some action come through on them.
Need to see a response from West Virginia, though. And a shot wide, again, not helping things. The opportunity is there for them, but not able to fully get it. Rots into the corner now. Right into the hands of Antics, right over to Soul, not able to get it. Falls, dribbling it down, up over one. Antics caught as last man, falls a bit wide. Shot would have been on, but shut down all the way back. Is anybody catching up to it? It will be wide. Melodic slows it down just enough to be able to get the shot. Just shut down by Angel. West Virginia trying to break out, not able to do so yet. Now they'll look towards the offensive half.
Looking for the offensive half. We've got 2:40 on the clock. We're getting ready to jump into the second half of this matchup, and it is a close one. So crazy to look back to game number 1. That was a 5 or 6-0, and now we're staring game number 5 in the face, and it's only a 1-1 scoreline. Nobody has that advantageous position. I could see an opportunity to strike. I could see an opportunity for either team to get kind of that coast-to-coast lineup, but it's incredible how each time someone takes it high in the sky, it's immediately answered out by an opponent. I feel like many times we see a team kind of establish a dominance in the aerial gameplay or the ground gameplay, and their opponent often can't respond. But right here, these two are so neck and neck. I mean, running it down on the ground, running it down in the air. Nobody's getting these goals for free.
Not at all. Bruton Parker. Oh, what a touch from Soul. Off and on and in. Again, these first touches from Bruton Parker, too much for West Virginia to handle. And this one, I mean, how can you even blame them? What a read from them. You see Angel rotating back, just not able to get there in time. Too powerful. Bruton Parker back into a lead again.
Bruton Parker in the lead, and with only 2 minutes left on the clock, 120 seconds for the pace of play to be changed by West Virginia. They did it once. Can they do it again? Can they sneak out another point, tie things up, possibly going into the final minutes of this matchup? Bruton Parker, they are a minute 50 away from winning a 4-1 series. West Virginia, they are a minute 50 away from losing in a devastating turnaround. They fought tooth and nail to get here. I believe they won 4-0 on Monday, maybe. So this is quite the shakeup for them, quite the unexpected turnaround.
It certainly was. They dominated against Kennesaw State. Now with 90 seconds left, all they have to get one more goal to, I mean, that's even just to tie it up. They need to then get the lead, and they need to win 3 straight if they want to continue into the playoffs. If not, they might need to look towards the last chance qualifier to get into it. They do have the offense, pass off the back wall, Soul cutting off the passing lane instantly. Angel touch back into the midfield. Ooh, barely played away by Melodic. Down into the middle, and no one home for West Virginia, and instead Antics building up the lead to 3-1.
Nobody home. Nobody even in the same zip code here, Powder. Holy cow. I mean, that is just devastating. 2 players rushing back from West Virginia, trying to get there in time, but they just cannot make it in a crucial moment. That goal very well may be the securing goal for Bruton Parker to walk away victorious here in this series, 4-1. 60 seconds left on the clock. 1 goal per 30 seconds for West Virginia to tie. I mean, it's doable, but by golly, is it unlikely. They need to change something up. They need to get a little more hyperactive, and I just don't know if we're going to be seeing that pace of play from them in these final moments.
I honestly don't. Another play here from Bruton Parker to, if anything, waste time and build up pressure again. A 2-on-1. Angel hunting down Soul, and the 50 comes out from Falls to bring it back within 1. They give them 41 seconds to get the game tire.
Back within 1, within 40 seconds. Now, Powder, imagine nobody scores within these next 40 seconds, and it all goes back to that open goal from West Virginia. Ooh, we've really got to keep an eye on this. Can they equalize? Can they find an additional goal? You know, can they put us into a tie scenario? Only time will tell. It's going to be 41 seconds left on the clock. The kickoff immediately in favor of BPC, but in kind of a 2-1 scenario, so Bruton Parker has to tie things up, try to get in after the goal, and Soul is there to find it into center field. It's a knockout into a demolition. I love the pace of play we're seeing from Bruton Parker. They know they can find a goal. It can be great, but unfortunately, I just don't know if we're going to be seeing that momentum they want to bring to the table here. They've got to play it low and slow. They've got to play it hyper-aggressive. With only 20 seconds left, West Virginia's got to change something.
The pinch just a bit wide. West Virginia, maybe an opportunity to be found in the final 10 seconds. Rots Oh, he can't play it away from Melodic, though. Instead, it's Soul up, looking for the double. This one might just seal it. It's wide. Either way, they need to get back coast to coast. Now 1 up for West Virginia. Good pinch to keep it up, but no one to follow. Instead, it's just off the crossbar. Still skimming along the rim, and now it drops down, and Bruton Parker continues their domination against West Virginia. A 4-1 victory sends them into the playoffs.
A 4-1 victory, our second team on stream here to be sent into those playoffs, and what a performance they brought to the table. Powder, you hit the nail on the head. I think you mentioned, 4-0 possible, 4-1 a little more likely, and there it is. The 4-1 was on the table. Bruton Parker walks away victorious. Now, folks, we unfortunately don't have an interview, but what we do have is a cool book bag giveaway. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in a minute here, but Powder, you hate to see it, but as the bracket works, that's just somebody's got to lose, right?
Unfortunately, and this is a tough one to see because West Virginia and Bruton Parker are two of the best teams in collegiate. We've described West Virginia as that before, consistently making high placings in other leagues, but unfortunately, just did not line up their way here in NACE. They'll be having to look towards the last chance qualifier. Of course, you guys can look towards the Army ROTC backpack giveaway. They want to give you an opportunity to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Be sure to check out the NACE Star League Twitter to enter that, because again, Lens, I'm looking at that. That's a high quality backpack that someone is going to walk away with.
I also don't want to spread misinformation, but that looks like it's like water resistant, and I'm a sucker for anything water like proof or resistant. It looks like it's got that material to be kind of hydrophobic, and that's just a neat thing that can be on a book bag. I don't know if that's true, but that's just what it looks like to me. Anyway, we're going to throw it to a break. We've got our third and final series coming at you in just a couple of minutes, but after us, we've got 2 great replacements that are going to give you 2 more, so we're almost done, but y'all aren't. A whole bunch of Rocket League left here today. See you right back here at NACE Star League in just a couple of minutes.
stay alive in this series, to keep their regular season hopes for that #1 spot in the conference alive and running. But now the streaks fall. Relay's going to take down Toxic briefly through mid-U. He finds the second one. MP40 in hand. He rips the head off of Shen.
They need this Graviton Surge. They need this protection against what Glen College is bringing to bear. Be Cool is his blade is great to have, but how'd you get through?
Yeah, we're gonna see the blade come out immediately. Vader finds 4 immediately.
Hopefully, we're alive here on a... But they are not alone. Maybe solo. That doesn't mean they aren't enough to defend this spot. Help is coming. The walls are closing. Ali! Ali with 3!
Tries to go up. Oh, this is going to be so this will land into the grab. I don't think this will kill it. It won't. No. But it's Augment. How are they going to get back onto stage here? It's hit by both arrows. That could be enough. They land a portal. No, goes away instead with the bomb. Giving Augment away back on stage. Could that be it? That's enough. The Buster Wolf kills.
Mizzou does not hesitate. Knocking it home, gets the game tied up. Good clear, though, from Kansas State off the kickoff. Maybe something to be found. Yeti on the fake. Crims does not play. Back the other way again. And Mizzou, a 3-on-1 up the field. Dishes it around 1. Disrespecting Kansas State to gain the lead.
No kill.
Deep dive coming out from Ethos. Tower's going to go down. Ghost Toasties hopping in with the rocket jump. Glacial Fisher goes down. And so does Cheha. Big pickup coming out from Arrogant. The shutdown foul. Knocks in Guillotine. Taking heads. Arrogant will claim 1 more with the triple.
Oh my goodness.
Well, folks, you know what they say, you know, all good things must come to an end. And while we're nowhere near close to the end of Rocket League here today, you know, there's a lot coming at you soon, right? We got Rocket League today, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and CSGO tomorrow. There's a whole bunch to check out. It's going to be awesome. You got to make sure you check all this out. If you want to see what Nace has going on, both in Rocket League and other esports, be sure to follow both this channel and Nace Star League on Twitter. That would be great. Help you stay in the loop on what's going on in the esports world. And speaking of what's going on in the esports world, we've got what is our final series, but not the final series of the night. Rochester University 7-0 against Old Dominion 5-2. So, Powder, looking at this, you know, we got to play with what we're handed here.
Right, this is a match we've already gotten to see. Knight, Luca, and Skies coming out against Kira, a pig, and I believe the third is actually going for Old Dominion. I saw in the chat that they're playing with a different player instead for their third. So not quite the same matchup, but it is 5 out of the 6 players we've seen before. And this was a pretty crushing 3-0 victory for Rochester earlier on. I do still believe that it's going to be Rochester this time. We'll have to see how Old Dominion turns things around, because actually this is the 3rd seed coming in against the #1 seed. They upset TMU in conference play-ins.
You're absolutely right. And I made a mistake earlier. I said James Madison was the only 3rd seed being here. Incorrect. Old Dominion is also a 3rd seed. So they are looking to fight tooth and nail until the bitter end here. They want to win this one out. They want to make sure they action pack this series for us. But Rochester, unfortunately, 7-0, undefeated, and nobody is undefeated on accident. That's simply how this works. A school like Northeastern has even lost a single one. So to see a school undefeated really goes to show the caliber of play they're willing to bring to the table.
It really does. This was a team that pretty well dominated Old Dominion in their first matchup. And I don't mean just to be disrespectful or anything here, but this is a rare match where I expect a 4-0 to happen. The only way I don't see a 4-0 happening is if Rochester gets a little too comfortable later in the match with how much they're winning. Then I maybe see Old Dominion take 1 game off, but I don't see this going any further than 5 games at the worst.
Yeah, Rochester, they're going to try to win this one out quickly. They want to make sure they establish a dominance early, and I hate to say it, Powder, but I have to agree with you. I do think we're going to be seeing a 4-0 just in favor of Rochester. Old Dominion has to give us a little bit short of a miracle. This is just kind of against them in terms of raw caliber of play. I mean, Rochester undefeated. I don't even know if they've lost a game. I mean, they have just been so strong throughout this entire season. I know they haven't lost a series, and they're looking to keep things strong here. Old Dominion has an opportunity at goal. It falls a little bit off to the right side. Ball control in favor of Rochester, and it could be a time to strike. You were right, by the way. I do want to call that out. Gon is in on the field.
He is. Maybe something that Old Dominion can try to play around, a little bit of a different dynamic here. And early, they have been able to shut down Rochester's attempts on offense. It'll be Luca looking to get back into it. Bumped off by Kiro, though. This guy's up to follow down for Knight. He has open space. Cannot quite pinch it, however. Now Knight Backwards for Luca. Can't quite get it done. Going the other way. Luca towards the wall. Can he follow it up? And he cannot. Knight can't get there either. Shot put away by Skies. Rochester just playing it slow here. This is a team that they know that they can take this against Old Dominion.
Right.
And I'm seeing them not really take any risks, knowing that they don't have to try to get a win today.
Yeah, sometimes the risk doesn't have to equal the reward. You can play it low and slow, you can play it calculated the entire way through, and you can win by a single point. I mean, winning is winning regardless of how many points are on the board. Rochester, they don't want to take any risks. They are definitely not playing in the overzealous nature we know them for. They're doing everything very slow and methodical, and I think that's exactly the way they're going to guarantee a win against Old Dominion.
Now they are starting to build the offense up more. Luca for the back wall. It's down towards Skies. Cuts it low. Can't cut it around, though. Beaten out by Kuro. And it's Knight on a whiff. Skies is on rotating. Kuro not a lot of boost. Goes for the flick. The bump comes out right down in front. However, the double commit from Rochester muscles their way through, and it's more offense for them.
Yeah, they had to play it low and slow. Nowhere to go on that one, but it looks like it is going to work out pretty darn well for them down the line. Moving here in favor of Rochester for just a moment. Going, chasing it down. Rochester trying to pepper it in towards goal. The double commit from Old Dominion leaves it open for just a moment, but the follow-through is there. Powder, I think we're seeing something really interesting where Rochester, they're not willing to take any risks. Old Dominion, they're not willing to let a goal go through. They're playing a double defense, and it's a very intelligent play, but if they don't score, we're going to be here for a long, long time.
I was going to say the same. It's fun to see because these teams look even right now. However, I think that's because Rochester isn't playing as aggressive as we've seen them before. Once that aggression picks up, I know the goals are going to start to pick up. But with the way the Old Dominion's playing right now, it is actually matching pretty evenly against Rochester. But ultimately, they do break through. 2 minutes left, and Skies has one on the board.
2 minutes left. Skies one on the board and winning with 1 point. I mean, that's still a win, right? I've been saying that all day long. I've been preaching that story because it feels like a lot of teams kind of forget that a little bit. They get a little bit nervous. They want to overperform. They want to get out there and win by as many points as possible. A 1-point win is just as good as a 10-point win. I think Rochester's going to be going for that. We see a great toss-up by a pig here, trying to take it low and slow, but weirdly enough, a triple commit from Rochester still almost doesn't work out in their favor. Perhaps a little bit of overconfidence there, or perhaps a lack of communication, but that was definitely scary for a moment.
Was, however, still back to offense. Beats out one, a flick over another. The third man, a pig, able to get it out towards Kuro. Can't find the touch, however. Instead, it's Knight up towards Skies. Another whiff. And instead, Gone looking for the back wall, but he won't be able to follow it up. Instead, he's just giving away possession to Luca, who has an easy carry out, still with control. A pig for the stop, but less than 90 seconds left, and Old Dominion needs more offense.
I genuinely forget how hard this game is sometimes because these players, they make it look so easy. Some of the plays they're doing, you watch and you're like, oh, that doesn't seem hard. You try to get in there and it's the hardest thing you've ever done in your whole life. I mean, they really just make it look like a masterclass performance of how to play this game. And Old Dominion, they had an opportunity at goal there. A demolition comes through to stall them just a little bit short. That little bit might be just enough for Rochester to walk away with a win. 60 seconds left on the clock. Can there be a moment of capitalization from Old Dominion, or will game one end with only a single point on the board?
At this point, it's looking like it might end with just the one, unless Old Dominion can change something up quickly. Their offense not looked the best so far, and part of that is because of the Rochester defense. But we're also seeing times where Old Dominion just gives away possession. Let's see how they play this one. It's a pass in the midfield. Another pass, left side shot from Kuro, catching Rochester off guard, and we're tied up.
Kuro with that 1-1 scoreline, 40 seconds on the clock. Rochester, they've got to step it up a notch. We're expecting a 4-0. Old Dominion fighting unbelievably well, bringing out a rather unique play style that we haven't seen in a long time in form of the defensive focus, that double defense, and it's keeping it a low-scoring, just kind of affair. That's exactly what Old Dominion needs to win this. If you give Rochester the opportunity to strike, the opportunity to put 10 on the board, they're going to dominate you. But if Old Dominion can keep this strong defense out, they make it that much harder to score. However, you can't block everything, and Rochester knows that.
Good pass here up from Skies, and I think the defender just a little too over-eager. If he sits more back post, or even in the middle of the net, he might get the stop. But he tries to go for the immediate clear and gets punished for it. 30 seconds left for Old Dominion to take a goal, which took them nearly 5 minutes to do previously. So not a lot of time left, and Rochester looking for more. Kuro a clear out. Everybody committed for Rochester. Can't get the goal, though. A freebie given away, and now it's Luca back again for Rochester.
10 seconds remaining. Can ODU put something down on the board? Will Rochester walk away with a 1-point win here in game number 1? It certainly looks like it. We're going down to the single digits now. 3 left. Can Old Dominion clutch something out in a pivotal moment, but instead it goes the other way. Rochester was going to have a 3-1 victory there, but they fall a little too short. Hey, a win is still a win at the end of the day. And I think, Powder, I'm rather confident to say that was maybe our lowest scoring game of the day. I think we had a 2-0 earlier from West Virginia in game number 2 of their series, so it's close, but maybe not the lowest scoring. Either way, a lot lower and a lot less one-sided than I think we expected.
Oh, right. I fully expected Rochester to come out and put 5, maybe 6 goals on the board like they did in the first match against Old Dominion. Old Dominion did a better job today of shutting down the opportunities that Rochester had. But again, Rochester just seemed to be playing a little bit slower. Again, this is a team that is very confident. They know that they can win today, and to be honest, they know that they should win today. There's no reason to take any unnecessary risks, and I think that's just how they're playing, especially in that game 1. Maybe in game 2, they'll start to pick things up to make the lead a little more comfortable, but for right now, they're winning the way that they are. I don't think that they would really need to change anything up.
Yeah, without a doubt, Old Dominion, they're trying to not go on dangerous roads. They're trying not to go on treacherous journeys. They want to try and play it low and slow, stay in goal, and see what they can do with it. It's going to be not the best of luck in game number 1, but still, I think looking back to the last series we saw of these two schools, that's the closest game we've ever had between these two schools. So there absolutely is that possibility of success from the side of Old Dominion. They have the formula. It's in the right order. They block 1 goal there. They could have forced an overtime. It was all about that 10% differential in those final moments that just barely worked out against them.
See how Old Dominion can turn things around in game 2. They played well, matching Rochester for most of that game. Fortunately, a little bit late, Rochester started to pick things up, resulted in the goal. Maybe some early aggression from Old Dominion might bring them a goal. Instead, it's just a dump in from a pig, and that's something that Old Dominion did early on in game 1 as well, just giving away possessions with clears. This time, Kuro right into Luca again. It's something that Old Dominion needs to figure out how to play because these bangs downfield are just easy saves and easy clears for Rochester.
Yeah, they're going for a bit of a Hail Mary play, and it's just not working out super well. Rochester, they love to do quite literally the exact opposite. They love to bring the ball up close and personal, so close that you cannot get in the way in time. What a low bounce. No one there to catch it, and that's not a goal for anybody. A huge moment Rochester could have really used to win out this game. The double tap is going to get disrupted by Old Dominion once again. Here's a tertiary attempt, and that's going to be the one to go in. Knight off the ceiling, down in disguise. Rochester, first point on the board, 48 seconds into the matchup.
Yeah, a lot less time to get that first goal here in game 2. Rochester, they're going to want to keep that up. We said maybe they want to start, or they might want to play with more aggression to build a more comfortable lead, and it certainly looks like it. Not exactly taking risks per se, but a more aggressive and a more hopeful offense to try to get goals from.
Yeah, a more front-facing offense, I think, is kind of what's happening here. They're not going for the sneaky, smooth criminal goals. Instead, they're going for just that hyper-aggressive, if I'm not going to go around you, I'm going to go through you kind of play style that I personally associate with Rochester in every esport they play. They are very dominant, they are very forward-facing, and they always love to be that leading team. Looks like they're going to be trying to be doing it once again. A minute 15 off the clock. Rochester has that 1 goal they need, but a pig hurtling towards an open goal, and they're going to whiff it? Are you kidding? Oh, that powder. Oh, man. Oh, that stinks.
That is, I don't know what to say other than it should be 1-1 right now. They do get another opportunity. You got to take advantage of this one, and they do. So a good way to reset and get the game tied up for Old Dominion.
Tying the game up is a pivotal moment. Old Dominion, you got to think there's a world where that was a 2-0 on the board, right? Or a 2-1, excuse me. But Old Dominion, hindsight's 20/20 after all. You're going to whiff a couple of shots. They made up for it. They've tied the series 1-1. We've got 90 seconds off the clock, 3:25 still remaining. And Rochester, they want to take that lead back once again. They won by a single point once. Can they make that magic happen here once again? Looks like they're going to try to start things off pretty early here. Second point already on the board.
Yeah, common theme throughout this series is that Rochester, if they give up a goal, they're going to take one right back. A pig a bit too far up into the net. Gets placed behind him and in, and Rochester back out to another lead. We'll see if they continue to try to build on that.
3:20 remaining. Can Rochester keep this momentum moving in their favor? We'd love to just give it an easy yes, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be working out that well. Old Dominion, they are fighting tooth and nail until the bitter end here. They want to go for this victory. They want to go for the comeback because their last run-in with Rochester was very dominant against them. Old Dominion wants to prove, we belong here. We didn't get here by a fluke. We got here because we deserve this spot, and we deserve that spot in playoffs. They just have to get through arguably one of the best teams here at NACE to do that. And that is a tough, tough ask. That is a Herculean task.
and they've been up to it to the point where at least it's a close match and a much closer match than you or I expected. With the way it's going, I'm still predicting that 4-0. I mean, Rochester still clearly has control of the series, but Old Dominion, I gotta give some respect to them. This is a lot closer than I expected. Sure, some comes from the I don't want to say lack of aggression, but not the heavy aggression we expected from Rochester. But Old Dominion certainly is still playing well to shut down the chances when needed.
They know when to show up and they know when to show off. They also apparently don't know when to not triple commit. Let's get a relook at that. Maybe that wasn't a triple commit, but it was definitely a devastating play. Sky's in off the corner, a pig, right place, right time. I mean, no, two of them right there, nobody there to catch it. ODU ties things up 2-2.
And we'll have to see if Rochester right back to the aggression. Is what we've seen before. Anytime a goal is given up, they come right back and get the lead back into their hands. It's Luca around the side, winning out the challenge. Last man is a pig. He bangs it out. Another backwards pass for Gone. Might be into the hands of Rochester, though, and it is. Sky is looking for the read. Has Luca in the midfield, but he committed early. All upfield now. A demolition might open things up for Old Dominion. It's Gone coming up on it. A bang out into the mid. Kiro, not a lot of boost, just enough to place it just wide. Going too far upfield. And now Knight winning out the challenge for Rochester.
105 seconds left on the clock. Again, second game in a row where it's notably closer than I think anybody ever expected it to be. It is such a performance from this team so far, and now ODU has gone as far as taking it from a draw to a 1-point advantage. We've got 99 seconds left on the clock. Rochester has to answer out quickly here, or we're forcing at least a game 5.
Excellent play here from Old Dominion to finally get a lead. 1:39 left for Rochester to try to tie it back up. Maybe get the lead. Kiro, interesting decision, takes it back. The flick from Knight isn't powerful enough, but a close call there for Old Dominion. It's Luca towards the side, up into the air, so dangerous as ever, off the ceiling, down over one, air dribble is off the crossbar. The cleanup can't be there. Sky is turning back quickly, places it to the back wall. Rochester's got to go back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board indeed, Powder. Not where you want to be. Rochester, they've got 70 seconds left. They want to equalize this. Like I mentioned earlier, you may know the answer. I don't know if they've lost a single game this entire season. This could very likely be the first, or at least the first of a few. Maybe Old Dominion has what it takes to take down Rochester a single peg. You're going to have to take them down 4 times, though. That's going to be a really tough ask. However, Old Dominion clearly living up to the challenge and trying their absolute darndest to walk away with at least a 1-game victory.
Time starting to tick down now for Rochester as the offense continues to be a little bit of a struggle. Old Dominion is holding it in and refusing any ability. Shot should be easily stopped, and it is. Knight now has to play it backwards. Luca pop across the field. The Sky is there. He's a bit awkward. And now down in front. Oh, open space. We have a 3-on-1 down the field. Over towards Knight. Shot left side. 1-2 punch from Rochester ties the game.
There it is, and Powder, I am very much a believer of the phrase, better late than never, and it seems like Rochester's trying to do that exact same thing. They want to make sure they find this goal, they want to find that victory, and they're going to do whatever it takes. 25 seconds left, but currently, in overtime, just around the corner, we need Rochester with another 10-second closer to make sure things open up.
Now late, Rochester off the kickoff, it is in their possession. Sky is playing it just a bit wide, looking for that pass. Can't quite land it, however. Luca takes one off the field. Space given. Knight, though, not able to cut it off in time. It's Luca looking for Knight. Pushes it forward. Kiro's the last one back. Play in the midfield. Can the 1-2-3 punch? It works, and we get a 4th pass in. Luca takes the lead late.
Luca takes the lead late. 5 seconds left on the clock, and that is exactly what Rochester needed to walk away with a victory. Trying to keep it a low-scoring affair, but Old Dominion, they would hate to fall down by a single point in the closing second game in a row. They want to shake things up. They want to go for something huge here. Are they going to be able to find the momentum they need to succeed, or are they going to fall just too little too short for the second game in a row?
Oh, and this one should drop, and it does. Not the play that Old Dominion needed off the side. Now, a 2-0 lead in the series for Rochester, and I mean, the series score is where we expect it to be. However, the individual games themselves are far from it.
I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, these games are neck and neck until the bitter end. They're a 1-point differential, 2 games in a row. Wholeheartedly not what I expected. And Powder, I'll be very candid with something we talked about during the break. You know, I said I think there's about a 20% chance that Old Dominion is going to be able to win even a single game. I really statistically expected this to be a game in favor of Rochester. And that's by no means an insult to Old Dominion, but instead a pedestal for Rochester because they are simply that good. And I've got to say, Old Dominion has very much exceeded my expectations. They have, unfortunately, not been able to win a game yet, but I never expected them to be this close. So this team, they have found some great puzzle pieces. They are starting to put them together, and hopefully they can sneak out at least one game victory against Rochester because that's something many teams have never done before.
I agree. It's been close. Old Dominion, though, unfortunately, just giving up too much late. Whenever Rochester gets down, you can feel the intensity start to pick up, and it's resulting in more offense, more shots, and more goals. This time it took them a long time to finally get it back into their hands. They do it with 5 seconds left, but still, Rochester with the momentum up to this point. It's up to Old Dominion to find a way to continue to stifle that, as they looked a lot better in Game 2. However, just still not enough. Rochester's too powerful a team. Still plenty of opportunity. Best of 7 has a long way ahead of it, but it's not looking good for Old Dominion if they can't turn it around quickly.
I mentioned it earlier, huge believer of the phrase, better late than never. Can we get kind of a better late scenario from Old Dominion? Can they give us the hero plays that we are so desperately looking for? I know it is a very tall ask, especially against a team like Rochester, but they have shown us what is in their arsenal. They have shown us they have the puzzle pieces. They just need to put them down in the right order. And as we jump into game number 3, can this be ODU's time to shine? A great start off, unfortunately, going to run out of boost and not able to put that first goal down. 10 seconds off. Old Dominion had ball control. They fall a little short. Here comes Knight from center field. A double tap just around the corner. The disruption, though, the bump is huge. It prevents that double tap goal from going in early for RU.
Knight trying to get the stop to keep it in, and he can. Can he get the redirect in? No. Going on the follow-up save. Now Skies and Luca both in the air. Kuro, that's a good turn to shut down the open opportunity. Knight falling down, beaten out by the defense. Luca, neutral 50 there as Knight forced to turn around, and Skies will take over instead. Rochester holding the offense early, not coming away with many shots, however. It's Old Dominion back the other way.
Old Dominion hurdles it back the other way, and that is already a point on board. Kuro, for the second time this series, going to guarantee a lead for Old Dominion, but however, I'm going to bring out that double-edged sword that I always love to talk about. Yes, you're up by a single point, but you're up by a single point with 4 minutes, 80% of the game still remaining. It's not about finding the lead, it's about keeping it.
It is. I mean, they've unfortunately not been able to keep it to this point. A couple leads now, but just never able to keep the offense going enough to build up the further lead or just shut down Rochester's offense to be able to hold on to it. Now is their time to finally turn things around and get it done. Knight, it's an open net. Luca plays it away, which actually is smart. The defense was likely going to catch up to it. Instead forces Old Dominion into an uncomfortable position, which they survive and go back onto offense, even if it's just a quick set.
Quick set could be the reset. This team needs to succeed, and they need to thrive. The opportunity to strike just around the corner at any given moment, and unfortunately, it looks like the puzzle pieces falling apart for Rochester. Maybe one fell off the table. Maybe it's still stuck in the box, but right now, ODU, they have found every piece they need to succeed, and they are ripping this puzzle apart. Now up 2-0, 90 seconds off the clock. I mean, 1 more on the board, 2 more on the board. They can really start to feel comfortable with their odds of game number 3.
They really can. However, Rochester, is always a threat. They've got to keep this up. If they start to slow down, Rochester's going to take advantage. Maybe they can get a kickoff goal to further it. Ooh, Skies catching up to it. Now back the other way. Knight, it's an open net, gives it to Luca. He knocks it in, and Rochester immediately cutting the deficit in half.
Rochester takes that lead and rips it in half, so the comfortability actually going the wrong way for Old Dominion here. They wanted to feel strong, they wanted to feel comfortable, but instead they're finding themselves in a notably worse scenario than they wished to be in just a couple of moments ago. 1 point, still a lead. A lead is a lead, right? Maybe Old Dominion can clutch this out, but Rochester, they are just so darn tootin' good that it's going to be really difficult to take this team down. With only 1.3 minutes, they've won by a single point in the last 10 seconds twice already.
Yeah, Rochester, a lot to look for now as they go back towards offense. Knight dropping this one down. Quick stop comes out from Old Dominion. It's a free net for Knight, knocks it home. The passing play is just too much for Old Dominion to handle. It's in one more time.
It's in one more time. That lead was here for about 25 seconds, and now it has been answered in its entirety. 2-2. Old Dominion going to be struggling just a little bit to maintain the pace of play that Rochester is bringing to the table. I can't say I blame them. It's stinking tough. I mean, this team is very good about dominating people in a fashion just like this. You're letting them get a lead and then snatching back like an anglerfish, letting you feel comfortable until you get a little too close, and then it's already lights out. Going to be jumping into the second half of the game, and that was almost a Hail Mary goal from ODU, but a pig is going to be there to sneak in that final moment, secure the goal. Old Dominion back on top by 1 point.
And I think Knight might have accidentally gotten a touch that made this a more powerful quote-unquote shot, because now it was coming off of the defender. Either way, just an extremely awkward play on the side of Rochester resulted in another goal for Old Dominion and another lead for them as well. However, Rochester has been able to respond. They got 2 in a row to tie it back up, and I'm sure they'll look to do the same here. They do have the offense. Can't play it behind Kiro, though. Now Sky is forced to race back. He does take the 100 boost in time. They need to clear immediately. Right now, it's not happening. Luca beaten out. It's rolling in, and once again, Old Dominion up by 2.
Old Dominion up by 2. They did it once. They've done it twice. Can they keep the goal now? 2:23 on the clock. We've entered the second half. There's something that I love to refer to as the second half buff. It's not a real thing, but I think it's silly when a team immediately, for some reason, just absolutely crumbles the entire first half of the game and then turns around and dominates in half number 2. Now, we didn't see ODU crumble, but we definitely saw a couple signs of weakness, a couple kind of lackluster moments of life. Can they find a couple of moments to score here? Goen tries to put a 5th one down. That could have been a nail in the coffin against Rochester, but for the first time, Rochester might be starting to feel the heat a little bit. 2 minutes on the clock, and they're down by 2.
Close call there. Knight looking for the tight angle, and you're right. They might be starting to feel that pressure. You can feel that intensity picking up already immediately after the kickoff. However, still a clear to at least midfield from Old Dominion. It'll go further with Goen's help. Off the back wall, Luca getting the read, trying to place this behind a pig. Can't get it done, but Luca on the follow, looking for bumps, playing it high. Knight on the follow, off the back wall. No one catching up. Sky's a neutral challenge. Old Dominion back the other way again as they continue to hold on to the 2-goal lead.
The 2-goal lead, going to be a bit of a make or break here on the side of Old Dominion. 90 seconds left, 1 goal per 45, 1 goal per 30 if Rochester wants to take the lead. So the opportunity could be there for them to strike, as we've seen this team score a lot very, very quickly. The 2 points they have were about 8 seconds apart from one another, so it was a very critical back-to-back moment. And with only 70 seconds left, can they clutch this out? Can they go and put a couple more points on the board? Look at that, all of a sudden the team just comes back to life, looks brand new.
There's one. This is what Rochester did last game. It took a late comeback to win it for them. Now 1:12 left on the clock. Lead, or deficit I should say, back down to 1 for Rochester. Still a couple more to go, but we know how fast that they can play. This is certainly doable with this much time left on the clock.
It's doable indeed, Powder. There could be a moment to strike just around the corner. Old Dominion, 65 seconds left. Maybe they don't even need to strike. They just need to make sure that Rochester doesn't. 1 minute remaining, 60 seconds left on the clock. Knight has a phenomenal setup. Going to go up and over for the double tap. Go for the low blow in, but Old Dominion is there to separate it out. A double tap once again, and here comes a 3rd attempt from Luca. Here's Knight with number 4, and number 4 still not going to make it. Number 5 negated, but number 6 from Luca will finally break the curse and tie things up. 4-4, 48 seconds left.
What an incredible stop from a pig. Unfortunately, the aggression just too much. They muscle their way in and tie it up with 48 left on the clock. More than enough time for either team to win this in regulation. You know, Rochester wants to do it. They win the kickoff and get the offense first, but it's quickly back the other way for Old Dominion.
Quickly back the other way for Old Dominion. They are looking for their time to strike. Unfortunately, it's tied up. Old Dominion needs 1 more. 35 seconds left on the clock. They can win this out. They can put Rochester down for just a single game, but Rochester, their egos are going to drive them to continue looking for this undefeated streak. They do not want to lose that game. Even if they lose the series, they want to keep this undefeated dream alive. And with 20 seconds left on the clock, 4-4, this could be that opportunity. Rochester, Luca now with ball control, 18 seconds left, goes in off the left corner, going to be pinched away by Goen, up to Kuro, who's going to immediately hurdle it back like a meteor toward the goal of Rochester. But with 10 seconds left, somebody has to win it right here, right now.
Rochester did it with 5 on the clock. Can they do it with even less now? Into the midfield, Luca and Knight both turning around on it. We'll happily play this towards the ground, and we see overtime in Game 3.
Overtime in Game 3. I believe our first overtime of the series, not of the day, because we had back in Series number 1, but the action-packed momentum here. Rochester, they're not even going to try to blink. They go in a hurdle off the left side. Not going to be able to line up that goal quite yet. And Old Dominion now with ball control of their own. Knight has to play a hard defense, and it looks like it actually was not that hard. Right place, right time, bounces it in off the left. Looking for that time. Here it is, an open goal disrupted by a pig. The follow-through is there. Goen misses the shot, and this could spell disaster for ODU. Luca takes it high, going to try to pinch it in off the left. It's going to be a sloppy touch. The 0-degree goal knocked away by a pig. 30 seconds on the clock. Nobody walking away with that win quite yet.
Rochester made it close, though, on that set. Now it's Old Dominion's turn. One taken off the field for Rochester, going to open space. Another one taken off the field now, this time on the side of Old Dominion. Knight, neutral 50. Kiro with an open net in front of him. It's high. He had the open net. The follow-up needs to be in. Put away by Luca. And now Knight, a quick counter attack. He keeps control in the air. He's got Luca behind him, tries to take it off of his head, can't do it. Double commit for a stop does not work out for Old Dominion. Instead, it keeps the pressure on. But now Kiro slowing things down a little bit, instead actually just giving it right back in Disguise's hands.
Giving it right back in Disguise's hands, and it looks like they are going to whiff that shot as well. 1:15 already on the clock. Rochester, perhaps, I'm going to be honest, a little bit of panic maybe. You know, this is a very dominant team, one who doesn't find themselves in an overtime matchup like this very often, but it's not falling apart. They're still giving us the cool, calm, and collected play style they need to succeed, and maybe they're going to be able to capitalize off the back of it.
Certainly have an opportunity to. 90 seconds having gone by. Now over towards the side. Up to the other one now as Knight will look to follow this one up. Pushed behind one. Can he follow it up? He cannot. Instead it's going on the carry out. Might have just given it away to Rochester again. He did for a split second. Instead now double commit from Old Dominion, opening up space for Rochester. Towards the side. A bump slows him down. He's still looking for the challenge. Can't get it done. Bouncing off the corner of Luca toward the back wall. Now off the back wall once more. Knight up high, looking for the follow-up. It's free space. No! Somebody needs to clean this one up. No one comes in, and instead we go further into overtime.
Oh my goodness. Now we're essentially half an extra game into overtime right now because nobody can land their shots. I mean, it's a bit of a crapshoot on whether or not somebody's going to find success. So far, the answer seems to be no. They just cannot find these lineups where they want to, and it is really starting to hurt both sides. I mean, they've both whiffed 3 or 4 shots on goal at this point.
Yeah, it's a close call for both sides. Now an opportunity for Rochester, quickly shut down by Old Dominion. Skies up to the corner, looking for a midfield pass. A Pig beating out the demolition. Free net. Knight getting there, closing the gap. Now he plays it back into the corner, back into the mid, but over towards Luca. He gives it away to Knight. No boost in the tank. Luca towards the corner again. This one left up into the air. A Pig bit the fake. Now it's down. Into the corner again, it's a Pig banging up towards midfield, cut off by Luca. Can he follow it up for the net? Can't even pinch it down. Rochester struggles on offense up to this point, but this double tap might find it. Quickly cut off by Old Dominion. Out towards midfield, one more shot. Is this one it? Nope, turned away again by the Old Dominion defense.
3:18. We are almost a full game into overtime, and Luca will finally end the suffering. That is going to be a 5-4 victory, and again, for the 3rd time in a row, Rochester going to win by a single point. This time, not with a single digit on the clock, but with 3 additional minutes to find it. Probably the slowest game, the longest time we've seen Rochester take to win a game is what I'm trying to say here. Usually it's much more dominant, it's much quicker, but they try to play it slow. It almost works out against them. However, a win is a win, and they just barely snatch it out there.
They do. It took a long time into overtime as well, and multiple shots. I want to say one of the players on Rochester, can't remember the name, had at least 12 shots there near the end of overtime. A lot of offense for Rochester, and I mean, it was a high-scoring game. It was 5-4 at the end. Unfortunately, just not all of those shots are finding their way into the back of the net for Rochester, and it's making this series a lot closer than maybe they want to be. And I say that, and it's a 3-0 lead for Rochester. Very likely going to walk away with a sweep, let alone any sort of further on series. But for Rochester, it's still a lot closer than I think we expected.
Absolutely. It's one of those situations where it's so close, but it's so far away because every time we get this close, Rochester just kicks it up another 10%. They do not want to lose. They're able to find the goals they need, and they win it out in overtime with 3 seconds, 2 seconds left on the clock. A win is a win regardless. And going into game number 4, hopefully, Old Dominion can sneak in just that 1 extra point to give them that advantage and force a game number 5. But right now, like you said, Rochester, large and in charge, living up to their statistical expectation. It's exactly the outcome we anticipated.
It is, and one more to go for Rochester to get themselves into the playoff, and Old Dominion need a reverse sweep, which we've almost seen twice now in Naystar League, but haven't seen it quite yet, and unfortunately, I don't know if this is the series where that's going to happen. I feel like Rochester is just going to continue, especially with the momentum from an overtime victory, and they'll walk away with a clean sweep here today.
Clean sweep on the board could be huge for Rochester. I mean, let's be honest, not that they statistically need it, as they are undefeated. There's not a lot of undefeated teams left, but hey, it still looks pretty darn good looking at that 4-0, and that's what they're after all. Going a little bit of ball control, interrupted by Skies, so kind of hurtling toward the goal of Rochester. A bit of a sloppy disconnect there on both sides. Everybody's still struggling for that maintained ball control, but Rochester, I thought they were going to be able to turn that into a goal. They fall a little bit short. Skies with 0 boost, taps it in off the corner. Might get a goal here if anyone can come through, but a double commit from Old Dominion will separate it out from that goal once again. However, now nobody's home to block it, and Knight sinks it in for free.
Our camera was on a player in net. I'm not sure why. It looks like maybe Kuro. Not sure why he doesn't immediately challenge this. Instead, he goes late, and into the net it goes. Rochester with an early lead.
40 seconds off the clock. Rochester has that 1-0. And folks, do not forget this wonderful game 4 brought to you by Duncan. NA Star League runs on Duncan. And let's be honest, so does Septilence. Right now, Rochester 2-0 on the board. And that is not even a minute off the clock. So they're coming in with, I'm going to say, the Rochester aggression I expected way back in game 1 that we haven't seen yet. But this is what I thought was going to happen. Just that early dominance, putting as many points on the board as they possibly can to win.
It feels like right. That might be their game plan, is to now just come out with the aggression that we expect and we know from Rochester. And now they just want to secure this win, especially after the couple close calls in the previous couple games being a lot closer than we expected. They might just want to try to dominate this game 4 and will walk away with the sweep. Oh, but a good clear out. A pig will knock it on and in and cut the deficit in half.
Deficit immediately cut in half. A strong turnaround from Old Dominion. A 2-0, like I mentioned earlier, is where you can't really feel comfortable on either side. Obviously, if you're on the O side, you don't feel comfortable because you're losing. But if you're on the winning side, it's scary because that's not a true lead. It's just that moment where the team is in the advantage for a moment, and then you can immediately steal it away from them. And I think that's what ODU is trying to do. They want to put that second point on the board. They want to tie things up. They want to keep it up close and personal. Skies goes into a pig, and it's going to be a bit of a 1v1 in the corner here. It looks like ODU going to bring on a second player. A great lineup to goal, but unfortunately, third man, not where he needs to be, has to force into the strong defense. And there it is, a clear back down, stolen away by Luca up high in the sky. Only 90 seconds off the clock. A 2-1 lead for Rochester could be disrupted here if ODU can find the turnaround.
It might have it with the way that they were able to get that goal in to at least cut it down in half. But Knight on a quick turn. Luca, little far backfield, not going to aggress this one out too much. Now he's put around on it, and going the pinch off of him will tie up the game.
Talk about going the extra mile. I mean, holy cow, just sinking it through center field, right up and over Luco. That touched both of them maybe 3 times in a fraction of a second, but it works out well in favor of goal, and they tie things up 2-2. A goal Rochester was definitely not expecting. Could be just enough for ODU to sneak out that 1-point win I keep talking about. You know, I said it earlier back in the first series, I'm a sucker for an underdog story. I can't help myself. I mean, I love it. I love to see a team come out and dominate in an unexpected scenario in that Herculean task, but Rochester, they are stronger than Hercules when it comes to Rocket League. They are taking down an Olympian themselves.
They certainly are, and this is the same thing we've seen throughout the series. Old Dominion, once they start to get some momentum, Rochester turns it right around and will get a quick goal. This one gives them the lead once more. 3:06 remaining, and Old Dominion needs to keep it up because Rochester turns things around immediately when they get tied or go down.
I think that's the scariest thing about them, Powder, is they turn things around just so unbelievably quick. It's like flipping a switch. They find themselves just back in that mindset, that 125% on the board. And as 2 minutes are off the clock, they're up by 1 point. Can Old Dominion find that mythical equalizer that we've seen them catch so many times? But the elusive 1-point win has been so close yet so far so many times. And this is their last real chance to take a game off of Rochester. Knight has to go in here quickly for Rochester. They want to put that 4-point on the board because they want to put that 4-0 on the board. And now they are 2.5 minutes away from doing it.
They certainly are getting closer towards the playoffs is Rochester. Now bumping one off the ball to look for more offense here. Luca up over one. Can he beat out the other? He can. It's off the back wall. Who's there first? It is Skies. And he builds a 2-goal lead now for Rochester.
A 2-goal lead for Rochester, 2:17 left on the clock, and the pressure continues to build against ODU. They've been so close, but close, only going to count in horseshoes and hand grenades, and neither of those involved in a game like Rocket League. So now they need to score twice in 2 minutes. That's 1 point per minute, you know, give or take a couple of additional seconds here or there. Can Old Dominion clutch this out, or is Rochester finally done? Are they finally just going to dominate in their 4th and final game to move themselves off into that playoff spot?
Now they do go back the other way. They need 2 to tie it up. They still have plenty of time. Taking one off the field will allow another goal in. A good aggressive play from Old Dominion. Cuts the deficit in half once again.
Cuts the deficit in half in a pretty critical moment. I mean, they're only going to have that 1-point differential. Maybe ODU can answer out, but I'm so hesitant now, Powder, to even address the draws, the ties, because they've never worked in favor of ODU. We're going to need them to go above and beyond that tie. They need to put that 5-4 on the board with less than 10 seconds left, so even in the kickoff goal, there isn't time for Rochester to turn it around. I know it's a big ask. I know this is arguably the best team here at NA Star League, but it feels so possible, and that's why I just can't get over it.
Oh, a close call there, almost tying it up once again. Maybe this follow-up, now the third follow-up. Still not able to get their way through. Going beaten out. Luca across the field. The passing plays again. Too much for Old Dominion to handle. It's back out to a 2-goal lead.
Back out to a 2-goal lead. 90 seconds left on the clock. We're looking at 47 seconds per goal here if ODU wants to tie things up. If they want to win, we're going to need 1 goal per 30-ish seconds, 31 seconds, and that would be a 6-5 victory in favor of ODU. A tall ask, but I can't get over how possible it feels. I'm just not going to stop talking about it until I have to. 90 seconds remain. A great kickoff goal from Knight, but unfortunately not going to find its mark. Still a possibility of a secondary turnaround if Rochester chooses to take it, goes for the double tap, turns into a triple off the wall. Another double tap from Knight will fall too little, too short, and now 70 seconds left. Rochester looking mighty good to win this out in a quick 4-0 fashion.
They certainly are. Old Dominion not showing too much that would result in an entire comeback. I like the aggression on the demolition to open up for that 3rd goal, but unfortunately that's really about it, and Luca's going to walk another one home, stretch it to 3. Rochester is ready to take this sweep.
1 goal per 20 seconds here from ODU is what they need just to draw things up. That is not where you want to be. 1 per 15 to take the lead. I mean, those are not numbers in your favor, especially when you are staring a 4-0 loss in the face. But this is starting to look like this is simply just how the cookie is going to crumble here at NA Star League. A 3-point advantage, 60 seconds left on the clock. Can there be that clutch out moment that ODU needs? But this time, Rochester doesn't even want to give them the chance. They want to make sure they win this one out through and through. That overtime earlier, an unexpected circumstance for sure, and Rochester just kind of must have made a silent pact. Let's never let it get that close again. We want to win this out in a dominant fashion.
And they have shown it. They've shown that the aggression and the domination that we know that this roster has here in Game 4. With little to nothing happening for Old Dominion, this one looks like it's headed into the favor of Rochester. So a good run from Old Dominion. Remember, this team did upset TMU in the conference play-in. The 3 seed beat out the 2 seed to make it here. But unfortunately, such a tough team to move past is Rochester. They do fall short just today. They'll have to look towards the last chance qualifier if they want to get into the playoffs. But right now it is Rochester University as Semblance and I's last team to make it into the playoffs. We'll send it over to another duo after this, but what a run it's been for Old Dominion, but unfortunately a little bit too short today.
Absolutely, too little, too short, just by a single point, seemingly every single time. They could not break that curse when it mattered most. And Rochester, let's be honest, doing Rochester things, winning out in a 4-0 fashion here at NA Star League. Like you mentioned, Powder, our last team to make it into playoffs, but we are going to be kicking it off to another duo in just a couple of minutes. We'll address that more in a bit. So, Powder, now that we've seen 3 teams make it this far, we've seen 3 teams dominate. We saw Northeastern move forward, we saw BPC move forward, and now we've seen Rochester move forward. Of those 3, if you had to put your numbers down on one of those teams, who do you think's making it the furthest?
I gotta say, I feel like Rochester's taken it the furthest, just with the way that they have dominated their opponents to this point. When they are on it, they are not unbeatable, but they are very nearly unbeatable. So I feel like this is the roster to make a very deep run into playoffs. And if I'm matching up against them in the round of 16, I'm doing anything I can the week prior to try to get ready for this team, to try to shut them down, because there's not many ways to do it.
Absolutely, and I know we're going to get an interview with hopefully Luca in just a moment here, as that was what we have written down, but sometimes a new player just shows up, and that's A-okay because we love to talk to any of them. Either way, Rochester, like you said, I think I agree. Bruton Parker was very impressive so far, and I would be excited to see more of them, but Rochester just has this weird dominance, and I've also gotten confirmation it's not Luca, it's Knight, but either way, it's very exciting to talk to these players, kind of hear what's going on in their heads, because a series where you win like this in a fashion in the sense of, you know, it's not a clean sweep that they're used to. Every single game seemingly is separated by a single point. So what's going to be happening there? I'd love to hear kind of what was going on in the comms of Rochester to guarantee a win every single time by just that 1 point.
Right. Like you said, we expected this to be we expected this to be a lot closer than it really, or expected to be a lot more dominant than it really was. Rochester still obviously dominated the series. It was a pretty easy 4-0 for them. But still, Old Dominion made them sweat a little bit. It was a lot closer than we expected. We had a longer overtime, but still Rochester was able to get it done. Yeah, I'm interested to see as well how they kind of felt their way into it, especially with that overtime.
Yeah, now we're going to get the chance to talk to Knights. We're going to jump over to that interview just as literally right now. Knight, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, fantastic. So my first question, I'm going to put you on the spot kind of right away. You guys do win in a 4-0, but it's pretty close every game except that last one, a 1-point differential every single time. So what was it that gave you that constant competitive edge to sneak out that one extra point, to keep winning by just that 1 point?
I mean, we went in kind of expecting to win, so I wouldn't say we were trying exactly our hardest. But every time that we went down, we kind of like picked it up a notch, if you know what I'm saying.
Fair enough, yeah.
Yeah, and is that kind of how you guys play? Because I want to say it happened against Old Dominion too. It feels like whenever you guys you get down or things get tied up is when you pick up that intensity. So is that how you guys play well? Is by responding to what the other team is doing to you?
Well, yeah, obviously it's always good to like answer back as soon as you get scored on. It kind of kills their momentum, kills their confidence, and it really allows you to like get in their head a bit, I feel like. And that's kind of like what we want to do all the time.
Yeah, it certainly seemed to. Old Dominion was constantly having to come back. And for you guys now clinching into playoffs, how are you guys feeling heading into it? This is, I mean, you guys are one of the teams we're expecting to make a very deep run. So I want to hear how you guys are prepping for it and how you feel heading into the playoffs.
We just continue our grind, obviously. We play a lot together, and I feel like as of late, we've kind of figured out our main play style that we're going to go for, and I feel very confident heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Knight, just one more quick question for you, and then we'll let you go. Is there anybody you want to give a thank you or a shout out to just while you're here with us?
I'd like to thank my mom, my brother, my dad, and the coach, obviously, for giving us the opportunity to play in here.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, hey, a huge congrats, and we will see you in the playoffs.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course. And with that, folks, we aren't fully calling it a night here at Nace Star League, but Powder and I will be stepping away from the desk. We will be in very good hands with our good friends FBI Tugboat and AWASH, so they're going to be joining you in just a couple of minutes. But before we call it a night, folks, you know we got to talk about this book bag just one more time.
Right, our friends over at Army ROTC, they want to give you a chance to give you this fantastic free camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro, so be sure to check out the Nace Star League Twitter to enter, and you'll get to hear me say it one more time. Septilence, this looks like a fantastic backpack. I really wish we had the opportunity to win this because, I mean, it's free and it looks like it's a very high quality, nice backpack.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. It's a cool backpack, and I wish we could get it, but of course we can't because that wouldn't be fair to the viewers. We want to make sure one of you guys gets it because it is very well deserved. So thank you all so much for hanging out with Powder and I today for these 3 phenomenal series. Rocket League here at Nace Star League is not done yet. We've got 2 more series, just won't be Powder and I on the desk. So thank you all so much for watching us, but please stick around, check your posture, drink some water, don't forget to love each other, and enjoy the rest of this Rocket League. We'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome, esports fans. We are here. We are live. Little Nace action coming at ya. I'm FBI Tugboat. I'm here with my man Awash. Awash, how are we doing? How are we doing? Did we just improve, like, or did we just become worse casters from Septilence and Powder, or are we our own people here, Awash?
They do be a very solid duo to try to come after, you know. They always get the advantage getting to go first. We don't get to show our stuff, but I think that we can live up to the hype that Powder and Septilence have brought to us already. Hopefully, the matches will also live up to that type of hype.
Let's hope to see it. Let's hope to see it. This is Shawnee State, an undefeated Shawnee State here, Awash. An undefeated Shawnee State. That is Fire Raptor, that is Yacht, and that is Fishy, taking on King University. Now, King University, nothing to shake a stick at here.
No, absolutely not. I'm more familiar with the King University players, especially Matt and Turbo, having followed their escapades in the bubble scene of Rocket League. But for Shawnee State to go 7-0, that is not an easy feat to come by. So even though I might be leaning a little bit more towards King on this side, I fully expect Shawnee to give them a run for their money.
Absolutely, absolutely. We got a little predictions action coming in here. We're both taking the royalty option. Taking a look at our next map. Love to see it. Love to see it. Man, the Rocket League, just all take a moment. I know we probably all watch and play the game a whole lot, but it really is such a beautiful game. Such a beautiful game, Awash. Big shout out to our production staff as well. That is Kyle, that is Marie, that is Mikey, all going forth, pushing the buttons behind the scenes, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. We do appreciate that. Getting to it. Fire Raptor winning this at early kickoff.
The early pressure for Matt is almost off the kickoff, able to take the ball towards the back of the net. Good opening for King to start off here. Shawnee State needs to find themselves on defense pretty quickly.
Defense always going to be a big part of it. Up to the top, that's Matt right there. Nice block, sends this one mid-pitch. Fire Raptor firing one right in there to the right side. Easy block. There's another player out. That's Matt again getting involved onto this ball.
The Turbo continuing this past the midline. Fire Raptor does very well to keep the control, kind of gives it away, but King University in a great position to be able to gather the possession once again and push that ball into the final third. It looks like they're trying to take this aggressive approach early on. Maybe they'll catch a couple of times where Shawnee just gives the ball away. That's a great passing play. Zio puts it off the backboard. Does Fire Raptor have the shot? They do, as the net was wide open. Shawnee State on the board first.
Nicely done. Shawnee State getting this one up. This is Zayat. Got that one correctly. Appreciate it. Zayat sounds like right. Yes, appreciate it. And that's Fisky. Fisky, not Risky. Or not Fishy, excuse me.
I think it's Fisk Eye.
Fisk Eye. My goodness, I am all over the place.
Zayat and Fisk Eye is how I'm reading in our production chat.
Gotcha. Fisk Eye. Man, I got 1/3 of the Shawnee State University names correct. I'm sorry, people. Just a slow start here today. I was complaining actually a whole lot because I spilled a big fat cup of coffee on myself right before a broadcast. And so I'm going to blame it on the coffee. Here. Minute 20 seconds into this one. 1-0 lead here for Shawnee State University, undefeated squad. Kind of showing up right now, but a decently low-scoring game thus far.
Yeah, I fully expect this to pick up. I'm sure that both teams are still trying to figure each other out. King University, from my experience in watching these players, they sometimes have a little bit of a slower start to some series, and I'm sure that they're going to be taking this match even more seriously than the rest of their season up to this point. They really want to get this big win over Shawnee. They're going to make sure that they do it the correct way.
Absolutely. It just makes sense. This is playoffs. We are staring down the barrel of first place $1,500 winnings, $750 there, $375 for third, and again, that is for the overall competition, not for this game specifically. 2 minutes, 50 seconds onto this one. King University playing some pretty solid defense. The one Shawnee State University goal was earned thoroughly, right, Awash?
Yeah, I'd say so. They had to work the ball pretty nicely in order to make that open net conversion. It's not very often that players at this level are just handing away open nets left and right.
It was almost an open net hand away right there. Last second defensive block at halftime exactly. Love to see it. Shawnee State getting back in the offensive position. This is going to be Matt right here, playing the ball perfectly off a right. Presents it mid-pitch, but immediately there is Zayat to pick this one up. Low, slow blows like that are not just going to roll all the way into goal, and honestly, at this point, well, we've seen these. My goodness, colored me surprised. Excuse me, Fire Raptor for Shawnee State does exactly what I said this team's weren't going to allow.
Yeah, gotta really quickly caught both Turbo and Matt kind of covering the same spot at that back post. I think a lack of communication who was supposed to be challenging that ball, but when you get a free touch right in front of the net, you have to make it count, and Fire Raptor certainly does so to make it 2-0.
2 minutes, 2-0. Two's up there. We're looking at Shawnee State, got the 1 in the insurance goal. Fire Raptor coming up to this. Easy open net situation, though, for Turbo. King strikes back and establishing their territory a little bit.
Yeah, these were the open nets I was saying, or that I was kind of hinting towards, that don't really happen all that often at this level. Unlucky that Fire Raptor gets a misread off the backboard. But for King, they're not going to complain. It's a free goal for them. Gets them within another goal of Shawnee State. And maybe off the kickoff, KC Colts can serve something up towards the midfield, make it a very quick 2-0. And that's going to be it for King. They equalize with plenty of time to try to find a winner.
That's what we were looking for. Myself, FBI Tugboat, and you, AWash, both took King for a reason. It's not just the fancy name. This is a really, really tight-knit squad between Matt, KC Colts, and Turbo. They're now playing like at about 100 seconds left in this first game of a best-of-7 as well. As you can see up top, Championship BO7. We'll also light up those little tags next to them, let you guys know we're on the series. What a fantastic organization Ace is.
This is a good look from Shawnee State.
Bad, yeah.
Matt, good touch out towards the midfield, forces Zayo to try to make a block. And ooh, is this another open net? It looks like it, but Zayo cuts in at the front post. It's a great intervention to prevent a King counterattack.
Still pressure, though. Nice positioning here from Fire Raptor. Fire Raptor, again, kind of being that offensive juggernaut thus far. Really showing up on both sides of this ball. 60 seconds left. A big dash back towards the Shawnee State University half. Zayat, solid hit. Still going to have to play this one because that angle is pretty true. KC Colts rounding around right side. Not back, but Turbo is, and that's all that's going to matter. Team-based game. Zayat hit out. This is kind of what I was talking about a little while earlier. You know, like give up a little bit of yardage, give up a little bit of space on this pitch to kind of bring it out, and now we have the King University goal. That's not open by any means, but at least a couple players back and a couple paying attention to the physical play, to the bumps and the demos.
Yeah, it just gives that other team something else that they have to be worried about. They can't just focus on getting the touch. They have to make sure that they don't run into anybody. The Fire Raptor going to run into the ball here. Just a little bit of time left on the clock. It's a perfect time for them to find this go-ahead goal. They don't want to give up game one in the way that they almost did. And once again, King's defense kind of getting all over on top of each other. Not quite sorting out who's covering what areas of the pitch and who's supposed to be going for these blocks.
12 seconds. Fire Raptor is blocked himself right there as KC Colts. Last few seconds on this. That's decent positioning. A big defensive clear, though. Back out to the middle. Zayat's there. This is the last couple seconds. Volleyball situation has been attained. Got to keep it up. And that is Turbo down to the bottom of the teammate. Keeping this ball alive. Still right there. Picks up boost on the way. And out to the right side. Nicely done there. The last, I believe that was Matt. They just kind of cut this ball like from under and kept it from staying aloft right there. The volleyball situation ends in a 3-2 game. Goes all the way down to the wire. Shawnee State striking first.
Yeah, it was a good start from both teams, I'd say. Definitely a little bit stronger for Shawnee. I feel like the 2 goals that they gave up were more of like mistakes from Shawnee than fantastic play from King University. But that's, you know, kind of what I would expect from a game one between these two teams. I fully expect King University to grow into the series and for the performances to get better and better, but good for Shawnee to get on the board quickly. They kind of gave up the lead, but to still close out this game and get that early momentum for themselves.
Yeah. And early momentum's always what it's about, like kind of making a statement in a game number one. Speaking of game one, let's take a look at some of these replays and whatnot. All 5 goals coming at you fast. This is the last one, I believe. Fire Raptor again. Offensive juggernaut, man. But, But it's really showing up on the defensive side there as well. I guess we just got like the 1 goal highlight. That is totally cool too. You know, we gotta look at what we just.
It's the most
watched
important one.
Kind of go into. That is a very good point. That is a very good point. Fire Raptor taking that. You could literally take the other 4 and just kind of, you know, erase them. All that matters is that one. Because it was a score difference of 1. Yeah, could have been like 11-10. Could have been 1-0. Doesn't matter. It's game 2. Starting in just a few seconds.
I expect Shawnee to probably get on the board first again in this game, but from them, I'd like to see them just whittle down the mistakes a little bit. Like I mentioned, they were the stronger team overall. I think that they kind of gave up their goals against King. I'd like to see them not have that happen because that can be an extremely bad habit to get into. But Turbo showing me why I should maybe doubt Shawnee for just a second. Great show of mechanics off of a brilliant backflip pass from Matt.
There you go. King putting the crown back on and taking the lead here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, King was in the lead, not at 19 seconds in, but the beginning of game 1 as well, a lead they would eventually give up.
Oh, maybe I was wrong about that. I thought Shawnee was first, but...
Yeah, I was asking. That was not a statement. That was a question.
Oh,
my
gotcha.
memory doesn't go back that far. 5 minutes.
I thought Shawnee was first. Either way,
I'm pretty sure Shawnee was. Yeah.
At this point, it doesn't matter because Shawnee ended up taking the first game, but now they are down 0-1. So they've got to show us that they've got that fight inside them, that they can play when they're down as well. Because Turbo may be exposing them that they can't. Almost did it himself, but Matt's there with the quick cleanup.
Yeah, so that was Shawnee State. Yeah, it was because Shawnee State got the 2-0, and we were talking about that. The one in the insurance goal. King now flip situation right now. 48 seconds into this one. Happens pretty fast. That's life though. Can come at you fast. Shawnee State's learning that one right now. Oh my goodness, KC Colts a little bit of a better angle. A little bit of 3rd and 40 seconds. Are you kidding me?
It's very possible, but it looks like Shawnee's got a good attack plan here. They couldn't quite force it back towards the infield, but they do force the big clear from KC Colts, force him to earn another 50 at the midfield, which actually goes the way of King as Matt was able to get there first. Now Turbo looking for this infield pass. Matt gets eliminated, so it's got to be Colts to try to play this smart of them to not go after and just wait for Matt to recover so that they can get the full team behind the ball, and now they can push forward once again. This Fire Raptor intercepts it at the midfield, and it's Matt sending it all the way back down. Zayat taken to the skies. Can they get it past KC? They cannot. It's going towards the net, but Fire Raptor's going to put it towards the corner.
Nicely done. Some solid defensive play coming up from Shawnee. Probably about, middle way through this game. First minute, we'll disregard it. 2 goals still completely possible with way more than halftime left right here. Awash coming up to it. That's KC Colts. Hits the back as Zayat playing this one. Members of King opting to give them a little bit of space as well. I mean, Shawnee State hasn't really had problems kind of finding this one. The double touch and the block, even better. What an epic shot and an epic save. Both of them have been fine as wine. Left side, KC Colts. There's Zayat. Another solid shot. So, I mean, even if all of these aren't like super fast, loud, heavy, they're still forcing the hands of individual defenders.
Absolutely. Sometimes that's the attack plan that you have to take. I think that I was actually talking to a friend about this earlier today. I feel like having pushing the gas the entire match or the entire series is kind of a common misconception about Rocket League. I think that there's a lot of teams, and most of the big successful teams know when they can push full throttle and when they have to slow things down, when they can change that tempo, keep the ball closer instead of trying to just boom it over the heads of everybody they know.
You gotta know when to accelerate, when to slow down. It's like driving like real life. That's a life lesson for you folks. 2 minutes left in this one. King up, 2-0. Just a hit it down bottom. Zayat there, and that should have been another goal after the double commit from King. Fortunately, they're not going to pay a tax on it this time.
Ooh. Should have been a good counterattacking opportunity for Turbo as well. Golden opportunities missed by both sides.
Huh. Generally, higher level Rocket League, you're going to be seeing teams not really making mistakes like that regardless, but definitely the capitalization on the mistake afterwards, really making them pay for it. This game should be 3-2 right, or what? No, 3-1 right now, but we stay with the same score differential. Regardless, Shawnee State on the defense right here as Matt puts this against the corner. Fire Raptor across the middle, but a perfect position right there. Fisky trying something wonky right side. Members of King just swallowing this one up. They know that now, especially with the insurance goal here, Awash, they can just kind of burn time. I'm not saying like completely play defense, but they can play against this clock. That's the only real opponent at this point.
Absolutely. They just have to worry about not giving up any clear opportunities
Yeah.
to Shawnee, even if they're not really generating a whole lot of offense for themselves. If they can just win a majority of their 50s or get some nice transitions like this one from Matt to Turbo to Casey, maybe for the third off of a double tap. It's so close. It would have been a highlight goal for sure for King, but thankfully they've still got that cushion on them.
So what's that scene in Forrest Gump where he's just playing against the wall with himself? Oh my goodness, excuse me, Zayat does not like the references. Shawnee State strikes back with a fantastic shot right across the middle. This is a pass into points. It's what we've talked about before, it's what we'll talk about again. Is that a version 1 score animation as well? I couldn't quite catch it.
I wasn't really paying attention either, to be honest. I am a little desensitized to some of the goal explosions and the decals. I'm not really, personally, one to be all that focused on it. You'll see me rocking the Stocktane any day of the week. But Turbo here putting in another great performance.
There you go. Supercharged one right there. Turbo's the name for a reason, people. Matt to Turbo. We will eventually sound like broken records saying that one. Matt to Turbo, Matt to Turbo. Crazy stuff. King up 3-1. This is the King College. King University? This is the King organization. Yes, there you go. University. I was going to say, this is the organization. This is the King University. Yes, the King University that we were looking for.
And up until recently, I believe Matt and Turbo had been teaming outside of King on various like bubble teams or I guess club or like pickup teams, if you will. Up until very recently, they were teammates for quite a long time. So there's definitely a very strong connection between the two players, and it's the reason you'll hear us harp on the Turbo to Matt connection, regardless of which way it's going, who's serving up who. You know, that's their role. That's what's going to work best for them. Not to say that Casey Colts won't get involved. We almost saw him have a really nice double tap for a third goal for King, but his role overall is just to make sure that when things don't go right for Turbo and Matt, he's there for cleanup duties.
Exactly. And frequently, this has just been the King University squad that goes forth and not only capitalize. I think the big difference between Game 1 and Game 2 was that the capitalization mistakes was there for King. They didn't really make so many of them, but when that happened, they just immediately got right there, snapped to the ball, and frequently found points on the other side of it. Whether that was passes into points or not, that we saw open nets, we saw passes into points, we saw like individually gifted play from King University, and I think that's really just why they took a Game 2 at a 3-1 scoreline as well. So not Shawnee State kind of gets all the way down to our 000s up top, and it's kind of like, well, it can go either way. And their victory, King University, not the same thing.
Yeah, I have to agree. Two very different games for both teams early on in this series. But we'll see who's gonna pick things back up here in Game 3. Is this the King that's finally found their feet and they're just gonna have to cement their spot to be able to take off the rest of the series, or are they gonna have to continue to improve as the Shawnee side also adapts and evolves to the King style of play?
Exactly. Speaking of evolving, people, we were at a best of 7. We've essentially purchased ourselves a best of 5, and Fisky does not like the odds. Wow. Okay, so our quickest goal, not necessarily our fastest goal, not speed-wise, but quickest, the amount of time, 7 seconds into this one, and Shawnee State strikes first.
Yep, that's as good of a start you can ask for Shawnee getting
maybe it's 6 seconds, right?
Well, yeah, I guess in terms of the time, but generally speaking, like that quick response to giving up a game is what you want to see. If
like immediate
Shawnee.
No, I hear
yeah,
you.
exactly.
Yes, joking around, but that's about as fast as it gets, about as good as it gets, people, especially if you're a fan of Shawnee State. 30 seconds into this one. Shawnee State going on the defense for the first real time in this game so far. Matt up. Colts fan is kind of just like lurking right now. Mini fake from Fire Raptor right there. No one's gonna be able to get. Ooh, excuse me, it's a burp. Go ahead.
You saw a little bit of a mechanical showing from Turbo. We saw that be a lot more present in the last game, and I think that Turbo feeling themselves on and off the ball is super important to the success of King, because both Matt and Turbo are incredible players mechanically. And I think that that's a big avenue that they seem to take when it comes to a lot of these goals. Try to solo play your way past maybe two people, and then serve it up to somebody who's hopefully got either a one-on-one situation or maybe has a free net to shoot at.
Yeah, speaking of a 1v1 situation, Fire Raptor, there you go with a demo as well, and the hit off. That was actually on a teammate. Fisky gonna pay the price on the other side for that one. KC Colts up and down, nicely done. This is a perfect setup off the backboard right here. Hey, Wash.
Yep, you let Matt and Turbo do their thing, and this is KC Colts on cleanup duty, letting their teammates get the bumps, serve up the passes, try to get something towards the net, force Shawnee State into a very awkward situation, and that's where KC Colts has all the time, all the space to be able to hit that just under the bar and find an equalizer for King.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. This one happens minute 45 or so into this. Back to a true neutral type situation, at least in the scoring wise. Turbo trying something wonky across the middle, but Fisky's sets this one up for another defensive clear. Defensive clear gets there off the back of a demo right now, but that's back to mid-pitch, and there ever so briefly, Shawnee State wasn't on defense. Demos and demos and demos. Alert me if you're sensing a theme here, Wash.
I certainly am, at least starting in this third game. Both teams certainly taking it up a notch.
Absolutely.
Oh my goodness, and so was Matt. Turning up the heat for that shot, sniping the back corner from off the sidewall.
There you go. Shawnee State took the lead initially. We now have the lead change here, people. Let's get the bell and ring it. King up by 1, just outside halftime in this matchup. Game 3 right now. Again, basically a best of 5 now after Shawnee State struck first. King came back. Game numero dos. That was a 3-1 game 2. A lot of numbers coming at you right there.
I know for King as well, Matt and Turbo have been super dedicated to, well, all of King really has been super dedicated to wanting to find success in the collegiate scene. For some of the players, it's more of a secondary thing. They play with their colleges, but they also like have a huge focus, or more of a focus on the outside things from the collegiate competitions. But I can't really say that that's been the case for Matt and Turbo. And Casey Coles, they all play outside of King, but I don't think it's far off to say that King would be their main priority in some ways. They definitely are going to want this win over Shawnee, but it looks like Fire Raptor just might want it more.
Just another goal coming off the back of a demo. Not surprising. Zayat right here. Last player gets demoed. Matt is just in a weird position, a weird, awkward position right there. And goes down for it. Zayat. And the rest of Shawnee State. Some fantastic stuff. Fisky. Right side. Now bounce back to the middle. Shawnee State a little bit of defense action. Zayat doing exactly what they need to. Fire Raptor comes up to it, and this ball just lands basically mid-pitch until Zayat started a little bit of run of their own. No boost to be spoken of. Just a lot off the top right there from KC Colts. Matt. KC Colts down to Turbo right now. Runs across the middle. Fire Raptor easy takeaway, and this one goes back on over to King's defensive side. Never mind.
It was a nice transition. Was not quite able to make anything of it, and here's Fire Raptor looming with the double tap, but good awareness from Casey Colts to get to the backboard. Turbo tries to carry this play out a little bit longer, and I've got Matt trying to show off some of their mechanics, show some of that Dominus action that we don't get a whole lot from people nowadays. Personally, I'm a big fan of the Dominus. I've been maining it for a couple of months at this point. Kind of go back and forth between that and the Fennec, but nice to see some fellow Dominus players showing their skills up on the pitch.
Matt setting this one down bottom, minute left to it. Fire Raptor trying to play this one, actually deciding it wiser, just kind of go back on their side, their own pitch. It was wise because they now set this one up. Zayat almost. Fire Raptor, nice shot, and then there you go. Shawnee State taking the lead at 43 seconds.
Yeah, this is a well-worked play. Zayat kind of coming out of the POV, I guess, of all of the King players. Nobody saw him coming from that side of the field, which makes it awkward to then have to respond to him because they're not properly positioned for that sort of touch. But that's the kind of creativity you have to show in games like this, where it's tight. You know, any game really can go either team's way. That extra level of creativity to make an extra goal happen, or to make an extra mistake happen for the other team, crucial.
Forcing mistakes, right?
Yep.
Forcing mistakes. That's been the theme of the competition here today. Fire Raptor down bottom, forces the hand. That's Turbo trying to beat feet to this left side. Nice job by Zayat. This guy tries, but no, a solid shot there from Turbo. Still continued pressure here from King as we're getting double or single digit seconds. A bounce down. That's going to be up and alive. Nicely done. Still staying on top of this one. And Shawnee State takes another game 3-2. This is game 1. They took at a 3-2 scoreline, bringing us all the way down to the wire. And then King Tornado actually bringing it through in game 2 right there. So I guess actually our score differential is going to be the exact same, right? There's going to be dead even, but Shawnee State is up 2-1 in the series.
Yep, for Shawnee, they just had to close out that last game. They did really well. This play right here from Zayat, brilliant to set up Fire Raptor. Really well coordinated from everybody on the pitch, because you also had Fiskai going for a bump in the net as well, making sure that that last defender couldn't turn around and try to cover the angles that Fire Raptor was ready to shoot at.
Yeah, so game 3 marked by some really, really physical play, bumps, demos, everything in between, just kind of cutting lines and whatnot for these players to get there and just straight up allowing these balls to go in, because these players just can't flip into it. I love the evolution of this game as we have come through.
Yeah, and that's what both of these teams are going to be required to do. I don't think that there's a whole lot to separate these two squads, so it's going to be about how can they get that extra step on each other, and that happens minute to minute, game to game. What did that team do last game that beat you, and how do you respond to that in the next game? I think we're about to find out from King what their response is from the what the response is to the physical play from Shawnee and the sort of creativity that they showed towards the end.
Speaking of creativity, Zion trying to do everything themselves. Reading this one out well, Turbo does. Matt just kind of staying down bottom. It's a great job, not kind of like, you know, getting too worked up, right? Just let them play it out right there to see what happens. Play it when it comes to you. Zayat, left side again, trying to bring it out of Shawnee State's side. That's decently on point. This guy puts us against the backboard, and now some more like kind of ping pong shots here from Fire Raptor, not going to result in a Shawnee State goal, but there is a lot of pressure coming the other way. Everybody misses, and King goes up first.
Well, it seems the response to Shawnee's creativity was a little creativity from King themselves. That was a great bump from Matt, recognizing that Fiskai had one option, and that was to go up for the block. Just sent them out of the way, made them no longer relevant in this play, and King up 1-0 very quickly.
Once again, physical play showing up on the day. It's going to be, and that's also a perfect example of like when just a mild bump is just as good as a demo right there too. It's just, you know, ever so slightly taking them. Oh my goodness!
Absolutely.
Wow, this ball just flirting with this goal right up here. And fortunately, all 3 King University members able to get a hand onto it.
Ooh, good follow from Fire Raptor as well. Good control from Matt, though, to buy a little bit of time for Turbo and Casey Colts to get back so that they can follow these touches from Zai and Fire Raptor once again, just showing us why they are the focal point of the offense for Shawnee State.
Raptors are birds of prey. Makes sense. The aerial superiority that Fire Raptor does have. Fantastic stuff. Perfect angle. All the way slotting at top left. And that's going to be Shawnee State tying it up. And then 13 seconds to go.
Shawnee seems to be pretty good at getting these quick responses. It certainly bodes well for them in the long term for this series, because they've got the solid mental. It's not going to be one game or one bad play that sows any seeds of doubt into their mind. They're confident that they didn't go 7-0 through any sort of luck in Naystarty. They got there on pure merit, and they're going to continue to go as far as they can on that merit.
Yeah, undefeated seasons don't happen by mistake. 7-0 within that regular season right now. I believe they played King as well. I can't remember the series score. Can't remember if it was 4-3 whatnot. But I do remember that Shawnee State obviously 7-0 did win. So a little bit of rematch action coming at you guys. This guy to Zayat. Both players looking a little awkward right there, but if it gets it done, that's what's important. A lot of King University pressure right now. This ball just immediately comes back. Trying to play something on defense. Much slower play across the mid-pitch right now. Zayat right here. Everybody just trying to go into these next engagements. Full boost, speaking of. Matt right here. Little play across the middle. Fiskai trying something. Trying to take this one, go possession-wise with it. Not going to happen. Fire Raptor back out. Mid-pitch play Yet again, it's Fire Raptor just trying to get this one back toward the King University goal. That's a Fiskeye shot right here. Gonna have to play it down bottom. Casey Colts rolling this one along the bottom. Some fantastic possession and ball handling skills.
Yeah, the patience has been really good, especially from Casey Colts playing that crucial role for King University. He has to be really patient. He can't panic at any point during these matches, because if he starts panicking, it's gonna make Turbo and Matt start to question what's actually going on the pitch. So calm, cool, collected from King so far. They just need to turn the knobs up just a little bit to be able to get past Shawnee, but it looks like Fire Raptor is still trying. He's still got the burners going. Maybe we're going to see something from Shawnee because they got a good bout of pressure here. Looking for a mistake from Matt as that patience from Shawnee ultimately doesn't come into anything.
Yeah, nice reset on that one to get a second look at this ball, and just like that, Shawnee stayed on the defensive third. Pop play over. Matt's going to be able to pick this one up. Back to the middle. Zayat, opponent, kind of like kissing bumpers right there for just a second, but no full rule one by any means. 75 seconds left into this one. Pressure coming back towards Shawnee State. KC Colts trying to play this one. Fire Raptor tries to pop it over. Gets intercepted about mid-pitch. Fiskeye trying to keep this one going, but again, just interrupting midfield play. Trying to turn these into passes. Turbo down bottom. Zayat there for the huge clear to set up Fire Raptor and some more pressure against King University.
See which of these teams is going to be able to get a game-winning goal, whether we're going to get it in regulation or if we're going to get it in a potential overtime. There's not been a whole lot to separate these two squads. Both teams have had their half-decent chances, some half-decent looks. Matt once again trying to find something that'll make its way through, but a miss from Casey Colts leaves Matt and Turbo in a desperate position. Matt now covering that front post as Zion can't force it through. Fiskeye off of the ceiling, trying to find a avenue towards the middle. Fire Raptor up with boost, but decides not to challenge. Is going to wait to see what Matt and Turbo can do in combo. Zayat off the backboard towards Fiskeye. Is there going to be a 0-second redirect? They couldn't keep it up. Fire Raptor cannot reach it in time. We've got overtime in Game 4.
Overtime in Game 4. Regardless of who wins, no one's losing the series on this game, but still, love to see it. Love to see a little overtime action. This is just indicative of how this game has been going so far. One score differences in every game except for that game number 2. 15 seconds in, Zayat right side. Turbo takes it. Trying to maintain possession, but Fiskeye easily just grounds this ball, starting an offensive run of their own. Ceiling reset here, but loses possession on the way, and KC Colts trying to pick this one up. Matt running around and kind of just rotating around this 100 boost right here, and that's going to be this Shawnee State player that just kind of comes in, grabs it right off the pot. A little honey of gold right there. It's going to go their way. Right side, Matt from the basically ceiling right here, setting up player down bottom. Fiskeye reads it perfectly and sends it back out to mid-pitch.
You can see Matt was trying to delay that flick just a little bit, seeing if one of the Shawnee players would bite it. Oh, that's just going to go all the way in. Okay, I feel like they had a lot of good candidates for passes and plays in this game. I didn't expect that one to find its way all the way through, but you know, when Turbo just throws himself in front of Fire Raptor like that, there's not a whole lot that Fire Raptor can do. I'd love to see a different angle on that play, whether Fire Raptor actually could have gone for the ball, or if he tried to challenge it, if Turbo was just going to bump him anyways.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, A-Wash. Just from the angle of it, it kind of looked like it could be either way. That Fire Raptor thought he was going to get bumped, so didn't jump for it, or did get bumped out of the way, and they weren't able to quite get to it. We'll try and get that one on the replay, perhaps. A 2-1 victory here for King, right when it was necessary. Right, again. Best of 7 series, nobody's losing in a Game 4 when the series is 2-1, but still, this really just sets it up, and we keep talking about how the evolution of this game is going. Best of 7 into a best of 5, now essentially a best of 3.
It definitely looked like Fire Raptor backflipped, it kind of out of maybe a desperation to not get bumped. Regardless, Turbo's presence there is what made the goal.
Yeah, exactly. Either he backflips and misses it, trying to avoid the bump, or he goes for it and gets bumped regardless. That goal was going in OT. I think that was about 42 seconds into this one. So, King University, once again, tying this series back up. Best of 7 into a best of 5, now essentially a best of 3. We get 3 games of Rocket League to determine who's going on in the playoffs here.
Yeah, I feel like from such a close game 4, if Shawnee had taken that one, made it on to match point, I feel like this series gets really tough for King University at that point, because they've had some really close games, but they just couldn't seem to get across the line. Thankfully, King was able to take that 4th game, and now we're dead even. There's no sense of doubt. Maybe from Shawnee feeling like they could have taken at least 1, maybe 2 of the games that they've given up. Maybe they feel they could have 4-0'd King at this point, but there's nothing to feel bad about from these performances. Both teams, I feel, fully deserving of a 2-2 series scoreline at this point.
Yeah, 100%. Just going to your point, I think Shawnee State takes that game 4 OT. They go 3-1 in the series. I do not see King University running 3 games down to take the dub at that, to go for like a basically reverse sweep at that point. King University fortunately find them, if you're a King University fan, I should say, you should fortunately find themselves not in that situation. Maybe a different universe here, AWASH, maybe, but not the timeline we're living in.
Yep, certainly these 2 squads, even though they're 2 games different in their season records up to this point, there's not a whole lot that separates them on the pitch right now. You can tell that both of these teams really want this win, and all these players will do anything that they can to make sure that that's what happens. Matt's aggressiveness nearly gives them a chance to pinch the ball off the backboard and across their face of the opponent's net. Doesn't quite work out the way that they'd hoped, but they still got the ball in this opposite half. Turbo being a menace in front of the Shawnee State defense as Zayat keeps it going, and Fire Raptor there for the redirect, but it's slightly off.
Man.
And this could be a counterattack for King.
Fire Raptor there, Matt earlier. Not necessarily open net situations, but ball just kind of traveling a little bit too fast. You know, like 10% faster, they would have been able to get a better angle on it. But again, maybe theory crafting. Zayat taking this one out. King University quickly having to get on the defensive. Matt, solid job hitting this one to the right side. Ball goes aloft for a few seconds, and King has time to rotate, get in the defensive stance. Fire Raptor left side. KC Colts popping this one way high. Now down bottom, what a shot there as Turbo and Matt combine for the defensive prowess. Turbo now on the offensive, goes for the double touch, can't quite get it. Matt, once again, this ball is going a little bit too fast.
Yeah, I like the aggressiveness from Matt, trying to get there first, even if it's going to be a super tough angle off the backboard. You know, just trying to keep the ball out of a clear possession for the Shawnee defense. Sometimes that's more important than anything. Fortunately, Turbo's touch here puts the whole King defense in a sticky situation. Fire Raptor not able to 50 it back into their favor. Now KC Colts has some players in the midfield that they can work with. Fiskai, one of them that they weren't able to get past. And now Matt seeing this one out to just about the midfield line, and a little bit of help from KC Colts as well. We'll see that through. They can't quite turn it into any sustained possession, though. Both teams kind of getting one-off chances, and then they're immediately back on defense.
Oh my goodness. We keep talking about how great these two teams are, and they really are, but I feel like there's just last-second defensive touches, just maybe to excite your casters now, I understand that one, but last-second touches that on balls that almost go in. We've seen a couple of those goals so far, but this is an incredibly close series, and nobody wants to get scored on the back of just a minor mistake. Fire Raptor across the middle, Zayat now gonna, nice job cutting this one. Fire Raptor going in for the second angle, not gonna find it. Defensive players showed up. Back to the mid-pitch we go as Turbo attempting to pick up this pass. Fire Raptor just flipping over him, unfortunately.
Good bump.
Yeah, great bump on the Fiskai right there. Almost took him out of commission, but unfortunately no King member to kind of accept this pass.
It's a good read from Matt up towards the backboard. Now KC Colts trying to keep this close out of the Shawnee player possession, as Shawnee's kind of building a little bit of a foothold in the King University half, but this transition play might be the one it will not. I feel like that's really just what we're waiting for. We're waiting for this one brilliant combination play from either one of these teams to break the deadlock.
0-0 down to 40 seconds right here. AWASH and I spoke on it. I think that difference made right here is going to spell out to the rest of this. And just like that, King, I was waiting for it. Like, there was so much offensive pressure right there, but nobody, like, really fully accepting passes. And now just a little bit of backboard play equals a KC Colts goal.
Yeah, all three of the King players getting involved there. And what a time to do it. 31 seconds left on the clock. Now is the time that they can play for the clock. Just earn their 50s, put this one up towards the backboard, keep it out of Zayat's range, maybe get the double tap for good measure. It was really close from Turbo, but they have to make sure that they don't overstretch themselves in these final moments. Matt couldn't get the touch. Turbo, brilliant fake to send Zayat and Fiskai flying past. Fire Raptor had to dive in to try to make something happen. All three Shawnee players showing up around the midline. It's not going to be a second goal for King University, but they may not need it unless Fiskai is able to make something happen here. We got a couple players up, Fire Raptor and Zayat both up.
Oh my god.
Ball crawling towards the King University net,
wow.
But the time expires.
Wow, a 1-0 game. I said it before, I'll say it again. I will preach it upon the mountaintops. I love 0-1 games. I absolutely love 0-1 games. What that means, of course, whether or no, like, unless, of course, it's an overtime and it's 0-0 all the way down, is that at any given time, you know, the volleyball type situation, keep this ball aloft and you can keep that up and all the way down until the ball, live wire is grounded. Anybody can score and anybody can bring that one back. Not going to happen, though, in our first goose egg of our section of the broadcast. It comes up in a game 5 that is just so crucial for Shawnee State to have taken.
Yeah, King took that one, by the way.
Yes, for Shawnee State to have taken. Well, we were talking about how we kind of thought that whoever took this game right here is going to go forth and take the series, right?
Gotcha, yes.
Yeah.
For either one of these teams, that match would have been very crucial to take it. Now King University has that extra step. Shawnee now needs 2 in a row. We said that King, it was going to be tough if they had to do it in 3. I think Shawnee, it's still going to be tough for them to do it in 2. These matches have been so close. They're going to have to bring out that clutch factor. Still, multiple games in a row, which is no easy feat in such a close match like this.
No easy feat at all. 2 things here, folks. First, this is the, 4th game of a 1-score difference. Second, I have been mispronouncing stuff all day long. I'm sorry, I just got the dumb today, folks. You have to bear with me. 5 minutes into this one, like, AWash's correction worthwhile. Oh well. 5 minutes left in this game. A possible last game if King takes it. 4-2 scoreline. I think we could have predicted, not necessarily which side though. 4 minutes. Back to the middle for right now. Just kind of back and forth. We talked about ping pong earlier. Kind of seeing it showing up early in this game.
Yeah, it seems like it's continued from, oh my goodness, almost a well-worked goal, and Turbo almost saving their teammate's shot, but that back and forth play and the early stages looking like it continued over from game 5. Turbo trying to get in front of the net again, and Matt able to slide it through. Brilliant communication and heads-up plays from both players. Turbo, there's not a whole lot Fire Raptor can do there. They have to time this perfectly to be able to get the block and not get bumped or demoed by Turbo. And with really nobody else within close enough to be able to make the block, that's a super tough situation for Shawnee to find themselves in, but a well-worked play from King.
Absolutely. Yeah, like, especially, I mean, I feel like with King, just kind of reverberating this ball the way around, talked about ping pong, maybe that was more like pinball. It's kind of hard just to cover every single angle, especially with the speed at which King University players were moving in at this one. Fire Raptor and the rest of Shawnee State looking to fire back, and that's a fantastic way to do it. This guy right here doesn't have to be fast. It definitely was pretty, though.
Absolutely. Oh, man, Fire Raptor almost had a brilliant clip there. But you know what? I'm the type of person who, if I don't score, I'm okay with it as long as I get an assist for it. And hopefully Fire Raptor is a very similar player, especially in a moment like this where it doesn't matter who gets the goals, it just matters that they get goals. And another quick response from Shawnee, certainly giving themselves every bit of a chance to send this to Game 7 and still take this series for themselves.
Well, there's another solid opportunity here to take the lead. Shawnee State getting the offensive. Starts it with the demo right there. Actually, that was a Shawnee State University offensive player flying all the way. I'm not sure if it was a fake or not, but that's a solid hit. Fire Raptor forced to play this one across the mid-pitch. Turbo coming in. There's the double. There's a triple touch. Can't quite get it all the way in there to go forth and take the lead for King University yet again. KC Colts pressure right here. Flirting with the front. Second touch. Player coming in. Nobody's at home. And KC Colts takes this one after, again, the offensive play just set up by little mini bumps and not necessarily demos. Fire Raptor trying to beat feet to get back to that one. Not going to happen.
Yeah, the mechanics on show from King University and the build up to that play was phenomenal. Both Turbo and Matt using their mechanics to beat one or two players of the Shawnee defense, and ultimately leaves KC Colts to have enough space to come in and get that shot once again, playing an excellent cleaned up role, getting tons of goals and making the most of the effort of their other two teammates. Indeed. King once again up in front. Turbo trying to set up KC Colts for a third goal, and that will be a 2-goal lead for King University as they seem to be finally executing on all these brilliant plays we've been seeing.
Yeah, this competition, people, is a long book. Chapter 2 is the last time we saw a scoreline like this and a score difference of 2. That should tell you everything that you need to know about just how competitive this matchup has been. A King University squad, 5-2 with the regular season, staring on the barrel of a 4-2 series if they're able to hold this one on. Now, it's not even halftime yet. What is going on? Walking the dog on a nice Sunday. Well, it's Saturday here, folks. And Shawnee State brings us back to 1. The insurance goal. The policy ripped up.
That is a filthy fake from Fire Raptor at the front post. You think that anybody else would try to squeeze it through, or maybe force a 50, but no, Fire Raptor's like, I'll just wait for you to walk past me and then I'll shoot on it. Brilliant.
Turbo with a technical own goal as well. Gotta be a feels bad man. We talked about the mental facilities all day long, right? Been talking about it on broadcast constantly. Perhaps, maybe, going to be coming in and having a factor in the second half of this game. Matt up, Turbo to it, solid shot. That's going to be top corner and out. That one's going to be too high, and that one's going to be a really slow, easily blocked goal. Matt now using this. Matt almost getting the undercarriage up onto this one to kind of flick it in. Not going to happen necessarily. A full musty not attained. Solid run.
My apologies.
No, you're good. You're good. I know. I realized I've been going back and forth a little bit again. Just one of those days.
Yeah, I think the coffee still got to you.
Yeah, thank goodness. God knows you need the caffeine. 100 seconds left on this one. Mid-pitch. Turbo winning that 50. Fire Raptor firing this one off the front bumper here. Back to the middle. Matt forced hand, and at 90 seconds right here, that was almost looking at another tying factor.
Ooh, good look from Matt into Turbo. KC Colts has to play this smartly. Chooses their time wisely. It turns into a pass towards Turbo. Does a 50 become a goal-scoring angle? It's not. Matt was looking for it. Actually, a brilliant backflip to keep this in the Shawnee State half as well. At this point, King just needs to make sure that they don't get overwhelmed as that... that might be the case. We know Shawnee can be as physical as we saw in Game 3. They kind of let go of that particular gas pedal a little bit, but maybe out of desperation in this game, potentially final Game 6, that's what's going to give them their last-ditch success.
Game 6 could be the final. 40 seconds left in this one. A bare one-score lead. But again, that is how 4 of these 5 games have ended so far. One-score lead and 1 OT in there just for flavor. Zayat down bottom. That's going to be a filthy second touch, but the angle just not true. Mid-air demolition. Little anti-aircraft coming in right here. Saw like a full team wipe it basically in Rocket League, which is unheard of against King earlier. 3 demos back-to-back-to-back right there. Unfortunately, the offense didn't come through for Shawnee State for the tying factor. 12 seconds to go here, Awash. Solid hit. That's almost a true angle. Insurance policy not written. Zayat, Fire Raptor actually walked the dog in by themselves solo dolo earlier. Almost looked like a second situation of that. Matt to right side. Back down bottom. Fisky keeping the dream alive. Running round, and no, Shawnee State can't get this one back up, and King does it in 6.
Brilliant stuff from King University. Fair play to Shawnee State. These matches were so incredibly close. I think Game 7 would have been more than deserving based on the performances we saw. But I said it before this game, Shawnee State was going to have to clutch up twice in a row. That's just how difficult these games were going to be. It's not enough to just do enough. You have to do more than enough to see these games out in your favor. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite do it in these final two, but they sure gave King a run for their money.
Speaking of the run for their money, a Cinderella run right here for King University, kind of tearing up the previous fairy tale that was a 7-0, unfortunately, undefeated season there through Shawnee State. And again, don't remember the exact series score, but I do know that Shawnee State won that previous matchup. This is a rematch here, A-Wash. A rematch the King Tornado does at the most crucial of times, right before turning back into a pumpkin in 11:59. No, they are remaining a beautiful princess. I can't remember how the story goes. I don't know.
I definitely want to ask Matt eventually how it feels to get revenge on Shawnee, because I know how it feels to lose a game during the regular season and then seek that revenge. Sometimes it gives you that little extra fire that you need inside of you to push you through some of the most grueling parts of your season.
Absolutely. And the most grueling coming on right here. We still got another match up after this one that is Northwood and Missouri, but of course, first, we got to get a little player interview action going. They're just getting that one set up in the back. I know definitely what I'm going to be asking them as well right here, because it's, like you said, got to be exciting. Got to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely. I think, if I know anything about Matt, it's that he definitely cares a lot about his collegiate performances, and I'm sure he'll be very happy with the way he performed and the way that the rest of his team performed around him today, to not only take down a very strong Shawnee State side, but also be able to close out some of these really, really tough games. And if I'm hearing in my ears correctly, I think we do have Matt on the line. Hey. Matt, how you doing?
Good. How about you guys?
Fantastic.
Doing very well. I did not just win a 4-2 kind of comeback type situation in the NACE championships, though, in the little playoff action against a team I've already played against, though, and lost to, unfortunately, previously in the season. But I'm doing pretty well.
Fair enough.
There you go. Hey, Wash, take it away, sir.
Yeah, so, Matt, we've hinted on it a couple of times that you all lost to Shawnee during the regular season, and this was a bit of a revenge story for you all. How does it feel to be able to get back at Shawnee and take the match off of them when it matters the most?
Just being able to bounce back from the end of the season, where we lost to GMU and Shawnee State in the same night, to be able to go to Game 7 actually against GMU and then bounce back and beat Shawnee State 4-2 is just an amazing feeling.
Yeah, I bet. So obviously, if I know anything about you and Turbo and Casey as well, you all are super focused on like your collegiate performances, even though you all play outside of the college teams as well. How much does this win mean for you for the rest of your season, and how do you feel about how the rest of your season can go?
I think that it gives us a lot of confidence going into playoffs for sure. We've been a little bit shaky this semester in terms of other leagues we've been in. And NACE specifically, we haven't done this terrible, I guess you said, in years past. So we really just needed a confidence booster going to playoffs, and I think this was it.
Absolutely. I can imagine. And also, not necessarily going to a Game 7. You mentioned your game with GMU. Did you predict kind of like these? Obviously, maybe a close matchup with GMU, but did you predict actually taking down this Shawnee State University squad by 2?
Maybe not by 2. I was thinking we could pull it out. Last time they just caught us way off guard. We'd never played them before. We didn't know what to expect, and so. Coming into this game, we just knew as long as we could keep our cool, and now we know what to expect, that we should play fun.
Absolutely. So, Matt, 2 teammates, Casey, Colts, and Turbo, who do you feel was like you were connecting with more between like the setups, either passes from them or passes to them? Both
That's
of them
a tricky
fantastic
question.
Performances. Yeah, I'm not trying to divide up teams here or nothing like that. Both of them had fantastic performances here today. I just asking you, which do you feel like you had better synergy with here tonight?
I say both of them in a separate way, though. For Turbo, it was more offensively, getting the offensive plays going, and then for Casey, it was just getting the outlet passes going and transitions going. So both of them I was connecting with synergy-wise. It was just in different parts of the field.
Absolutely. 3 Rocket League players going to be connecting all the way across the pitch, and that just makes sense, right? It's not necessarily one player to a role here. So, Matt, I want to thank you for coming on in and give us a minute of your time after the game. Before we get you on out of here, I want to ask you if you have any shout-outs.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, just shout out both my teammates Turbo and Casey. Shout out Big Wade always, you know. And then shout out my mom. I think she's watching tonight. So.
Hey, there you go. The parental support. Love to see it. Love to see it. Matt, once again, thank you, sir. Congratulations and good luck on the rest of your Rocket League competitions and whatnot.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your night, guys.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Coming up next, we got Northwood. That is the Northwood Blue squad with the aforementioned Lion Blaze. And we're looking at them going up against Missouri here. A 7-0 squad against another 5-2 squad here. A wash.
Yep, before we get to that match, though, we do want to plug the giveaway. Once again, our friends at Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Check out the Nace Star League Twitter to figure out how to enter. I will admit, I was watching the stream earlier. It does look like a pretty nice backpack.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro coming in from our good friends over the Army ROTC. Stay tuned, guys. We still got another matchup coming up. And again, that is Northwood Blue taking on Missouri. Missouri State, actually, I believe. And we'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back, esports fans. NA Star League continues now. Last series of the day. FBI Tugboat here with my man Awash to bring you the action. We just came hot off a series. That was Shawnee State getting taken down by King Tornado, unfortunately. A perfect 7-0 run right there through the NA Star League season gets shattered here in the last little bit of it. A little postseason action.
Yeah, but it was a fantastic showing from both teams. I don't think anybody should be sad about the way that they performed. Both teams performed brilliantly. It really just came down to the smallest margins, that small clutch factor in the last series. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether that's the same thing here for this matchup, Northwood versus Missouri State.
Yes, we're going to be looking at this Northwood's blue team, 7-0 as well. Another 7-0, 5-2 matchup right here. Lion Blaze, Slew, and Buddy. Taking a look, Missouri State squad right here. That's Cross, and Krimvos. Krimvos right here making up the Missouri State side.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody is familiar with Northwood Blue, especially Lion Blaze and Buddy playing at a pretty high level of the game. I'm not familiar with Slew, but I imagine that they are just about there with the rest of them as well. Certainly ready to put in a fantastic performance.
Not on this team by mistake by any means. Carefully selected. Northwoods is doing. They'll be coming into this best of 7 series to see who will go forth. Will we see another undefeated game, another Northwoods 8-0 to continue on their run, or will we see another Cinderella story, the fairy tale ending right here with the a crucial first loss coming at the worst of times? We'll find out here in just a couple of minutes as we get on into this one. We took predictions. I think we both took Northwoods. I think it's a fair statement. This is not a 7-0 squad by mistake.
Yeah, Northwood Blue in particular is one of those teams that you really can't bet against until they give you a reason to bet against them. They've just been dominant in everything Collegiate Rocket League over the past couple of seasons, and I don't see this being the moment that everything changes for us. I fully expect this to be another Northwood win.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. You feeling confident enough to predict the series result?
I am interested to see how this Missouri State side plays next. I've heard of all the players on the squad, but I'm not sure that I've ever seen them all play together on the same squad. So I wonder whether this play style is going to be their own homebrew Missouri State style, or whether it's going to be whether it's going to be targeted against Northwood to try to somehow, try to respond to the way that Northwood plays. That's exactly what I was looking for.
I hear you. Well, we have Hockey playing there for Northwoods, maybe instead of Slew, and we have a couple different name changes. Cross X-Bones obviously playing under Cross. Pluvin, I believe, is the pronunciation of that name, playing for Krimvos, which is what we had before.
Yeah. Now Hockey, I'm very familiar with. This looks like the regular Northwood Blue squad. I think it just furthers my decision to choose Northwood Blue. I never see the squad losing, and when they do, it's an upset. Really, I don't think it'll be Missouri State that upsets them, but that's what we're here to do, is to find out whether they can pull off another fairy tale matchup and take down what is one of the strongest teams ever in Collegiate Rocket League.
Who knows? The Disney Channel story movie coming on right here. We just got one of them, but oh my goodness. I'm not your buddy guy. That's going to be Buddy here from right side. 48 seconds into this one. Northwoods going up by 2.
It's a high-intensity playstyle from the very beginning. Northwood is never here to just mess around. They're here to make sure that they continue their run of dominance, and complacency is never a factor in that plan for them. They are always looking to play 100%, always trying to put in the best performance that they can, and I'm sure that they will accept nothing less than a 4-0 sweep against Missouri State. Now, Missouri, on the other hand, is going to somehow try to find a way to disrupt this Northwood squad. Whether they're able to do it successfully and consistently enough to end up taking a win over Northwood, that remains to be seen.
Yes. You got to turn the page in this book. That is Hockey with another quick wrister, as they'd say in the NHL. Right across the middle. Very, very close. Personal, in your face. Lion Blaze, perfect little fake right there, sets up the teammate. Lion Blaze, obviously the name we'll be screaming a whole lot of in this series. Is setting up a teammate, because Rocket League is a team-based game. Minute 18 seconds in this. We had not seen this. I don't think we saw a team even go up by 3 scores in our previous series, did we?
No, there was there were a few games where teams had 3 goals at some point.
Yeah, but not.
Yeah, never 3-0. I think we briefly had a 3-1 at well, one of the games ended 3-1. I think we very briefly had moments of 3-1, but it was mostly like 3-2.
Yep, exactly. Last game right there, King did take down 4-2 fashion. Back to the middle, and that's Cross finding this one from Missouri State. A little bit of an equalizer. Obviously still got the insurance, Northwood does. The second goal right there. It's right across the middle and just a bare mistake taken advantage of.
I think for a lot of teams, the name of the game against Northwood is to just try to capitalize on any mistake that Northwood gives you. Northwood doesn't make a whole lot of mistakes, but when you do, you have to be on top of those. And Missouri State, you see that, oh my goodness, what a redirect attempt from Cross would have been brilliant. It hadn't been Northwood players in the net. Lion Blaze, that is a filthy angle in response, taking it from backboard to backboard. Well, essentially, and a little detour to the
coast
ceiling.
Coast.
Yeah,
straight up.
Lion Blaze is just too good.
World traveler indeed. They say lions only live in Africa. I think that's true. I don't know, actually. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left in this one. Lion Blaze coming up for this one. Hobie Wan going to be winning at least off this ceiling until Hockey has something to say about it. Taking this one off. And Missouri State back in the defensive third right here.
Buddy trying to take this one over the top, met quickly by a Missouri State player, but it looks like there was a bit of a double commit, so it's a slower transition for Missouri State. Good 50 from Pluvy there. As Lion Blaze fakes the challenge, Hockey putting in a strong 50 that falls just in front of the orange net, but Cross is able to send it out towards the midline. There's a continuation from their teammate, but Lion Blaze and Hockey connecting through the midfield to get this right back to the orange side. And Hockey actually chasing some demos, trying to find an open angle for Buddy to shoot. But Lion Blaze going to be sent all the way back to their half off of this pretty good Missouri State clear. Lion Blaze almost getting caught out for a second. Unlucky. Missouri State couldn't capitalize on that.
Yeah, there you go. We just talked about the capitalization of mistakes here for Northwoods. It's definitely an example of one right there. Can't quite get to it. Down by 300 seconds left. Obviously plenty of time here, Awash. That'll require Herculean effort. Herculean effort here from Missouri State University. Lion Blaze back to the middle. Kind of walking the dog across there. Real dangerous looks. Cross front goal initially, but no score, at least yet, in this second to last minute of this competition. Game number 1 here, so nobody getting dusted off quite yet. No one getting eliminated off of this one. This is wholeheartedly, wow, Buddy passed back to Hockey right there to set up some more offense for Northwoods.
This is a good clear from Pluvy, but Buddy and Lion Blaze both hanging back far enough to be able to respond to it. This is a good looking play for Missouri State as they took the backboard route that time around and looking dangerous again off of those backboard redirects. I'd like to see them continue to try to do that in this next game. I think that there's a little bit of promise there. They just got to find that execution. It's almost there.
Gotta find the execution, and Northwoods almost says off with their head right there. Nice shot! Lion Blaze gonna get barely blocked by side post on this one, but still in position as members of Northwoods just kind of circling after they smell blood. Up by 3, 30 seconds left. Don't think it's gonna happen here, Awash.
Yeah, it's a little bit too late for that sort of comeback, but I'll be honest, I'm a little bit impressed by what I've seen from Missouri State. I think that they've got some ideas going. It's just about somehow trying to out-execute Northwood.
Pen to paper.
Yes, exactly. It's always going to be tough, but I do think that the foundations are there. They just now have to continue to build on that.
Some more solid defense may have, again, theory crafting resulted in less goals here for Northwoods University, but regardless, this is going to be them. If it's 5-1, if it's 4-2, it don't matter. Some fancy footwork there at the end you know, we talked about the mental game. So important here in game number 1. Maybe kind of like showing off a little bit, showing what they can do there for Missouri State in the last little bit of that one. Regardless, fortunately, style may never die, but it don't get you points in Rocket League. 4-1 there for Northwoods.
Yeah, unfortunately, the promise from Missouri doesn't turn into anything in this first game. But I'll say it again, I do think that there's something to build off of for Missouri State. A couple really good backboard reads, almost had a double tap to make it a 4-2 at the end of this first game. It's certainly there, but they're going to need a little bit more ball possession as well to continue to generate those type of chances, because we saw moments where Northwood was not exactly like gunning towards the net. They're just trying to keep the ball in their possession. Maybe play out the time a little bit, maybe wait for that golden opportunity to take the shot. It could have been one of many reasons, but it's ultimately all to give Missouri State the fewest number of chances.
Exactly. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would love to have a timer for like time of possession, like, you know, just on the ball and last player or whatever to actually touch it until another team touches it, like maintains possession and counts up, whatever. I can guarantee you, if we had that, it'd probably be like, you know, 3:30 or maybe even 4 minutes total here for this side of Northwoods University. The way and amount, the quantity and quality with which they're playing offense. Back to the lineup again. Northwoods looking to string 1 into 2. Missouri State looking to tie up the series and again birth a burst of 5 series from their loins. We'll see if it happens here. After Missouri State, we mentioned mistakes. I really think that there was only kind of like 2 in that entire first game that Northwoods made, and you know, capitalize on both would have been ideal. But regardless, no donut, right? No 0 score in a game 1 for Missouri State.
That's true. That is something that they can be proud of in this first game. Even if the execution on some of their well-worked plays wasn't quite there, they at least got one to show, hey, like this, it's a little bit of validation that what they're doing can work as long as they can continue to build off of it. We'll see if that happens. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Pluvi trying to send this over the head of Buddy and Hockey, both of them now in the net. Can Missouri State pick up this possession? It looks like they can. Hobie1 able to follow this one through to a 50 to keep the ball on the blue half. A little miscommunication between Buddy and Lion Blaze. Those are the moments that Missouri State needs to be able to quickly pick up possession and try to counterattack. Doesn't happen that time, but maybe they'll find it the next time.
Perhaps it is just so indicative of a well-oiled Northwoods University machine that Buddy and Lion Blaze can have a kind of kerfuffle, we'll say, like on their pitch, and still come out with an offensive possession and a little bit of pressure. Plenty of time to rotate on that. Lion Blaze last back. If Lion Blaze gets bumped, if Lion Blaze gets demoed, that's Missouri State taking a goal and going up 1. Not going to happen so easily, though. 90 seconds into this, no scores on boards quite yet, Wash.
Not quite, but we definitely have had a couple of good looks from both these teams, and another good look from Buddy is going to make it 1-0 for Northwood. Great transition here, started by Hockey.
Yeah, that's hockeyed on down to cross. Love to see it. Perfect pass into points. So we were talking about earlier, this one just happening a lot more close. The initial pass, at least, happening a lot closer to mid-pitch. Cross. Puts this one over, trying to maintain possession. Maybe give it back to a teammate right here, but maybe they're fakes, maybe they're misses. Who knows? But neither member took that. In Missouri State, now in a little bit of a run themselves, Lion Blaze meets it perfectly across the middle and buys his team a little bit of time to rotate, pick up boost, and get on defense. Speaking of defense, there's an offense. Missouri State foisting this one back to mid-pitch or so. Still pressure, though, after everything is done. Dust is settled against Missouri State.
I like that air dribble that we saw from Cross earlier. Really did very well to keep the ball close to them. Try to force the flip reset to get past the Northwood defense. I'd like to see them also take that as an avenue. Maybe it's going to be hard to solo outplay Northwood, but maybe on some of these transitions, keeping the ball close, hoping that a flip reset or some sort of mechanic will throw off one of the defenders and give one of their teammates a better angle to shoot at.
Speaking of better angles to shoot at, this ball looks like it's glued to the top backboard of Missouri State for just a second after these two players were fighting over it. It's a boxing match right there. If you're a Missouri State fan, fortunately, that offensive pressure finishes Buddy with the weirdest hit up to the top that I've seen in a while. That's a perfect setup for Hockey and Lion Blaze. Looked like Hockey had possession. Lion Blaze wanted to get involved in this one from the ceiling right now as Missouri State bringing it back down to mid-pitch here, Awash.
Yep, they've been able to hold off the Northwood onslaught for now, limiting them to only a single goal in game number 2, but it does look like at any moment Northwood could find another one as Buddy tried getting a goal off of a retreat from the orange net, nearly finding a crazy angle. Lion Blaze sends this one over 1. There's a potential 2 or 3 pronged attack from Missouri State, and Bounders are able to beat out Hockey. Lion Blaze the only one on defense, but the possession from Lion Blaze is so good. 2v1 situations don't even face him, and he'll, again, coast to coast, take it for yet another goal. 2-0 Northwood.
Coast to coast. International player, man. It's crazy stuff. Lion Blaze right here. From one end to the next. Just had possession the entire way, never gave up for a second. 80 seconds left in this one as Northwood's enjoying close to the same lead they had at the end of game 1.
We'll see if they continue to build on it as well. I'm sure that they're going to hope to. But if Missouri State can keep Northwood to only 2 goals, maybe find one for themselves in this final moment, I'd say that it's still an improvement for Missouri State, as double commit from Northwood almost ends poorly. Is that on target? It is!
Man.
Cross gonna be able to find one for Missouri State. It looked like it might have gone off the post, and I would have definitely felt that was a feels bad moment, but thankfully Cross had the correct 50, and it looked like they had a teammate there just in case.
Yeah, this is the Missouri State University squad that we know. You know, this is not going to be a team that puts up the donut across a game. Now, I'll definitely eat my words later if that does happen. Oh my goodness, and a perfect kickoff goal. This is Hockey. This is Northwoods University. That just doesn't like playing from behind, or even close to behind, even close to tie. They just don't like it. You know, it gives them indigestion or something. I don't know. Up 2-0, or up by 2 now, at 51 seconds to go for Northwoods University.
Yeah, that's a tough goal to give up for Missouri State. You've given yourself that glimmer of hope that you can, potentially send this to overtime with a 0-second goal, or goal even before that, and to give it up off of a kickoff goal. That certainly hurts. But you know what? This will be a little bit of a retribution. Hobie won, able to set this one into the back of the net and still give Missouri State a chance at a 0-second goal.
A little bit of pressure here from Missouri State. I love to see it. Not necessarily saying that it was a full breakdown or nothing like that, but we talked about capitalization mistakes, and there's 2 of them in quick back-to-back succession just with Northwoods. The goal of their own, the capitalization on mistakes of their own, to put this within 1 once again, 30 seconds.
Big boom from Buddy. Does Hockey see the pass down? No, he sees the shot! God. Oh my lord. Right off of the crossbar, pin-perfect placement from Hockey, and he saw it coming a mile away as well. Pluvio has a good percentage of the net covered, but he just can't. Nobody can cover that shot.
Yeah, just an absolutely perfect angle. Great effort there from Pluvio, of course. Great effort. But Missouri State now down by 2. Again, the insurance goal. Nicely done, and that's going to be almost a tying factor. Bring this back to 1.
This Missouri State side does not give up, and you have to tip your hat to them for that. There are some teams that see Northwood and they'll just start shaking in their boots, and they won't play the way that they intend to in most other situations. Missouri State, though, continues to fight back at setback after setback, continuing to go for Northwood and try to take a couple of games off of them.
Missouri State possession. Hockey. Sing this one on over to Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze does not keep this ball alive. And game 2 is just a little bit closer than the game number 1. I think the biggest part of that is that this game 2 is held just so close. I just kicked my desk so hard, man. This game 2 was just so close, and the fact that we saw 5 scores in the last 65-70 seconds or so,
something like that. It was definitely a very exciting end, because for a while we're just kind of feeling out what was actually going to happen. I think it was 1-0 for a good portion of the game. It's like, okay, is Northwood going to do anything more? Does Missouri State have anything in them to be able to bring it back? I certainly was not sure. And then all of a sudden everything exploded and everybody was scoring left and right. That's the type of series I want to see for the rest of this. I would love to see Missouri State still go toe-to-toe with Northwood. And even if they get 4-0 swept, if they can continue to keep these games close by a single goal, that's a huge improvement over most teams.
Yeah, like what predictions are just that based on past performances and whatnot. But I don't care about winners. I just want close games. I want one-score games. I want, you know what? I want the rest of this series to go down to overtime every single time. I'm upset. I'm upset. Hands on hips here. We have not got any OT games here in our last matchup total for the NACE Star League. We got that at least twice. Excuse me, in the Shawnee State and King Tornado game earlier. Love to see a little bit of overtime. Love to see a little bit more one-score difference here a wash.
Absolutely. Hoping that the rest of this will be incredibly close like that last game was, but we know Northwood can pop off at any moment. It won't be easy for Missouri State, but I will almost bite my tongue at that, as they almost got a very nice kickoff goal. Unfortunate that they weren't able to make it convert. A Hockey tries the transition. It's very threatening, and there's a bump from Lion Blaze from his own teammate, and this will give Missouri State a little bit of room to breathe as we have Cross just being in front of the ball, trying to see what they can do. But if anything, it at least buys their team time to set up and maybe take it to Northwood.
Speaking of offensive pressure from Missouri State, they finished last game in flashy form, at least, right? You know, in the score difference of 3, especially towards you get to the end of it, not necessarily unpredictable what's going to happen, but getting them down all the way down is quite something. Quite something. 50 seconds. Hockey up. Lion Blaze there. The angle is true, but the defense is better. Buddy keeping the offensive pressure alive right here. Over to Hockey. That's going to be outside as we get Hobie Wan's perspective from it. Defensive player is still there. No fast shots here. Just low, slow blows and nothing going in yet.
You could tell that Northwood was not looking to just drill the ball in the back of the net, hoping that maybe they could catch one or two of the Missouri State players off guard, but not quite yet. Missouri State not going to give up these goals super easily, no matter how hard Northwood tries. This is a good look for them, trying to play it off the backboard, catch Buddy off guard, catch him backwards. Pluvio trying to keep it close, maybe a ground pinch, not quite able to find the angle, and Northwood stuck on their back half. That's a great demo off the backboard. The net is open, and the shot goes right towards Hockey, but the follow-up from Pluvio is there, and Missouri State takes a lead.
My oh my, Missouri State taking the lead for the first time in this series. We wanted to see close games. It was a fantastic job, offense and defense, Missouri State is doing. Offensive pressure on display right there for our first goal at 1 minute and 42 seconds.
That's what we... well, actually, let me backtrack. That's not exactly what I expected to see from Missouri State. I didn't expect to see them pin Northwood in their own half, demo somebody off the backboard, and then score that way. I did not expect that. I fully expected, like, transitions, huge, like, errors from Northwood that lead into goals once in a while. But that was actually brilliantly played by Missouri State. And, of course, Lion Blaze had to have a say on this moment as well, putting in a double tap of their own to tie it up.
Yeah, and that's getting past 2 of them right here. Pluvio kind of realizes it just literally a quarter second maybe too late, and Lion Blaze just doing Lion Blaze things. Again, obviously a very dominant team Northwoods is, and I would say that having a lead like this, okay, well, I was going to say having a lead and then bring it to a tie was is good enough in and of itself, but 20 seconds outside of halftime, Northwoods, you know, Lion Blaze, Northwoods doing Northwoods things.
Yep, and Buddy doing Buddy things as well, pinching it off that front post, able to keep it in the frame of the net. Just like that, Northwood able to come back. That is just how good of a squad this team is, how tough it is to play against them. Even when Missouri State does their absolute best, it can all come crumbling apart within a couple of moments. Now, we've seen Missouri State not give up in moments like this. And I would hope that that is going to continue to be a trend in this series. I'd love to see them bring this back to 2-2 and bring that fight to Northwood again.
Some offensive pressure again. You know, as we know, pressure makes diamonds here, A-Wash. This is everything that Missouri State needs to do right here. They have now in the defense a little bit. See how they show up right here, because I really feel like, I mean, just pace of play in games has changed dramatically. Trying to get to it. Cross gets to it. Some aerial acrobatics, flipping, turning, twisting to get to it, and does. Keeps this within 1 after Northwoods University. I mean, I don't think you can say giving open and Northwoods University in the same sentence without that resulting in a point.
Lion Blaze. Oh, did they have it? Oh, my goodness.
What's that?
I think Hockey interrupted him there. I think you saw that right.
Okay. Interesting stuff. Are they shook? That is the question. Obviously, the comeback right there doesn't seem it. That was almost perfect. Would have had a defensive player back, so they would have been able to at least have a play on this one, not just a front row seat, but still, Missouri State University applying pressure in game number 3 in a time, again, so crucial. 11:59 p.m. for the Pumpkin.
Line Blaze. Is it another Line Blaze moment? It's not, but he got Buddy to dive in with him. Cross couldn't quite follow this up to get it past the midfield. Pluvy sends this over towards the side. Line Blaze trying to follow it up themselves. Cross sees Pluvy on the side. Is the infield pass? There it is, but the shot towards the net is not. They've got Hockey and Line Blaze both up off the backboard. Buddy got bumped though. Oh, but Cross, nobody from Missouri State could just put it in the back third of Northwood. Another good chance for them to get that equalizer. It just didn't come to anything.
Hopi won at the 11th hour. Talking about last second right there. Gets a fantastic just flying in from left field and able to get to this one just in the nick of time. Redirect here from Pluvio. Going to purchase Missouri State a little bit of time to rotate, maybe pick up a little bit of boost. Back pass right now from Line Blaze on into Hockey. We're still down 22 seconds left. Score difference 1. Angle not true, as now Missouri State, they come through with the offensive interference on each other. Again, a kerfuffle, I tell you, Awash.
A kerfuffle indeed. Is there going to be any last words from Missouri State in game 3? Are they able to bring it back? Show that those 2 goals from Northwood were just a fluke. Line Blaze. Hits it over the top of both of them. They almost make it 3-1. Incredibly close stuff. Once again, Missouri State keeping it to 1 goal, but the sad part is that they had the lead there, and it was, a matter of 10 seconds? Then Northwood was able to take it from 0-1 to 2-1. Very close, but we are going to send this to a break. Missouri State going to try to collect themselves, see if they can do something to bring this back against Northwood. I think that this break will be good for them. They're right there. They just need a little bit of a breather to decide what they need.
Hello and welcome back. A short break it was indeed. We keep our promises over here at NACE. FBI Tugboat joined with my man Awash, and we're taking a look right now at our little playoff schedule and whatnot. Tomorrow is going to be CSGO, and we're going to see Super Smash Brothers as well. We'll be seeing Super Smash Brothers and CSGO tomorrow. Now, as far as time, you can go forth. You can check that one out over there on NACE's Twitch, their Twitter, their website. They have all that information that you need to find out when your favorite collegiate teams are going to be playing their competitions.
I know I follow Rocket League the most closely out of all the esports, but I'm more of a casual Smash Bros fan, so I might have to check out what some of these players are capable of. I'm terrible at the game, but I love watching what people can do.
Yes, 100% agreed on all fronts there, Awash. Terrible at the game, enjoy watching it. Was good in the past. Old man, can't play. Oh well. What you should do is become a leader for life. Big shout out, U.S. Army ROTC. And check them out and see what they can do for you, or you can do for them, or whichever, you know? 10 seconds into this one, though, what Lion Blaze can do is handle Rocket League balls very, very well. Buddy, mid-pitch, left side, popping up to it. A little bit of Missouri State defense action as Hockey now rounding this one out. That's almost perfectly positioned in the front right here as Hockey now putting this back out to mid-pitch and mid-centered.
I was talking to Powder a little bit earlier because I'm not used to competitions having a player break mid-series, and I was asking him if he felt that the player break was actually helpful for a lot of teams that were trailing in series. And somewhat surprisingly, he said he didn't feel that was the case. So I'm interested to see whether this player break actually ends up working for Missouri State, or whether it's still going to be the same level of Northwood dominance that we've seen. Granted, it hasn't been like a truly dominant performance. They've been close games, but whether they're still, keeping up those same levels of play that we saw before the break.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Would love to be a fly on the wall in that locker room, or that room where they discuss these things, because that would, the comms, right? Like what actually it is that they feel like they're doing right, what they feel like they're doing wrong, what they want to not allow their opponents to continue doing, maybe what they want to capitalize on mistakes-wise. Man, oh man, Missouri State beat feet 2 players, both get there, one hits it. 90 seconds into this one, a lot of Northwood's offensive pressure, and another double commit over here on Missouri State is not biting them in the behind. They do not pay the tax for that this time.
But Missouri State able to hold off the early Northwood pressure. They're not quite able to break out past the midfield. There's been a couple chances where they might have been able to, but that inability to get out of their back third will ultimately cost them dearly, as Hockey sets this one towards the net, and the pop-up met by Lion Blaze, who slots that one top corner. The Lion Blaze show continues once again here at NACE Star League. Northwood University up 1-0, just about 2 minutes into Game 4 as they look to close this series out in sweeping fashion.
Yeah, there are very few teams, collegiate status, going to be able to deal with, a minute and 40? Pretty much uninterrupted Northwoods University pressure without a goal happening there. Missouri State back in the defensive third for right now. Seems so far that they've done a good job of keeping this one close, but I mean, it's not Northwood State striking like super early, but result being the same across the middle. Hockey, the last player there, and unfortunately, dangerous looking goals don't score points all the time.
Yeah, it is the sad truth of it. If that was the case, this game would look very, very differently. But that being said, Missouri State still trying to find their footing here against Northwood University. The break seems not to have helped as much as that's a beamer from Northwood University. Still not able to find the back of the net. Hockey, Lion Blaze, Buddy, none of them rather, able to make it a second goal for them against Missouri State. But that's okay for Mo State. We'll see if they're still able to capitalize on one mistake. That's all two mistakes technically at this point, but one mistake is all they need to start getting the engines going again. Hopefully get a little bit of confidence as well.
A little bit of demolition action, and that's Hobie 1 with the tying factor at 104 seconds to go. Missouri State University playing this one like they're about to get eliminated, which they should, because they are down 3-0 in the series. That's exactly what Missouri needed.
Yeah, that sort of play brings out a lot of confidence. The physical play seemed to be working for Missouri State. I think we saw one or two good looks from them earlier off of the demo plays. Oh, the double commit from Northwood, though. Is this going to be a transition? No, Hockey gets there first. No boost for Luvio, who has to try to just do anything to throw Northwood off here. A good dribble. Going for the bump on Buddy. It's open off the backboard, and Obi-Wan makes it a 2-1 lead for Missouri State.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered here, Awash. 84 seconds into this one, or left in this one, excuse me. Obi-Wan burning the last little bit of boost to get there and finds payload. Fantastic stuff. Fantastic stuff. This is exactly, again, what Missouri State needed. Some late game boost to their score, to their morals, to their tournament lives right here. Because, again, down 3-0 in the series. Looking to make it some extra games here. And I'm not against it.
No, neither am I.
Dangerous looks. Yeah. Again, there is not many segments of space and time in which you can let Northwoods have an open goal type situation like that, and them not to come out on the other side with a goal. Tying factor coming in at 67 seconds here, Wash.
Yeah, I was about to say that Missouri State almost played the Uno reverse card on Northwood. Game 3, Northwood turned an 0-1 into a 2-1. Pretty quickly. Missouri State pretty much doing the same, but now they're at 2-2. So card played, and then Northwood was still able to have a response within the deck. Hockey pushing this one out towards the side as Northwood looks for the series and game-winning goal here. Lion Blaze serving up Buddy. Is it a double tap? It's not, as it's denied by Cross, who had to backflip to stay within the line of flight of Hockey and this ball. Lion Blaze sends it out to the corner and gets the corner boost steal as well. We have Obi-Wan trying to be the hero here for Missouri State in Game 4. Lion Blaze, big clear out, and Buddy keeping the play alive at the midfield.
Looking dangerous, Buddy. Wow, Buddy and Lion Blaze both. Wow, looking like they're driving in unison right there. Almost like neck to neck, a little NASCAR race or something to get to this ball. And that makes sense because we're looking at single-digit seconds left before an OT type situation. Last shot up! There you go! Oh my goodness. Pluvio is going to keep the dream alive here from Missouri State, at least for a little bit. Hockey down. Lion Blaze gets there. Missouri State punches their ticket to overtime.
Well, Tugboat, you asked for OTs. OTs you will get.
Yes,
look back at the broadcast during the player break, said, you know what, let's give him what he wants. Oh, and it is a Missouri State winner in overtime, courtesy of Cross and some Northwood mistakes. Brilliant win.
There you go.
There is that heart that we were looking for.
Absolutely.
Well, they had it. They finally executed on it.
Yeah. Now, whatever it was, again, would love to have been a fly on the wall there for the comms in between the break there from Missouri State University. Can I see what exactly it was? You know, we're at least 3 games away from it, but if Missouri State wins and gets that interview going, I know exactly what my questions will be here, Awash. It'll be solely about what those comms, what exactly was it? What exactly was it? Because now, I mean, the 4-0 prediction I feel was fair. This is the overtime goal right here. Hockey doing what they need to. And that's Cross putting this one in. A 3-2 victory in overtime purchases Missouri State University a new lease on life right here. Are we seeing the beginning of a reverse sweep? Or is this just a bump in the road here for your Northwoods Blue University squad on their way to the playoffs? Find out in the next couple of minutes, because that's where we're starting this Rocket League game.
Yeah, Missouri State, it's going to take several more of those performances, which are so hard to come across against Northwood. I know Missouri State has it in them. It's just whether Northwood will allow it, because I feel like that goal for Missouri State, they executed on it perfectly. You can't deny that. But Lion Blaze could have played that much differently. It felt like they were trying to be cheeky, just kind of 50 the ball by staying right behind it, resetting on the ground. But it ended up putting both Hockey and Buddy in weird defensive positions. And when Lion Blaze doesn't win that 50, it all kind of fell apart. But those are the types of mistakes Missouri State has to capitalize on.
And they did just that. I think it was 14 seconds into halftime right now. Northwood still has their break after this game if they drop it, right? If they take this, of course, that'll be a 4-1 nice tidy W for Missouri State, or for Northwoods University on their way. But Buddy scores the first 13 seconds into this one. I think this might be the quickest goal within this series. We had like a 6 or 7 second goal earlier in the previous series. I think 13 seconds might actually be our quickest.
I have to agree. If my mental notes are correct, that that is the case. And we'll see if maybe Northwood can make it a even quicker double. Not quite off of the kickoff, but they might have taken that last win personal. They got off to a great start off of the first kickoff, and they might just try to run up the score this time if they can get their offense together.
Wait, Missouri State University not looking like a squad you can run up the score on right now. Gotta say.
That's true.
Mid-pitch. Missouri State's had some decent looks so far, but no real offensive pressure and opportunities thus far. No real long extended push. Perhaps the beginning of it. Right now, Cross X Bones. You said Crossroads?
I don't even know.
I think
it's just Cross.
We'll just call him Cross. How about that? Back over to the middle, Buddy. Maintain possession across right there. Hobie One takes a little bit off the top on their attempt to bring this back to mid-pitch, but Northwoods University, an offensive stance. Nice bouncer. Not very fast, though. I think Pluvio and teammate Hobie One were just kind of expecting like a much faster shot. Not 100% sure. Almost a perfect intercept across the middle, but this is a pinch or something. That ball was absolutely flying.
Good defensive stance from Missouri State so far. Cross needs to be careful here. Watch for any impending shot. Line Blaze trying to do it themselves. A great save on the goal line. Now Pluvio has to be smart here. Find a way past Buddy, which is super difficult, especially with hockey flying in front of you. Line Blaze collects this one, trying to go for some sort of infield pass, whatever they can get. But he puts a little bit more power on, and there's 2 up for Missouri State to get this out past the midline. Lion Blaze, that patience. They see Buddy as well, but they couldn't quite reach it. Hockey also looking for the backboard play with Lion Blaze. They can't quite drop it down. Northwood definitely going for some crazy plays. Missouri State so far are able to hold them off.
So far, score difference of 1. This is the games that we asked for right here. A wash. So far, again, that is what we've been granted, as close as it gets. 8 seconds outside of halftime. Pluvio across the middle wins that 50 to try and maintain possession, try and get one down. Only a offensive demo here. Lion Blaze trying to walk the dog. Nasty bounce, but gets there. The defense from Missouri State University holding strong with this offensive pressure. Ain't over with. Lion Blaze back to it as another defender dusted. Sent back to respawn to think about their mistakes. Missouri State University able to bring this one to mid-pitch and maybe even further than that. Pluvio, right side, bounce down. That's going to be a dangerous look. Buddy doesn't like it. Sends this one back out, and Hockey picking up the offensive pressure for just a second.
Good back pass from Hockey as well. Give everybody a chance to reset. Maybe find a passing play off the sidewalls. Buddy to Lion Blaze. Back to Buddy. No double tap, but Hockey's there to keep the play alive. Can they get the Doomsday on the orange net? They cannot. Lion Blaze will pop this one up. Looks for the solo carry after Hockey clears out the net, but still there was a Most State defender in the way. There's a demo from Northwood. Can they find the really tight angle? They cannot. A barrage of shots from Northwood University, and they cannot find that second goal through the Most State defense.
Yeah, that was not semi-auto. That was a lot all at once, close in your face. Missouri State University. Even if they drop this game, I think you could take that 30-second clip or so and say, hey, I did this against Northwood University. I held on. I held strong. Held the line. Back to it. That was definitely a mistakenly blocked shot right there. I'm not sure if it was a bad angle or just too busy of an airspace, perhaps. I'm going to check out with air traffic control and for the next one.
Whatever it was, it still hasn't really changed anything in this game. Almost did.
Okay, yeah, right. That entire kerfuffle, again, I'm really loving the word today, results in this offensive pressure against Northwoods University. If they're able to take it and they do not, that would have been a tying factor. Oh well. Cross, back out, Lion Blaze meets them, maintaining possession though, running down the bottom. That's a great job from Hobie One, middling out! And if that would have been the most beautiful bicycle kick goal on broadcast, at least that we've been on for today. Unfortunately, we don't get granted with it. Back to mid-pitch, Hobie One Decent little angle. Gonna keep this one up. We're only on single-digit seconds here. Wash.
As we are, oh, here's cross to the backboard. Is there anybody there? Hockey's there to push it away. Lion Blaze gonna try to kill it. Doesn't do the best job at it. And Most stays still able to pop it up. There's 2 players up, and that will be, oh, not sent to the ground, sent to Hockey's nose. Obi-Wan still able to keep it alive. Buddy towards the net, and Northwood will see the series out 4-1. They definitely tried to get a stronger scoreline than just the 1 goal, but for this particular occasion, that's all that was needed. Most State played a very close series, it has to be said. Keeping all of these games pretty close, showing some great stuff. The execution sometimes not quite there, but they've got a very strong foundation to build off of.
Yeah, exactly. Like, given that we were coming into this, like, you know, whenever there's just like such a dominant team, I don't want to, like, you know, say anything bad about Missouri State University, but Northwoods is the real deal for a reason. Again, 7-0s don't happen just by mistake. They're coming in there not just like the favorite, but like at that point it's almost like, what is our prediction? How are they going to win? Is it going to be like 4-1 or 4-0 or something like this? And I think both of us, if we had to put numbers to it, might have been leaning close to that 4-0, and especially coming out of game number 1, right? Coming out of a 4-1 game in the first little bit of this series right here, it's like, well, you know, again, Lion Blaze. Hockey, buddy. Northwood's just doing Northwood's things is what I'm saying, guys. But the simple fact that Missouri State University is able to bring this to 5 games is just absolutely fantastic. Now, this is our last series of the day. We want to go ahead and let you guys know about the giveaway, because our friends over there at the Army ROTC want to give you a chance to win a free Camo Herschel Little America Backpack Pro. Go over there. Check out the Nays Star League Twitter to enter in. While you're over there, wouldn't hurt you to check out, a random caster named FBI Tugboat, random caster named Awash, and if you enjoyed what you heard, guys, you're more than welcome to follow there as well. Enter in the giveaway right there. Again, Nays Star League's Twitter.
Yeah, if you can carry your friends in Rocket League or whatever esports game you play, you might be able to carry them in that backpack. I'm not sure how that image quite scales, whether you can fit a whole other person there, but you might be able to. It looks pretty sturdy.
Yeah, exactly. Real camo action, multiple straps right there. You can definitely fit a 1 FBI tugboat, because God knows I am on this side of the desk for a reason. My playing days are behind me. It's just because of this knee that I got, Awash. Just because of this knee that I got. Big shout out to everyone over here at Nace, and big shout out to everyone kind of behind the scenes right here. TOs, production staff, everybody. If you helped make this competition go on, big shout out to you. We appreciate you. Awash and I are just 2 guys yelling about Rocket League in our rooms without y'all. Big shout out. Curtis, Kyle, Amari, oh my goodness. I was like ready for it and everything. I am sorry, Mari. I have butchered your name every time I've said it. Oh well. Mikey as well, big shout out. Thank you guys as well. Let me go ahead and get on out of here, because I am just word salad hate today here, people. Awash, anything else for the good people before we bid them adieu?
It was a great time being here today. Thanks to Nate Star League for having me on, and another quick shout out to all the sponsors that we've had throughout the season for Rocket League: Extra Life, Duncan, the U.S. Army ROTC, Monster, Better Help, Mavix, Corsair, Extra Life, everybody. Thank you for helping make this a real opportunity for both the players and for ourselves and everybody who's helped out with the production.
Absolutely. For now, though, this is FBI Tuppen and Awash signing off. We appreciate you guys watching. And again, CSGO Smash Nace Championships tomorrow. Check it out over there. You can find out when exactly it's going down. Twitter, Twitch, website, all that stuff here from Nace Star League. For now, though, appreciate you guys watching. We'll catch you next time.